actually is a very different type of day, and the nerves are cat, aren't they?
It is, because you wake up in the morning and you're waiting about all day. No, I have to be honest, I'd like to get up and get at it. But anyway, we'll find out now what it's like now very shortly and see how we cope with the nerves.
Brilliant. And how's the car set up? You're happy enough with everything?
Yeah, we're getting a lot happier now, so we are. So yeah, recently we've been a bit better there. So let's see if we can try and build on it now and get into a nice start here, and then hopefully move on.
And listen, you know, you've had a look through the stages obviously already. If you get into stage mode now, can you think of any of them that you're actually looking forward to?
Look, I suppose they're all pretty demanding. So I would say, look, I didn't really look at it like that. I just get on and hopefully listen to Paddy and go hard. That's all I can really hope for at the minute.
That's the main aim in the rally car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Listen and go.
Right, see you later. Thanks.
Thanks a million. That's Jason Mitchell heading for the ramp there now. So we'll let these guys move on and possibly just get a few of these guys to get around the corner. And we'll get a quick word then with the next car around. So we'll just bear with us here. We've Darren Gass here, car number 14's the way up through. So we've got Darren Gass here sitting. Darren, you're sitting patiently waiting.
Sitting content, yeah.
Ready to rock?
Aye, well, sure, this is the worst bit of it here, isn't it? When you get started, yeah.
All the boys are saying that there. This waiting is never easy, but particularly whenever it's kind of halfway through the day on a Friday afternoon.
That's right. No, I'm looking forward to it, so I'm now to be.
This would be a rally that would be fairly close to your heart, I would imagine, you know, considering how close it is to home and stuff like that. Like, I'd say you're excited to get out.
Yeah, yeah, that's why we've done it now. The stage two of tomorrow's stages isn't far from the house, so.
Aye. And it'll be a nice one too to get back out in the car. It's a while since you've been out.
It is, aye. April time, and I haven't done a rally in this car yet, so this is the first.
Any of the stages in particular, because I know there's a few of them that are different and kind of, you know, they've changed this year, so are there any of them you're looking forward to getting at?
Not really, they're all tricky, like the 5 different stages have all got something different in them to keep you on your toes now, so.
You're ready to go?
Okay.
Good man, thanks a million. We'll let you go, thanks Darren. So that's Darren Gass. As you can see, the nerves are definitely here with everybody today. I definitely think it is something to be said for the afternoon start, you know. It just can play with the old nerves. We're just saying you've all day to think about this event when you get up in the morning. The nerves are cat here this morning, aren't they?
Nah, no nerves.
Not for you, Joe.
I'm rallying long enough, Tony. No, not really. I wouldn't get nervous to really get to the first stage. Even in Donegal, I'd be kind of pretty okay anyway. It's going to be tricky.
I would imagine as soon as you get there, then, though, when you're actually sitting on the start line, helmet on, and you can hear your own breath in the intercom, and you're thinking, let me go.
Especially when you come up here, see with the 1 minute intervals, 30 seconds, you have no time to think. With 1 minute, you have a long time. And then we're sitting in this queue looking at, we're kind of on a harder tire than most, so hopefully that works out too.
You do a recce half of the day, and you're trying to get yourself G'd up now to go at night, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
And are you all set up? You felt like it was a good recce, cars looking well?
Yeah, recce went well. The good thing about 2 of the stages, we've done them last year, so we'll have a wee bit of knowledge on them, and we'll just go and enjoy it now.
Good man, sure, we'll let you go.
Thank you.
Anthony, good to see you back. Voice all intact. What we're going to do is let these guys move off. And let the next car move. We're just going to let a few of the cars move on, folks, and let them get around the corner. We don't want a build up of too many cars at the start line here, or in the middle of the service park here, so we'll move back up the line if we can. So bear with us here, folks. Up here and try and get a quick word with Alan Carmichael in car number 21. I think it was right-hand drive when I passed. Alan, you're all set for road.
Hi, well, it's a change because we've been spending most of the last lot of years in the forest, so we're doing a wee bit in tarmac to see how we get on. But
and it's a funny one, you know, this event's renowned to be slippy, so the car will probably be moving about quite a bit, so the forest will have played into your hands, I would say.
Yeah, there's no tyre, I don't think, is going to work out here today, you know, unless it rains and then we're in wets. But if if it's dry and wet, you're sort of in between. So we're going on the safe option.
Brilliant. And tell us, are you looking forward to any of the stages in particular? It's very exciting with the night stage and stuff on the Ulster.
Yeah, but all the stages are good. We recce'd yesterday and today, and all the stages are nice. You know, there's tight bits, there's technical. I like the technical, so there's high speed. There's everything in it, so it should be good.
And tell us, do you prefer the forestry or the tarmac, do you think, or can you make the choice?
I do now, because my last outing in the UK, I won my first ever overall forest win, so I'm happy with that.
You're loving it?
Yeah.
What are the hopes for this weekend?
To win the national.
That's the plan.
Not so bad.
Good man. Thanks a million, Alan. That's our Alan Carmichael and Claire Williams. So we're just going to get back here now and chat to Robert Fagg, see if we can get a quick word. You're all set to go, Robert?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Can't wait. Took the safe option with the tyres, but yeah, we'll see how we go. Just get settled in and go from there, really.
I think, you know, for the first loop of the day, it's always nicer to go with the safe option, isn't it? Because it just feels better to drive.
Yeah, you've one less thing to concentrate. I mean, you know, you've got the safe tyre, so it's just get dialing in. If the rain starts now, I'll be going. That'll do me. So yeah, we'll see how we go.
So you're praying for rain then?
Hey, yeah,
You're
praying for rain. Yeah, I've got wets on, so why not? Yeah.
And tell us, do you enjoy driving in the rain? Does it affect you whether it's wet or not?
I love the wet. Yeah, that's my favourite one, is when it's wet more than anything, because it's a lot more tricky and you can, you know, it's down to driver more, isn't it?
So you'll probably enjoy this rally particularly then. We always have very slippy conditions and generally bad weather too.
Yeah, it looks like. So yeah, it's first time here, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Brilliant. And the car's feeling good?
Yeah. Ready for Rally Bay next, so that's why we're here.
Test session?
Yep, yeah.
Rob, thanks a million. We'll let you go. Thanks very much. Best of luck. We will head down here. We'll see if this car is going to move towards us, or we might make another wee walk around the corner to see who's here and heading for the ramp. Very exciting this morning. I nearly missed you there. I nearly went over to Martin, Connor. You're all set for the weekend, yeah?
All ready to go.
Feeling good?
Feel good, everything's good.
And the car's feeling good, yeah?
Everything's good, thank God. We've a couple of wee tests done, so now we're comfortable.
And tell us the stages, any of them in particular you're looking forward to?
The second one more than the first tonight, and then the first tomorrow morning, we're going to pick of them. So.
And how do you feel about the wet, or not the wet, the dark that we always kind of have in the Ulster? It's different, isn't it?
It's 10 years since I was in the dark, so it'll be an experience. Looking forward to it.
And have you ever driven the car in the dark before? No?
Years ago, a Honda Civic, so big change.
But so you haven't been in this one in the dark?
No, I haven't gotten this one yet, no, so we like the adventure here, we like to set a challenge.
You're definitely going to enjoy the weekend.
It's going to be good.
Good man, Connor, thank you very much. We'll let you go. That's car number 29, and we're just missing, well, we're not missing a few cars, they're probably further down the line or maybe haven't taken off yet, but we have no more cars at the moment, folks. So that's the first few away over the ramp anyway, which is, but yeah, and if in a few hours we'll be back here to find out how the first stage went for everybody, the first few stages went for everybody. You're alright. Timekeepers all doing their job here. Marty, we're going to jump in. How are you feeling? You all set?
Oh, hey, Marty, there. Down here.
Happy as Larry to be out in stages again?
Oh, aye, really. Sure. What couple of batters here?
And tell us, what's your plan of attack?
Look, get through the night and see how we're a wild ball Friday here last year and really good Saturday, so we'll see if we get through the night, we'll have enough here.
And do you think, Ken, is that playing on your mind a wee bit? Are you just sort of dying to get to the next day, so as this one's done and dusted and feels good?
Look at all, though, hey. Oh, look, we're going to go for it, hey, and see what way we get on, but them stage tomorrow was two of them, same as last year, and enjoyed it last year, you know, so we'll get through the night anyway and push on.
Listen, the car's feeling good. Everybody loves to see the wee BMW coming around the stages.
It's funny, hey, it's something different, it sounds different, and it looks different, and look at hey, I don't know if it's good enough or not, but
do the job. It's still a rally car out in the stage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good enough for me, anyway.
Good man, Marty. We'll let you go. Thanks a million. We'll let Marty go. So there you have it, folks. The first few cars of the day. Everybody's fairly excited to get onto these stages, as we are, and as I'm sure you are too. So we're going to hand you back to the studio, and hopefully you'll be getting the live action very, very soon. We will see you very shortly back here for the first service of the day.
So coming up shortly, 8.15 miles of the first stage of the Modern Tyres 2023 Ulster Rally. Sleeve Row It's a stage that starts, if you know the area, set down between Burn and Mayo Bridge, and winds its way down towards Kilbrony Forest Park before looping back on itself and heading up towards Santa's Cottage, which is a famous place at December, Christmas time. So they will then make their way down towards Banbridge for a regroup, and then the second stage of the day in Banbridge. But interesting to see that the skies have lightened a bit, and tyre choice, Michael, is going to be crucial. It really is.
Yeah, well, once again, thanks to Tim Hoare from Michelin, who texted us while we were just going to Tony. And it's not often I hear Tim describing things as a bit of a lottery, but the conditions are so mixed. How he describes it is, for Michelin runners, they're going out on an SE2 hybrid tyre for the first loop. It's a best compromise, as he says, a wet rubber compound with a slick pattern, complete lottery. Now,
you were talking to me about mist
coming in.
You can see it.
Yeah, that's still very County Down, isn't it? All the same.
But people laugh when I say that from our living room window we can see the Republic of Ireland. We can see it for about 35 miles, and you do see it come in, Michael. You see it come in, especially in the evening when you get the cool breeze coming off the coast. It wouldn't surprise me that at the end of the stage somebody says that visibility wasn't great at all, and it's hard to distinguish between, you know, a persistently heavy light drizzle, if that makes sense, or if you like, something such as fog coming in. But there is a great example of the grass up the middle of the road, how narrow it is. You know, you can see the trees and the hedges are moving and blowing. So, and as one or two of the crews mentioned, we are to get very, very increased wind speeds tonight. We have a storm that's coming in later this evening and moving its way through into the early hours of tomorrow morning. You obviously, with Paris and Pace Notes, have made notes for this event. You've driven Sleeve Row and would know it fairly well.
Well, funny enough, I don't know it well, Sav. The last time this stage was used in modern times was in the mid-2000s on the Circuit of Ireland, but it was a different stage running the opposite direction. So this is the first time this has been used in this configuration this way. It starts just outside the Burren, which is about a mile north of Warren Point. So you have Carlingford Lock. It gets to within, I'm just showing you on the screen, on my screen, you're getting to within a mile of Rostrevor. So you've got the effects of the sea. The stage climbs all the way up Sleeve Row. The first part of the stage, and this is quite near the start, and there's a nice graphic, you can see the southernmost point is just north of Rostrevor. So the influence of the sea will have something. So the first 4 miles of the stage are very much narrow, twisty, bumpy, over crests, hairpin bends, and then the stage opens up to what I'll call the second half of the stage, and it is super fast but very, very narrow and bumpy. Yeah. Big curbs, rocks on the side of the road. It's pinpoint precision. This is where, and I don't want to pick him out, somewhere like Callum Devine really finds his legs. He's so good at placing the car in these very high speed precision circumstances, whereas you get somebody like Josh, who's a little bit more flamboyant, as we know, he makes him such a great driver to watch, whereas this stage may not suit his style so much. But you know, it won't be long until we're underway, but I cannot stress just how difficult a stage this, and interesting listening to some of the drivers talking to Tony there, that nobody was jumping up and down saying, we love this stage, we prefer the second one, which you prefer as well. You think the second stage is a real spin today.
I know the second stage like the back of my hand, because I lived very close, brought up very close to it, but in years gone by it has been part of a Circuit of Ireland stage, the old Ballycross stage. If anybody's interested while we're doing things, if you look up Mark Lovell and Ballycross on YouTube, you will get an in-car from 1988 circuit. But in 2014, 2015, part of tonight's stage outside Banbridge was also used. It has everything on the stage, fast, tight, but there are 2 particular downhill right-handers on the second stage tonight. One is on Shiny Tower, and it's off camber, and there's an old fence, very similar to what we see in the picture there, but it runs away from you, and if you happen to slide on, you're going down through that fence, and there's a drop of about 50 metres. You're not going to get stopped, you know. It's going to be very difficult. and then have a regroup in Banbridge. And they make their way back to service in Newry once again at the fabulous Modern Tyres site just outside Newry on the Carnbean Industrial Estate, where they will have approximately an hour and a bit service time, but you will get to see the cars there before they then head out into the dwindling light for the second run over Slieve Row and the second run over Banbridge North. Now, Banbridge North due to start 20 to 9, and it starts getting dusk now in the evenings, anywhere from maybe 8:15.
Yeah, got to be. Yeah.
And for a lot of the drivers here, you know, you can't beat rallying at night. I don't care. It's just mega.
We were very lucky last year. If you remember, it was a beautiful day last year on the Ulster Rally, and we had those very picturesque sunset shots. I have a feeling it won't be like that today. Our camera position is probably 500 yards into the stage, Sav, so we're not. We should, in theory, see as many cars as we possibly can. One of the things about today is after they do Banbridge North, stage 2 today, there's actually a technical zone and a regroup in the middle of Banbridge town. So if anybody doesn't actually want to fancy going out onto the stages, they can mosey on down to Banbridge. The cars are going to be there from just before 5 o'clock this evening. Really good opportunity to see the cars up close. And then, of course, they cruise down the road to Newry, to Carnbean for the service. Now, quite a long service. I think the theory behind the spacing, and this is just a theory, Zav, it's to make it fair for everybody. One of the things that, and there we can see the Sport Tracks tracking system that is freely available this weekend under the Sport Tracks website. All the leading crews. So we actually have Adrian Fermot at the start, and I'm just, if I can zoom in, yes, and Marianne Evans, they're both waiting at the arrival control. So 15:27 is the due time for car number 1 to check into the arrival control for stage 1, and that's certainly gives you a nice indication of the geographics of the land. It's fundamentally, this is a Google Earth based widget program that, as I say, I understand if you go to Sport Track's website and click on the little widget and you have either Google Earth or Google Earth Pro on your computer, then you can follow the tracking yourself. This is a good tracking system, but we'll use it just to see where people are this weekend. It doesn't. Some of the other tracking systems have a lot more technology involved in them, but I'm no expert, so I don't know that much about it.
Now, of course, as we said, this is the 4th round of the British Rally Championship, the Ulster Rally, with the remainder being Rally Cardigan, Track Road and Cambrian to come for those crews. But for the Samdec Security Irish Tarmac Championship, this weekend's Ulster is the culmination of a really hard-fought championship all year between Josh Moffat, Marianne Evans and Callum Devine. And of course the battles continue in the McAvoy Motorsport Tarmac Modified Rally Championship, and the Synergy Motorsports Tarmac Championship was wrapped up in Cork, and of course with the juniors, the Paul Brown Plant Hire Juniors to come as well. Almost 100 crews that will be leading the way and beginning stage 1. As Michael has said, our camera position on this opening stage very close to the start, and it has been given a good indication so far of just what the conditions are like. And a good shot there from our production team.
And it looks to me like they've maybe put a bit of a gentleman's agreement here between Marianne Evans and Frenchman Adrian Fermot, who of course is a British Rally Championship regular this year in the Ford. I think you might find that Marianne has said, look, you go first. I don't want you catching me just in case or whatever. Big difference this weekend, Sav, compared to Cork 20 Rally 2 weeks ago is Motorsport UK 1 minute intervals, not 30-second intervals.
Yeah, which will probably disappoint some of our viewers, because it means probably for another 40 seconds Mike and I will be chatting instead of looking at the action. But hey,
Yes.
you can't have it all. We do the best we can. But yes, I think Adrian Fermot, I've seen a couple of interviews the likes of Jason Craig has done for the Belfast Telegraph, where I think part of Callum Devine and part of Josh Moffat and Johnny Gray, Robert Barable, Cathal McCord, for example, Desi Henry, Marion, all want to sort of see how they compare to Adrian Fermot, works entry and
absolutely
a French tarmac specialist, if you like. I think they're going to want to sock it to him, as they say.
Yeah, but the thing is, a few people this week have sort of asked my opinion, and they're like, "Oh, the local boys will do this," and I'm like, "This guy's got so much experience. This is something completely new to him." But that's the whole point when you become a WRC driver. It's having that adaptability, that ability to just deal with any circumstance. And rally drivers, as we know, are the best at being adaptable and dealing with these circumstances. You were talking.
I mean, you're just saying there, I mean, the thing is, he has done almost 9, 10, 11, 12 events this year. His last event was Sector Rally Finland. He finished second in WRC2. Previous to that, he was in Ypres. Previous to that, Sardinia. Won Jim Clark. Did Vodafone Rally Portugal, and the list goes on and on. So, people talk about seat time. Certainly, Adrian Fermot.
Here we go.
And here
there
we
he
go.
is. There's plenty of water, isn't there?
Yeah.
Car hopping and skipping. Sounds good.
Good camera location. You can see the rain or the mist on the lens already, so it is damp underfoot. And as Michael was saying, cars run at minute intervals. Next up, we should have Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson in the Melvin Evans Motorsport Volkswagen Polo GTI R5. And Marion, who won Galway earlier this year, was second in the Cork 20, third in the Clonakilty West Cork Circuit of Ireland, and fourth in Donegal. Retired in the Rally of the Lakes.
And I mean, he was. You can't say he was going to win Cork 20, but he was having a good go at it, Sav, when the final stage was red flag due to
Here we go.
deemed a historic part. I think he got a bit touch of understeer there, which caught him unawares by the looks of it.
Are you running the clock?
We're too close to the start. I mean, we're literally only 500 yards from the start, so...
Cameraman doing a good job, keep it clear. So next up we should have in the VW Polo GTI R5 is an ex-Minty Motorsport car from South Africa. Josh got it this time last year. Now McShay helped set it up, but it's a car for Callum that has proved very, very successful this year. A man that has won the Celtic Rally Trophy in 2019, the junior title in 2017. This year he's won Donegal, the Lakes, Circuit of Ireland, Midland Moto, Cork 20 and Hellfire. So, I mean, it is Callum's year. He is definitely on a roll.
Yeah, well, that was some race he had last weekend on the ALMC Hellfire. And here is Callum. Left foot braking, so you see the lights going on, but the car's still accelerating. As I say, most of them are going out of shot on 2 or 3 seconds, so as I say, we're probably just a little bit too close to the start. One of the things, obviously, we have there's a bit more to go on the British Rally Championship, but we're primarily here to look at the ITRC, the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship, and Callum's in the pound seats. He is the one that has the least to do this weekend, Sav. Apparently, if he finishes 4th or better, he wins the championship. Because with 1.5 points counting for this rally, which is a championship regulation that has always applied to the final round. And here's Josh. He's not messing about.
And I noticed his car's not moving about as much as some of the crews that have been through before.
Yeah.
And he looked quick.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he's already a couple of seconds up. So
It's going to be interesting.
there's me saying that this stage may not suit Josh's flamboyant style. Well, it was suiting him there for sure. So Fermo and Evans are a third of the way into the stage. And just up next, we should have Johnny Greer. Now, Johnny had a bit of a tumble earlier this year on the Rally of the Lakes, quite a dramatic accident at the end of Moll's Gap, and he's building his confidence back up. And again, these stages should suit Johnny today.
Johnny with Niall Burns. Johnny, 34 years of age, now 33. Of course, Niall won a plethora of titles last year.
With Gary Pearson, who's doing the Ulster Rally for the first time today. Yep. Gary making the trip over from Scotland. Nice driver. Be very interesting to see how he gets on. Live results. I'm just looking at my computer. Now, we're not expecting any results in for probably another 10 minutes or so. This stage is approximately 8.15 miles long. On dry conditions, Zav, they should be doing this stage in just over 6.5 minutes. Under these conditions, with the hybrid tyre, I suspect it'll be about 7 minutes, just over 7 minutes to do the stage.
Next up should be Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble in the C3 Rally 2. Here we go. And Robert in action last weekend at Knockhill in the Legends race, where unfortunately coming together with a competitor meant he didn't win the title, but Robert has been contesting the Legends Championship throughout this year. 6th in Cork, 2nd overall in the Rally of the Lakes, and his first event that I'm aware of was the Carlow Rally Sprint back in 2008 in his dad's Focus World Rally car, the ex-Marco Martin car that Michael Barrable campaigned to such success.
Next up should be Catherine McCourt. Catherine started the championship off really, really well.
We've a comment. Oh, this is me by day. We've a comment from Thomas McGlinchey, who says, "Even just watching this online makes me want to put on a coat."
Very good.
Well done, Thomas. So Cahan giving it plenty as he makes his way now up through over the top of the stage.
Dino Sullivan slotting into co-drive at the last minute, which then we should have Desi Henry and Paddy Robinson up next. Cahan's been a bit of a role recently. He won the Down Rally a couple of weeks ago against some fierce opposition, including Johnny Greer. Very impressive drive. If he can bring it all together, I suspect we'll be getting a couple of fastest times.
So a good idea of the conditions as you look down through the narrow banks, and you can see where the hedges have been trimmed. Farmers are allowed to trim hedges now at the moment. Here we go. Desi Henry, sell your car to Jack's sponsorship.
Again, Desi has had a couple of nice runs recently. Another potential dark horse. He was a late entry for ALMC last weekend, decided the week of the rally to go and do it, and ended up finishing second, which was a very, very morally, a very self-assured drive, which after his bad luck earlier this year, he sort of needed some good luck salve.
It was a great battle between them.
2 seconds in the end.
Yeah, it really was.
Him and Callum, obviously.
Yeah, it
so
was a great ding-dong between them.
It should be James Ford now. Withdrawals, one of the withdrawals we've had was Ewan Thorburn, and there's the first of the times in. Adrian Fermo, 7 minutes, 13.9 seconds. I reckon just over 7 minutes.
James Ford through.
And again, James had some run in Cork, consistently 4th fastest on the rally. Dropped to 5th just going into the last couple of stages.
He's been improving every event this year,
He's really, I think he's probably the
most improved.
The most improved.
Yeah,
rider
I
of
would
the front
agree.
runners,
I
absolutely.
would totally agree with you. So, just keeping an eye on social media. If you want to get in touch, we're live on Facebook and live on YouTube. Kevin O'Driscoll says, greeting guys on a very wet and wild location 2 on stage 1. John Bob is parked up on stage 2, and Ricky Clee says, my favourite conditions for any motorsport and the very best for rallying. And I think you would certainly. Here we go. This is Gary Pearson with former Works co-driver Daniel Barrett. Daniel, who was sitting with Taka on the World Rally Championship in the Toyota Yaris WR1 car, but then he had an injury there and took some time out, but is back with Gary in the Melvin Evans Motorsport Run Polo GTI R5. And next up should be Jason Mitchell, Paddy McCrudden, also in a Polo.
Second times are in. Colin Devine, 7:19.7, 5.8 seconds behind Adrian Fermot, and Marion Evans, 7:21.5. So he's 7.6 behind, but the front-running Tarmac Championship guys, only 2 seconds separating them. Here we go again, Sav.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, we were enthralled with what was going on in Cork, and you know, we'd love to have seen it run for another 10 stages. Never named the ones it had, because the battle was excellent. So Jason Mitchell, Paddy McCrudden here. But I think Michael, looking at those first 3 stage times, what we said was fairly accurate, in that there you have Adrian Fermot, loads of stage time this year, and 3 seconds odd quicker than Josh. And Josh has just whacked in a 7:17.5.
Put him second overall at 2 seconds, 2.2 seconds up on Callum. 3.6 down on Fermot. So Fermot has done a good job on this opening stage. He'll want to get a feel for it, I'm sure, but I'm not surprised that he's fastest, Sav, but I'm equally not surprised that the Tarmac Championship guys are as close as what they are.
And I'm not trying to claim credit here where it's not due, but I actually said to you, I thought Josh did look fastest. Now I know
he did.
A snapshot in the stage isn't it, but I just thought he looked quicker. Here we go. We
Should
have
be
Darren Gass, yeah.
Now Darren could be a bit of a dark horse.
No, that was Ryan Loughran, Thomas Murphy.
And another driver who impressed in Cork 20.
Yeah. Ryan has progressively got better since he kind of parted company with the Escort, and has dialed himself in. He was impressive, got quicker as the event went on in Cork. But next up we should see Darren Gass and Barney McNulty.
Darren, a former Pirelli star driver, should have had a few Tarmac Championship wins under his belt, but bad luck, struck a few times.
And of course, the Gass family, no stranger to motorsport, because this weekend sees his dad Morris out on an Escort. That'll be some crack.
There's something that I didn't see coming. Johnny Greer, second fastest, 7:15.5, only 1.6 seconds slower than Fermot. Johnny's got his mojo back.
Well, in fairness, you said the conditions would suit him.
Yep.
Darren through there with Barry McNulty. Barry, of course, has co-driven the likes of Gary Jennings and a few others. Up next should be Joe McGonigal and Kieran Geeney in their C3 Rally 2.
Nice driver, Joe.
Yeah, steady, you know.
Good little team. Maxwell based. Joe owns a big petrol station in the village of Muff, just over the border in County Donegal, and has recently opened a new bar restaurant. Apparently it's a great spot.
Joe's last outing was the carried off forklift down rally. Himself and Kieran finished 6th, 5th in class 10. So Robert Variable in on a 7:26.3.
There we go. Cahan McCourt, second fastest. My goodness, It's not often we see Marion Evans and Callum Devine in 5th and 6th respectively, is it?
No, it's not, but I tell you what, we had spoken about it quite a few times in the past when it came to Cahan McCourt, because we'd seen Cahan so close on so many occasions. But I mean, he did carried a forklift down rally and he won that, and he won it well.
Yep.
And a lot of rallying is mental.
Against good opposition.
Once you get your first win,
yep,
then you know you can do it.
Well, he's won in forestry now.
Yeah.
You forget he was the 2019 forestry champion off the top of my head.
He was.
And in Ireland now, the Irish Forestry Championship, which is pretty competitive. So Stuart Biggerstaff.
Kevin O'Driscoll let us know that James Ford spun, probably about 15 seconds lost.
Somebody saying, what a time for Cahan. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, now Johnny Greer
Totally agree.
had a good time. And actually, if you look at Cahan's time, 7:14.2, Johnny's 7:15.5, it's nothing. It really is nothing.
Yeah, very close, very tight.
So Stuart is through. Alan Carmichael, the current British national rally champion, Ballymena, Northern Ireland home rally. But you're about as far south as you can get in County Down here, aren't you?
More or less. There's Alan Carmichael.
And he has a new Hyundai on its way, the latest model, so I think he'll be one of the first ones, which is a Rally 2 car, I believe.
Next up, we should see Neil Roskill and Rob Fagg. Rob from the Isle of Man in their Ford Fiesta Rally 2.
I'd be very interested to see how Neil gets on. He's had some good results this year. He was second in Argyll earlier in the year.
So crews now making their way back towards Newry again and down towards Banbridge, or up towards Banbridge if you're looking on the map.
Yep, I would
where
say
they will tackle 8.03 miles of Banbridge North 1. That's due to kick off at just after 4:30.
Yeah, James Ford's time is in at 7:52.6. He lost more than 20 seconds with that spin. We know James is capable of matching Robert Barrable and not far behind Marion Evans. So to drop, that's 30 seconds he's dropped to Marion Evans. So that was a time-consuming error from James.
May well be in those conditions, Michael. He's had more than just the one spin. You know.
Could possibly, yep. I mean, we know this is a tricky stage. At the moment, everybody's through safe and well.
Yeah, we've got Mark Brown watching from Plymouth. So thanks for joining us. We'll try and keep you informed.
Gary Pearson's in 7:56.2. I wonder, does Gary have a problem as well? Because we know Gary, but then it's his first time on the Ulster Rally. So here's the Mark II. Young Mr. Toner struggling to get grip. Of course, Damien had. Where was he off at the first stage on the Ulster Rally last year? Was he 4th or 3rd?
Yeah.
It was an amazing drive he had over Slieve Gullion, if I remember rightly.
So, next up, the Toyota started of Jason Black and Carl Egan.
Jason's had a good tarmac championship so far this year. Due a win, it's going to come soon.
So
didn't go to Cork 2 weeks ago, long drive from County Armagh, but now we're not a million miles from his home territory here.
No, very close. She'd have just over 32 total stage mile this evening in the first leg, and then around 65 miles tomorrow, which is 2 laps of 3 stages. As interview, Jason Black, Carl Egan, Bath Shack on the side of the corpus. Bath Shack, terrific sponsors of quite a few involved in rally, and most notably Frank Kelly.
Bass Shack owner is Connor Dunlop, who's actually sitting with Jason's brother, Gareth, who'll be along in about 10 cars' time, running 34th on the road today.
So, leading crews through stage 1, Adrian Formeau and Alexandra Correa on a 7:13.9. 0.3 of a second behind is Cahill McCourt, Dean O'Sullivan. Johnny Greer and Niall Burns hold third, 1.6 seconds further back. Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes hold fourth, while Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan hold
Here's the BMW
fifth.
Of Marty Turner.
As retirement for main changes, and Ryan Loughran knocks in a 7:18
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. She is one twitchy car today.
She is, isn't she?
BMW is not behaving itself. That was sublime car control there from Marty Toner. Ben Taggart sitting alongside. Good pairing, those two.
Yep. Cracking time from Ryan Loughran there. Darren Gass, good time.
Yeah.
Set the same time as Callum Devine. Both of them setting 7:19.7, 7 minutes 19.7 seconds.
When it's all shaken up here, the one who's going to be disappointed with all this is Marion Evans, I suspect. I know it's only a handful of seconds, but Camillus Bradley and Crawford Henderson, Camillus being quite cautious. Again, the Mark II struggling to get the grip. Crews at the start talking to Tony, and as they said themselves, you know, it wasn't raining in the service area, and this is only about 3 miles from the service area to the start of this stage.
Yeah.
Not much. Not very far.
Really?
Yeah.
As the crow flies.
Yeah. Oh, if you go by road, it's all over the place.
Yeah, it's about 25 miles.
You have to go along the dual carriageway, almost to Warren Point, and then turn left and come back on yourself and go up to the Burren, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then you turn right into the stage.
So
now, it's a different matter getting up to the Banbridge stage now. It's a bit of a road section to it.
Yeah, it's all dual carriageway. So happy days.
Yeah.
This is Sean Devine and Elaine Nache in the Fiesta R5.
Former Northern Ireland champion. Took a few years out. Nice to see him back.
Up next, Conor McCrossan, Martin Brady. Martin, who lives in Galway and has been away for a bit of a holiday, also co-drives for Seamus Burke in a lot of the American events, a lot of the ARA events, where the Irish competitors are very prominent in the American Rally Association Championship.
Now we're into what we call the national runners, the two-wheel drive cars. So it's a different class structure this weekend. That we would have historically spoke about class 14 on the other rounds of the Tarmac Championship and under Motorsport Ireland rules. And here's the Fiesta. Fiesta Rally 2 car. Conor also, I think, had a Super 2000 car previously. So he's no stranger to these four-wheel drive cars. Yeah, I was going to say, Sab, we have different class names. So the class 14 cars, like Damien Toner and Camillus, are in class National 7 this weekend. Interesting that Sean Devine, Conor McCrossan, they're all running in the national part of the rally, and even though they have homologated modern R5 cars. So Liam McMullen up next in his R5, and he's running in the international part of the rally in the RC2 class. Be very interesting to see how Liam gets on this weekend.
Yeah. Liam McMullen, Patrick Durning.
Ollie Benton's at the start of the stage. Ollie was on course to have a final stage battle in Cork 20, only for that to be cut short after the organisers had no choice but to pull the last stage when it was deemed that one of the historic cars was just in a dodgy enough place that they felt that the R5 cars would be just approaching a bit too fast. So the clerk, of course, had to make the very difficult decision of pulling the stage.
They had no luck, the organisers, they really didn't.
It did go, it didn't go
really
their
didn't.
way. Sometimes you can get the rub of the green, don't you say? But here's Ollie Benton, and so Ollie's running in Class 6 this weekend. It's the 2-litre Escort class. I think he's got a big battle on his hands with the next man up, John Devlin and John McCarthy.
John hasn't done an awful lot of rallying this year, was 5th in class on the circuit, retired in the Manx, and John is a very, very extremely good pilot from Lochbrickland. John McCarthy from Dublin, and of course John Devlin is the UK Asphalt B11 champion from 2019, also the Northern Ireland two-wheel drive champion in 2019, and was the modified Irish tarmac champion back in 2017. But moved from his much loved Sunbeam.
Very popular in the Sunbeam, wasn't
Yeah, hasn't been in the Sunbeam now for probably 4 years, but was very loyal to the Sunbeam for a long, long time. John's rallying career heads back as far
Cars
as
all over the
2002.
place. Well, actually, I met him this morning in the service area, and he said to me, he did part of this stage as part of a road rally in 1980. I said, John, you have some memory. How can you? Well, he said, it's the sort of thing you don't forget. It was my first event. And he said, we used this bit of road on a navigation rally.
Yeah, in Urian District Motor Club. I mean, they ran some superb events. Night navigation. I remember the likes of, Paul Burnett, Paul Cartmill, Jim Ferguson, all out night
You have
navigating.
some memories of. Fair play to you.
And, many's the navigator. And of course, there's that famous one of Trevor Agnew on one of the events run by Dungannon Motor Club.
Yep.
A very youthful Trevor Agnew.
So I mentioned earlier Gareth Black. Gareth should be up next in the 2-litre Starlet.
Bit unlucky, Donegal ended up super rallying and was 5th in class on the Rally of the Lakes. That's him making his way through. Gareth Black, Conor Dunlop, as Michael said. Up next.
Actually, it's probably, under these conditions, probably the 2-litre cars are a bit more manageable than the 2.4s and the 2.5s.
You can see the low cloud has certainly come in now. It really has, and
it's definitely going to get dark early tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, the hills we could see a little while ago, we're not seeing them at the moment. Just keeping an eye on our social media channels, and Mary Savage is watching in, saying she's enjoying it all. That's good. So I was saying earlier, crews now making their way towards Banbridge, where they will do Banbridge North 1. They then return to the town for a regroup at the old council offices on down at the bottom of Downshire Place.
Johnny Cargo. Oh, Johnny. You got away with that.
He did.
You got away with it. Lucky man.
That's what they call an attention getter. It looks like he's determined to throw it off somewhere, doesn't he?
Stay with her, Johnny. I can feel a song coming on.
Yeah. Johnny Cargo and Stephen Jess through there. Next up, one of our regular visitors, and lovely to see him across, Wayne Sisson and Peredur Davies in the Mitsubishi Lancer. Wayne has been coming over to the island north and south on quite a regular basis, and like a lot of our visitors, loves the unique nature of Irish tarmac, loves the way the organisers run events, loves the hospitality.
Good competitor.
So lovely to see Wayne and his team over. Wayne, who finished 5th in class 10 on the Dunoon Presents the Argyll Rally. Here we go. 5th overall on the Manx National, or the Manx Rally, Asphalt Round.
Ricky Clay has said, has the cameraman got more than one hanky, I hope? Fair play to the cameraman and to the marshals and everybody standing out. I know it's not cold today, but boy, is it damp and miserable.
Next up, a guest we've had in here in the studio a couple of times to give us an update on his competitive history himself, Kyle White and Sean Topping in the Peugeot 208. This would be Kyle's local event. And of course,
well, Sean comes from Banbridge. Kyle's from Belfast, so it's very much his co-driver's local event. And in fact, I'm pretty sure Charlene, his lovely wife, remember when we had a regroup in, was it 2019 in Banbridge? I just happened to go to the regroup and Sean was there and the family and the kids and the pushchairs.
Oh, listen.
So brilliant, yeah.
Banbridge has been, I've had the regroup there, Banbridge has been very, very busy.
Yeah.
The likes of the Rose Hip and that in the town get great business in the evening.
Now, the RC4 cars today will be running in the RC4 class, and now we have a whole bunch of them, and this to me is all the young, up-and-coming, young hotshots, as we might call them. Kyle McBride, hopefully, is up next. Kyle White has been doing the British Rally Championship, and actually has been doing very well in it. Surprised a few people. We know that ultimately, just a few seconds separate these guys. Very, very competitive class. Very, very competitive young men, most of them.
I wonder what Casey J. Coleman and Lachlan Moore had decided if they're going to do the event under Irish tarmac rules or British Championship rules.
What's the difference, Sam?
I think you have to select, you have to nominate.
Well, they're doing both championships, aren't they?
So they had mentioned that. But we had a great battle in Cork for the RC4s through their Kyle McBride and Liam McIntyre in their Motorsport Ireland Rally Academy version. Nice to see Johan Lloyd back out again with Sean Williams in their version. It's the next car due up.
They won the category in Cork 2 weeks ago. In fact, they dominated. If the truth be known, from stage one, they got into the lead and they never looked back. Really, really impressive drive. Not a mark on the car, and the Peugeot, I don't know, it seems to sit high compared to the Fiesta, but it's a very, very effective bit of kit, obviously.
Yeah, it's a very effective weapon. And of course the modern Tyres Ulster Rally, a rally steeped in history, way back 1976, Cathal Curley and Austin Fraser won that event. Sounds like he has maybe this far. It could be the way they're running.
Yep, it could be electronics and some form of traction control. The first of the two-wheel drive cars are in. Interestingly, Jason Black looks like, to me, he's the fastest two-wheel drive so far. Where are we? Jason Black has slotted into 14th overall in a 7:47.1. Marty Taggart, 18th overall, 7:57.7, which is 10.1 seconds down. Damien Toner, 8:09.3. Camillus Bradley, 8:26.9, puts him into 24th. So already the modified cars, the Class 9 and Class 7 cars. Casey J. Coleman.
Yep, sure way forklifts. Casey gaining valuable experience at every event he does. And
yeah, they're coming thick and fast for him at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean,
he's gaining a lot of experience, which is fantastic for him.
So second in class RC4 on the Cork 20, and fourth in class 2 in the Amachilli mini stages, for example. So up next should be Shane Quinn, the 20-year-old who did the Cork 20 and retired, and was the second in class RC4 in Donegal along with Patrick Brides. But yeah, I looked down the roll of honour, the likes of Derek Boyd, John Taylor, Penty Auricola, Desi McCartney, Jimmy McRae all have their names on the on the winners list.
A few withdrawals from this bunch of cars. People may be looking at the original entry list and wonder, where's Eddie Doherty, who should have been running with car 27. Eddie didn't need to come. He's sewn up the modified championship on ITC. So John Gordon, I'm not quite sure. I know that Johnny Mulholland was supposed to be running between Casey J. Coleman, and he's got car problems. And
Engine issues, I think it was.
Engine was hurt, yeah. And Joseph Kelly and Ronan Comerford have also withdrawn, who should have been up next after Shane Quinn, who we've just seen through.
Jackie Anderson says he's watching from Hamilton's Bond, but he's heading to stage 2 imminently to catch it this evening.
Good man, Jackie.
Next up should be Chris Ford and Neil Coleman in their Citroen C3 Rally 2. Chris, a regular visitor here, was 13th in Class RC2 back on the Cork 20. Retired on both the Jim Clark and Dunoon. There he goes, just going through now.
So, of course, two brothers, the two-car team, with backing from Sligo Pallets. Very distinctive looking cars.
Next up we should have Gordon Cunningham and Stuart McManus in their Evo 7. Gordon did do the Manx earlier this year, but retired and did the East Riding Stages Rally where they finished 37th, so only a few starts for Gordon Cunningham and Stuart McManus this year.
There was a nice graphic with the top 5 overall. Formeau, McCourt, Greer, Moffat, Loughran. Interesting Class 6, the two leading Class 6 drivers in, Ollie Benton, 806.9, 19th overall, and John Devlin, 809.0. So that's very, very close between those two guys. There's the distinctive Evo. Gordon Cunningham.
Now, a couple of title winners due up next, Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver. They've been impressive all year, both of them, Michael, haven't they?
Yeah. Very impressive.
Part of the Synergy Motorsport Engineering Irish Tarmac Historic Rally Championship.
One of the other competitors, historic David Williams, who won a couple of rounds earlier in the year, decided not to go to Cork and he was going off on his holidays this weekend, so he phoned me about something the other day, and it's really interesting. They're saving their pennies and they're off to do the Corsica Historic. Now, oh, very nice. Nice bit of driving there, Duncan.
Yeah. Asla McMullen is watching from Larne. I can actually hear from the camera, the sound on the cameraman's camera, as it were. I can hear the rain getting heavier. And you can see that the breeze is still very, very strong. We're probably about 25 minutes or so, maybe slightly more, before stage 2 goes live.
First car due at 16:33.
That's 8.03 miles of Banbridge North. And you can see the temperature 15 degrees. And Mickey Conlon and Donald Lennon running 38th on the road. N5, Class N5 Escort. Gareth Daisley and Simon Rogers in the Ford Fiesta should be up next. And the R200 Fiesta, they were previously on the Carried a Forklift Down Rally where they won their class 4. Did the tour of the Sperrins and won their class, and again at the Jennings Fields Mayday stages won his class again. So Gareth, quite capable pilot.
Yeah. A few years ago he was in line for junior awards, made a very big impression on quite a few people. Nice young man. Did the British Championship. man's toggle flying about in the wind.
So up next we should have Kevin Quinn and Michael Laverty in Class N6 Escort.
So that's 2-litre multi-valve, I think. That's as opposed to the 2-litre Pinto engine cars. Yep, Kevin should be with us imminently.
Cameraman, you can see there where the cloud is low. So Kevin Quinn and Michael Laverty through. Up next should be Shane Cullen and Phil Mitchell in their N7 version.
So we've the first of the RC4 cars in, and it looks like Kyle White has stolen a narrow lead from Kyle McBride, 8:13.9. Who's that's just come in with a nice time? Wayne Sisson. Right, okay. No, I thought I needed to look carefully. Wow, what a time from Owen Lloyd. 8:08.5. Goodness me, that's he's taken a right chunk out of the boys there.
Sounds like he's carrying on from where he left off in Cork,
yep.
Because he really did show them the way home.
So what I was saying there for 8:08.5 as opposed to 8:13.9 for Kyle White. Goodness me, that's a nice start, isn't it?
Shane Cullen.
Yep.
Second event this year. Previously did the PRM and RPM Motorsport Lock All stages. 6th in Class 7 for them. Should have Adrian Grant and Olivia Chambers.
Or Olivia Coleman. I know her ass.
So we're just going to show Johnny Cargo running a little bit wide earlier on while we have a gap, and you can see
she's just locked up and big understeer. You don't get away with too many like that.
No, you don't. You can only push your luck so far. So next live on stage should be Adrian Grant and Olivia Chambers. That's them through. We're 4th in Class 7 on the carried off forklift rally, and had a bit of an off on the Sperrins, but we're 5th in Class 7 on this year's Go Power Tour of the Sperrins.
Yeah, Olivier Coulter, that's what I was wrong there. I know her as Olivier Coulter.
So next up, Scott Singleton and Dylan Wilson. Scott over sort of between Market Hill and Newry direction, son of Willie Singleton, who campaigned the DLR Furniture Mark II Escort many moons ago.
DLR Furniture, how do you remember that, Sav?
I just do. I don't know why.
I always really...
It's something I get special help for.
Well, when we were kids, this I don't want this to sound derogatory, but I loved Willie's driving. He was sideways everywhere.
Yeah.
To the point that brothers and I, we used to call him Willie Make It.
Yeah, Scott's been out a few times earlier this year. 7th in Class 7 on the PRM Group and RPM Motorsport Lock All stages. 6th in Class 7 on the Go Power Tour of the Sperrins. So I would think Scott was very in tune with the conditions in the area. Next up should be Chris McGurk and Mark McGeehan in their Ford Fiesta Rally 2.
Rally 2 car as opposed to an R5, that's interesting, yeah. Chris has been around a while, done a lot of rallies, very much out for a bit of fun. Mark McGeehan of the McGeehan Motorsport.
That's him through. Was 11th in Class 10 on the Sperrins and 14th overall in the Maiden City earlier in the year. mechanical issues bringing his event to a premature halt on the Circuit of Ireland. Next up will be Stevie Armstrong and Philip Armstrong.
In their Class N5 Escort.
Shout out to our cameraman getting absolutely soaked.
Stephen Armstrong won his class in Lochgall a few weeks ago. Lochgall, run by North Armagh Motor Club, had the privilege of running a closed road rally as well as in the park. Stephen, part of the Armstrong dynasty from this neck of the woods, so the whole family are rally mad. They all compete, co-driving, driving. So Conor McCrossan's in, Chris Ford, Johnny Cargo. Casey J. Coleman, he's 8:32.5. Casey J must have had a little problem in the stage. We'll see when we find out what that was all about. He's dropped 30 seconds to Kyle McBride and Kyle White. Never mind 40 seconds to Owen Lloyd. That's the RC4 class we're talking about.
Now, if you tend to stay with us for the next few hours, just so that you know what our plans are, we will be going live to stage 2 somewhere around 4:30. There is a regroup and technical zone taking place in Banbridge at 5 o'clock for all the crews as car number 57, Philip Hamilton and Joe Comerford make their way through, before they then make their way back to Newry and due into service at Modern Tyres complex in the Carnbean, just off the Carnbean Industrial Estate. They're due in at 20 to 6. So our plan is to continue with stage 2 right until Tony Kelly goes live at about 20 to 6 at the Modern Tyres massive new complex, amazing place, very, very impressive in Newry, where they have quite a substantial bit of service time before they head out for the evening stages. As Michael explained earlier, to give all the crews a chance to run in relative darkness before they repeat the stages we'll have seen this afternoon.
Couple of withdrawals just in this little pocket of the rally. Jerry Armstrong's withdrawn, and Quinton Park, who should have been running next on the road, both in their escorts. And another withdrawal, Simon Gordon and John Henderson. So that should have been Fergal McGuigan.
And Michael Moore. Further down, as Michael says, Simon Gordon, car 64 withdrawn. Arnold Lutton, car number 93 was a withdrawal as well.
So next up we have a bit of a talking point, a bit of a man in the moment. Trevor Wilson made the switch from his historic Porsche to the Mark II Escort, and ultimately has been a bit of a dark horse in the historic part of the Tarmac Championship. Okay, that's been sewn up at the moment. The Synergy Motorsports backed part of the championship by Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver, but Trevor's really been going nicely this year.
Third historic in Donegal, and drove very, very well in Cork, very consistent.
And he was getting a bit tail happy there, car getting away from him.
So Davy Armstrong and Ashley Trimble in their H3 historic Escort will be next up for us.
Another part of the Armstrong dynasty. Ashley Trimble co-driving.
Did the Midland Moto stages earlier in the year and were second in Class 18.
We were talking about the historics. I have a feeling maybe Duncan Williams has stopped in the stage, not far from our camera position, just up the road.
So here we go, Davy Armstrong here.
Nice driver.
And some of the more astute of you may have noticed that we haven't mentioned our producer, helper Andrew Bush, today so far, and that's because he's not here. But he will
where
be,
is he?
He will be on screen imminently in his Vauxhall Chevette HSR, along with Ivor Lamont co-driving. Was out earlier this year and finished second in Class 1 on the Cardiff Forklift Down Rally. This is the second event a year. A few teething troubles with the car last year, but has it up and running. And
A few engine problems really did cause them a bit of consternation, didn't it?
it did. But we should see Andrew up shortly. Andrew sometimes is our go-to man for bits of news, bits of trivia, everything else.
Same ones. There we go, Andrew. Andrew's a very nice, tidy driver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very accomplished pilot. First event was way back in 1996 in a 6R4.
His dad's 6R4.
Yeah.
What a way to start your rallying, eh?
I mean, isn't it? The next event was 1999 with Malcolm Thompson in a Nova. So
he really made his name in those little pocket rocket Citroens, didn't he?
yeah.
Andrew has an encyclopedic knowledge of rallying. If you ever want to know anything, ask Andrew Bush. I'm just checking a few times to see if there's nothing untoward.
So Niall Carey and Kieran Carey should have been up next. Car 63. Andy Johnson, Jim McSherry.
Yep. This is one of his. Andy obviously has an eclectic collection of cars, some very, very beautiful cars in the family. But I believe his original HSR Chevette has just become too valuable to be rallying on the stages. So this is a newly built historic Chevette, well, reasonably new, that Andy's out this weekend. Another interesting car up next, a modern car, the BMW Compact of Niall Carey. And we know that they're a very effective bit of kit. Marty Toner is currently 18th overall in his version. Just behind Gary Pearson in an R5 car. The BMW just struggling for grip a wee bit.
11th in Class 7 on the Loughgall stages. 6th in class on the Tour of the Sperrins, and Maiden City were 7th in class for Niall Carey and Kieran. Niall and Kieran Carey. Next up, we should have Harry and Chris Johnson in the 325 E30. They have 13th in Class 7 on the Tour of the Sperrins and on the Circuit of Ireland earlier in the year. 12th in Class 7.
Yeah, still a Class 7 car on this rally. Yep, they should be with us imminently. Isn't that a 325i E30? That means it's got a boot, hasn't it?
It has. The M3 E30 has a boot, but it's where they lengthened the rear pillars slightly to allow, because of different windscreen.
Right.
But that's them through. Next up should be Daniel Hamill and Nathan Quinn in a 328 Ti Compact.
I know many, many years ago BMWs were badged as the series and the engine capacity, but they stopped doing that quite a long time ago, didn't they? You know, it was like a 325 E30 in 1985 would have been the 2.5.
Yeah, 3 Series 2.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of did change it a bit. I mean,
So, I mean, it's not a 2.8, is it? A 328 Ti Compact. They
No,
changed the categorizations, didn't
yeah,
they?
they did.
Yeah.
So that should have us having Daniel Hamill and Nathan Quinn. Oh,
Oh dear. Now, I have a feeling they could be stuck. No damage and that's the second car, but they're on the grass now. Yeah, what a shame. And do we have any spectators? But they're trying their best to get out. The problem is the cars are quite low, and it doesn't take much to beach the sump guard.
There's no weight on the back of them.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's nothing to get grip.
This could be a very short rally, guys. I'm really sorry to say. Yeah, disconnect your intercom. Aye. I mean, I think the car is completely undamaged.
So there's Justin McCauley and Dylan Doonan through in their N6 Escort. It looks as though the only other people there is our cameraman.
Yeah. I did see a guy in the field earlier on, but so
next up for us, I think, is Patrick Fitzpatrick and James McEnany in the N3 Escort Mark II. As I can hear in the background, the BMW trying to get traction, but I think Michael could be right. I mean,
it doesn't take much to get her wedged, you know.
It's not far off being beat.
Johnny Cargo got away with it because he kept the momentum going, whereas these guys just went that bit further, and once they're stuck, aren't they?
Yeah, Patrick Fitzpatrick and James McEnany through there. So that takes us up to seated car number 70. Noel Valley and Neil Valley in the Toyota Corolla. They should be with us next. Likewise, they did the RPM Motorsport Lock All Stages, retired there, but did do the Tour of Sperrins, finished 4th in Class 5. And as Daniel Cahan says in Cork, Andrew Bush is like the rally equivalent of Google. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yep. Little Datsun. Or Toyota Corolla, sorry. Old model Toyota Corolla.
Roland Jared Green up next, car number 71. In a Vauxhall Nova, and I see one or two people are saying the sound levels are a bit low on our YouTube outputs, so we'll have a look at that, see if we can cure that for you.
Yep. Guys in production, maybe have a look at that. While the BMW probably fruitlessly tries to get itself extricated. It's a bit of a disappointing for the guys there, and it's a very, very small error. But only 500 yards into the first stage. Here's the Nova. So this is
should be Anthony O'Brien, I think.
Okay. And Sean Devlin in another Corolla.
So as you can see, the weather hasn't changed much, still wet, drizzly.
Yep.
and the visibility in the distance isn't great. Next up, we should have.
I think we should have been here. He should have been with us already. Anthony O'Brien and Sean Devlin.
Also keeping. Hopefully now we'll stay here long enough to see. For me anyway, car number 77, Morris Gass and Trevor Ferguson, because the last time Morris Gass sat in a rally car that I'm aware of was back in 2007 in his Subaru Impreza S6, a car that previously had been driven by Richard Burns and Marco Martin. So for me, seeing Morris back out as car number 72 makes its way through, seeing Morris back out it's really cool.
I think it's cool too, obviously, and Morris we know is a very, very accomplished driver. One of the things that's interesting now, we're getting this into that rollover period now where we're only a few minutes from stage 2 going live. We would like to hang on here for a little while longer and see if we can get a couple of the John Adams and Michael Johnson should be up next in their historic RS 1800.
So just watching now, we're not very far away from
no, we're very close. Yeah,
heading to stage 2.
And we've had a good slice of the action here on the first stage. Unfortunately, so that was John Adams. Unfortunately, just behind our cameraman, our camera position, Daniel Hamill and Nathan Quinn have just slid off the road and got their BMW stuck. You can maybe hear them trying desperately to get it out. And here's a little replay, which our production team, and once again, bonnet flapping, understeer, and we suspect she's just stuck on the sump guard. No damage done. If they can get the car out, you can see it just parked up in a little rise there, Zav.
Yeah.
And the cars are pretty low, set up for tarmac. And once they get away from you like that with racing tyres, not much you can do about it.
So we're going to head straight to stage 2. It's due off at 16:33. And if you weren't with us earlier, car due first on the road is actually Adrian Fromaux.
Yeah, they've had a bit of a switch around. I think
yeah.
Marion Evans has allowed Fromaux to go first in the road, but initially we thought Fromaux really did have a bit of an advantage on the first stage, but it turns out it's very, very close.
Yeah, and I have to be honest, I'm looking forward to this because I, as I said earlier, I really do know the stage very well. I'm just trying to work out exactly where our camera crew is positioned. So they're either positioned
between location 4 and 5 or between location 8 and 9. So we're quite a bit, whichever one we go to, which I'm sure we'll get confirmed which one they're at. And we will be able to use the clock a lot more effectively for this one because
you can see in this stage the diagram on the top left of your picture. The green bit is where the stage starts at the back of the halfway house on the A1 if you know the area, before it loops around through Drumnavady and Ballycross and makes its way back out, and eventually coming back onto the A26 when the crews make their way into Banbridge for a regroup. Now we are staying live with this stage. We will not be at the regroup in Banbridge. It gives us a chance to look at 60 odd cars before we head then to Tony in service. Now, if you're not aware of the schedule, folks, there is rather a long service section in Newry this evening. The cars are due in, they're at 20 to 6 and they leave at 10 past 7. The idea, as Michael explained earlier, is to give crews a fairer crack of running in dusk and dark.
Well, we've had it before where the top crews go in the daylight and the later crews are in the dark, which isn't really that fair. So it's...
If this is where I think it is, it's after a really smooth...
oh, that's fast. Apparently we're between location 8 and 9, which is about 2/3 of the way through the stage.
Well, just before they come down into location 8, that section leading into the left at location 8 is a wide road, Michael. It's one of those really wide double lane. There's a big farm there, big open farm.
Yep.
2 lanes wide and smooth tarmac.
There's not many places like that on the rally, but it's a great. There's so much in this stage. This to me is classic Ulster rally stage. Absolute classic.
And once they go past our location point here, it is really fast, but it is tight and twisty, right until they get to the hairpin at location 9 before they loop back towards the finish. Along here is probably the most open part of the whole stage. We're right at the end of the stage, so it's probably going to be 5 or 10 minutes, I would imagine, certainly close to 7 or 8 minutes before we have anything.
Well, I'm predicting a stage time of 7:50, between 7:50 and 8 minutes under these conditions. Average speed in this stage, it just shows you how technical the stage is. Probably in ideal conditions about 65 miles an hour today, probably 60 miles an hour today, because there's so many junctions.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, we didn't have the stage map up on there, but it's the early part of the stage where I was saying that there are 2 particular downhill right-handers that I know of that are very, very tricky, and I'm just.
So we know that the leading cars are at the start of the stage, and we know that Adrian Furnamo is first car on the road, even though he's car 2. Marianne Evans and Adrian obviously coming to a bit of an arrangement. It seems there's nothing to worry about. Whilst Adrian leads the rally, it's only by 0.3 of a second from Cahan McCourt. Johnny Greer's up next, 1.6 seconds back from the leader. Then Josh Moffat, who had an impressive drive, and that's safety cars going through. Ryan Loughran, once again, Ryan settling into this tarmac championship thing really, really well. Callum Devine, Callum is probably disappointed, as is, I suspect, Marianne Evans. Marianne, last year's winner, is down in 9th. Now, there's nothing separating them. Marianne is 7.6 seconds off the lead after one 8-mile stage, which is absolutely nothing in it. So we've just seen the 0 cars and the spectator control cars. A nice little Impreza going through. So we're probably a couple of minutes off the stage going live. Now, I'm just going to have a recap of the 2-wheel drives. So Jason Black had an absolutely cracking time through the opening stage. He's 10.6 seconds faster than Marty Toner in the BMW. Oliver Benton, Ollie in the 2-litre car, 806.9. Zav and I both agreed that the 2-litre car is probably a slightly more effective bit of kit today, mainly because of the traction and these slippy continues. Now, the weather certainly doesn't seem to be quite as bad as it was down outside Ross Trevor, but the road still looks pretty treacherous. And as I say, we are probably about 6 miles into the stage. Now, who else is impressing? Owen Lloyd is 4th in 2-wheel drives, but he also is leading RC4. John Devlin is a total time of 8:09 dead, and he's 5th 2-wheel drive. Damien Toner, 6th on an 8:09.3. Kyle White, 8:13.9. His yardstick, Owen Lloyd, is quite a bit up the road, 6 or 7 seconds. Then Kyle McBride just behind, less than a sec, or exactly 1 second behind Kyle White. Gareth Black on a total of 8:18.9, and Shane Quinn on 8:19.5. Other notable times just off the 2-wheel drive leaderboard: Camillus Bradley, Fergal McGuigan, Trevor Wilson. Now, we suspected that Duncan Williams had stopped in stage 1, and there's certainly no time for him. With no dramas. It's, I suspect, a mechanical issue not far from where our camera was. So they're reigning our newly crowned Synergy Motorsport Engineering Irish Tarmac historic champions, made all the way the trip all the way from the West Midlands, Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver. And you know, the build up to this rally was quite tough on the competitors because it was a restricted recce, 2 passes only of the stages. You could do a certain amount of stages yesterday up to 9 o'clock last night, and then from early this morning up to lunchtime today you could do, and the BMW is getting pushed. That was from stage 1, so hopefully the guys will get going. It sort of ruined their day a little bit, but I imagine the car's reasonably undamaged if they can get to the end of the stage. Sure, it was 15 minutes ago it probably happened, and that will be cumulatively added to the guys' stage times. With regards, we actually don't have that many historic cars out this weekend, but it already it looks like Trevor Wilson's leading the historics provisionally at the moment. I'll just check the rally score results. So the Ulster Historic Rally, yes, Trevor Wilson is already 30 seconds up the road from David Armstrong with Andy Johnson. Now we've no time in for our own Andrew Bush, which does not bode well because he was running in front of Andy Johnson on the road and after Davy Armstrong. So I'm just going to go and have a wee look. The boys are trying desperately to get the BMW out. Oh dear. Nathan, go on Daniel, push, push, push. Good man. Once these cars get in the grass, there's not much you can do. So I hope our own man Andrew Bush hasn't fallen by the wayside. I'm just going to have a look and see. Yeah, I can see he stopped in stage 1 just after the halfway point. What a shame for Andrew. I'm just saying, Zav, it seems Andrew's fallen by the wayside.
He'd be bitterly disappointed with that.
Yeah.
Because, as we said before, he's had a few issues with the car, and he was quite confident he had them sorted.
As I suspected, Zav, the BMW is completely undamaged. It was just beached on its sump guard. So, look, the boys can take a bit of a lesson from this. Get your helmet on and your balaclava, and
I have a sneaking suspicion that while we took a quick look at stage 2, that maybe our cameraman has helped. Maybe with a bit of a push.
Possibly. So we have an Ulster National Rally going on this weekend, and Jason Black is leading that. So whilst he's leading the 2-wheel drives, he's also leading the National Rally. A bit tighter this time, only 2.7 seconds from Alan Carmichael and Claire Williams. Then it's the 2-wheel drive guys. So Honda Civic with their spot lamps and everything on already.
Leading crews at the start of stage 2. They're not into the stage as yet.
I think that was Nicholas Alcorn just through in the little yellow Honda. Enda McBride should be up next, and Kyle McDade also in a Honda Civic. These are all Class N4 cars. Richard O'Lone, I'm pretty sure, is a withdrawal, Zav. Yeah, we've had it confirmed by our production people that Andrew Bush, one of our own production engineers and sometime presenter, unfortunately has retired on stage 1 in his historic Chevette. Also retired are the newly crowned Tarmac Historic Champions, Duncan Williams and... Okay.
Stage 2 is now live. Adrian Formeau is in the stage. Adrian Formeau and Alexandra Corey leading the event by 0.3 of a second from Cahan McCourt.
Did you expect you'd be saying that? 0.3 of a second from Cahan McCourt?
No, in fairness, I didn't. But I'm delighted to see that
it's so close.
the cream of our rally and is as close to someone of Adrian's stature. I mean,
there's a chap called Gerard Daniel Keehan says Andrew's like the rally equivalent of Google. I could not disagree with you.
No, I totally agree. But it's nice to see that there's only 5 or 6 seconds cover the top 5. So this is where the stage now starts to get very narrow through here. You can see in the distance they do go up that hill in the distance there. before they make their way down towards location 9, which is a very, very tight downhill hairpin right that gets even narrower if it's possible.
We're probably 4 or 5 minutes away from seeing Adrien Fourmeau, the French works Ford driver, having a programme on the British Rally Championship this year in what is effectively a factory entered Fiesta Rally 2 car.
Adrien is on stage, and as I said earlier, part of this stage is up on YouTube under the guise of the late Mark Lovell. There is in-car footage. If any of you remember that British Rally Championship DVD or VHS video they did, where you actually got the pace notes in the VHS, this was the Ballycross stage, and some great in-car footage. But they're making their way down now through Drumnavady to the hairpin on the Ballymoney Road, and of course also was a stage on the Circuit of Ireland. This stage was the opening stage on the Saturday morning of the Circuit of Ireland before the crews would then cross the border. This was the last stage before the trip to the old customs point.
The last version we did of this was 2016 on the Circuit of Ireland, and was this the stage which Idris Elba crashed on? A different version of it.
Different version
of it, but the same neck of the woods.
That where you can see car number 2 coming down to that hairpin right at the bottom of the screen. That is a location that you would have seen the likes of Martin Holmes and Esler Crawford in days of yore taking photographs at the hairpin. So and he's through there. Now this goes uphill through that left and right and climbs even higher uphill before it gets really, really narrow. It's a very fast downhill section into the square left, sort of in the middle of the screen of the picture there.
So the tracking, as you can see on screen, this is the Sport Track system, which uses SIM cards, and it refreshes every few seconds. But one of my concerns here is that possibly Marion Evans is temporarily stopped at the moment.
And that's just
But no, it's okay, he's going again. So you get this refresh problem, and you can see on the screen he's back on course. He's approaching the hairpin now. So then Fourmeau's about to enter the very, very fast bit of section of the stage. I can they'll be with our guys at the cameras very, very soon. I just want to look at a little bit of technical information that I have, which gives me an idea of just how fast they're going or what their speeds are. And before they come to our camera position, it's probably the fastest bit of the stage, but you've already sort of explained that.
It's really fast.
So I'm just showing Zab where they go purple, that's them flat out. So Johnny Greer's now into the stage. I think Adrien Fourmeau is probably about a minute away from our camera point. And I'm not quite sure what's happened with rally score results, but there's a spurious time has just appeared for Marion Evans of 2 minutes and 10 seconds for stage 2, which we know is not possible because Marion is still in the stage, as is Calm Divine. So obviously it could very well be that Fourmeau being...
Here we go, I can hear the background if we're going to go back live.
Okay.
Now that's that. I think that's coming down the road I was saying before they turn square left. That is really fast. And then they will come down to us here where the road begins to narrow, and it narrows even more so when the camera pans away.
People asking where the rally is. Well, the clues in the name here: Banbridge North and Sleeve Row, the first stage this morning. Everything's in 29. Here's Fourmeau. nose are up. One ever so slight dab of the brakes.
Yeah.
Just to settle the car. So he went out of view on about 8 seconds there, just for interest. It suddenly dawned on me, Zav, that the reason I think Fermo is running first in the road is because he's an FIA seated driver.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is an FIA, of course, an FIA event in that it's a round of the European Celtic Cup.
And for those of you watching at the end of the stage, we talk about coming down to our location here just after location 8, and they go to location 9. 9 and 6 are very close together. It's probably 200 metres between where the cars would pass one another on the stage, the way it loops back.
I'm not convinced that Marion Evans is not having problems in this stage. I think the next car we're going to see is Callum Devine, unless the tracking has a bit of a fault on it, but it's indicating that possibly Marion's stopped once and has maybe stopped again, unless you can tell me anything different.
No, I mean, I know the part of the stage that is shown as stopped on, and it is very fast. It starts off after what they call Mullafernahan Crossroads, makes its way down onto the old railway bridge before it loops up through a very fast left, right, left.
Fermo should be into the finish, and hopefully we'll start getting some times. I think maybe Paddy McCullum was doing a little test with the results. So, and there we go. The first time's in for Adrian Fermo. I said just under 8 minutes. It's 7:57.1.
So next up for us, there is a rather large gap here now, but next up for us will be car number 3.
Callum Devine, and he's about to come in the shop.
Yeah.
I'd say he's like 7 or 8 seconds down on Fermo at this point. It's
so I think you're
part of the stage.
I think your summation of
Marion he was
correct.
certainly was stopped. He got going again, and it looks like he stopped again. He's now been passed by Barrable. He's been passed by Greer. He's been passed by Josh. Next up should be Josh. So that was why we had 2 minutes to Callum. It seems that Marion has had a mechanical problem, I suspect, whether he's got a puncture or he stopped to change it. He could get going again. We can only speculate at this point. Ted Johnston's grabbing the odd view between customers. Great coverage again, lads. Yep. Keep cutting the hair, Ted. Continental Barber Shop in Belfast. Good Victoria Street. Josh is about 6 seconds down on Callum. So Johnny Greer had a fabulous time over the first stage. Up next.
I'll get the shits now, you know, Tyler Roll. Nothing worse than it.
Definitely conditions are slightly better than the first stage this morning. Don't think Johnny's far off coming in the picture. And he's on the case. I think second fastest so far, slightly faster than Callum.
Yeah. So leading crews now well and truly into stage 2, Banbridge North 1. Crews make their way from here back into the town, and they have a regroup at the old council offices.
Callum Devine's into the finish.
Before they make their way to Newry. Now we're going to stay live on stage 2.
So I think maybe what the production team are trying to show is, if you can see just before the midpoint, We have James Ford on the screen, but dimmed out, which means he's not moving. When the cars are moving, they're a nice fluorescent green. When they stop, they go into a blue mode, which you can see people at the stage start while they're waiting to go into the stage. So, a time in for Josh, but no time for Callum. Now, we know Callum's completed the stage, and Robert Barrable through.
Robert and Gordy Noble in the Don Buckley run, C3 R2 or C3 R5.
So why no time for Callum, I wonder? Anyway, Josh is in on an 8:15.3, which is 18 seconds slower than Fermo, and now puts him 21 seconds behind.
Arlene Grant is watching what we're doing in Catesbridge and wishing Stuart Bickerstaff all the best for the weekend.
Now, we knew Johnny Greer was having a good run through that stage. 8:06.6, 9.5 seconds slower than Fermo, 11 seconds off the lead. Now, exhaust glowing red.
Cahan McCord, Dean O'Sullivan.
Cahan had a fantastic run over the opening stage, second fastest. He looked to be going quite nicely there. I didn't actually see his time. It sort of passed me by. Desi Henry should be next. I've got a social media post by Eddie C. Evans is reportedly off at location 5. Well, that's possibly what happened.
I don't think he's at location 5. I think he's much further before that.
I think maybe that's where it happened, and that's when he was stopped earlier on, and then he's got the car going again, but it's probably come to nothing. So
Desi Henry through.
Yep. Again, Desi had a nice run over the first stage.
Robert Barrable's in on an 8 minutes 22.4 seconds, and based on those current times so far is slotting into 4th. But at the moment, Johnny Greer is 11.1 seconds behind Formeau, and Cahan McCourt.
And apparently people are still struggling with volume, so maybe the production guys could have a look at that. Desi Henry through. James Ford, we know, had a spin in the first stage, dropped at least 30 seconds to the rally leaders. But we know James consistently in Cork 20 was fourth and 5th fastest consistently throughout the rally.
Cahan McCourt in on an 8 minutes 8 seconds dead, which drops him just behind Johnny Greer on our leaderboard to date.
James Ford, I'd say he's maybe had another, he's certainly dropped 20 or 30 seconds. The badge and fly dude, hello from Barbados. Yes, hello from Barbados. We know that this weekend, just for interest, there's Greg Crozier, who's rallied here a few times in the past, but is the man who runs Rally Barbados. He's made the trip to the Ulster Rally this weekend, and hopefully Tony Kelly might be able to catch up with him when he's got some great stories. So now we've got a time for Callum in, and it wasn't so bad. 8:08.5 puts him 4th. He was 2nd fastest on the stage. Or sorry, he wasn't 2nd fastest, he was 4th fastest on the stage.
Arlene Grant has asked cars will be at the Civic Centre in Banbridge around 5 o'clock. That is correct. So if you make your way down any time now, the leading cars will be in.
Gary Pearson away through. Next up should be Jason Mitchell.
So a shout out to Philip Johnson, who in the past himself is an avid competitor and long-term rally sponsor.
sponsored the Circuit of Ireland last year, if I remember rightly. So Jason Mitchell's due in the shot. Jason moved up the R5 Polo this year after starting out in a Fiesta. Still finding his feet a little bit. Hasn't done as many rallies. Yeah, James Ford in 8:40.3 on that stage. Definitely dropped 40 seconds to the leaders. That's 2 stages in a row, I think. We know he had a spin on the first stage. I suspect he's had something similar on this stage. Ryan Loughran. The live stream's popular in Barbados today.
That's good.
Kurt Thompson. Hiya, Kurt. And he says it sounds perfect watching from Switzerland. Brian Cullinan. Hello, Brian.
Ryan Loughran,
Good day
Thomas
to you.
Murphy up next with us in the Fiesta R5, as you said earlier. Ryan moving, switching from the Escort. Time's getting better and better.
Yeah, 5th fastest on the opening stage. What's he like on this one? Passing at 24. He's about 8 or 9 seconds down on Fermo, but I suspect he's going to slot in about Callum Devine, roughly. Now, we're 2 or 3 minutes off the finish, so Gary Pearson's just got to the finish and Jason Mitchell's approaching it. Darren Gass, we know, had a good run over the first stage. No surprise there, Darren's a class act. He told Tony this is his first time out in this particular car. He hasn't rallied since April this year. He's been doing pretty much the Triton Shires National Rally Championship earlier in the year. But he's a busy man, is Darren. Really good to see him out, and equally good to see his dad out running down the field. Morris.
Gary Pearson through on an 8:32.2 as Darren makes his way through.
And he's not messing about, is
No,
he?
Barry McNulty, a very experienced Barry McNulty. calling the notes.
I think there's a good time coming here from Darren. He's on a mission there. He's not going to be fastest, but he could be 2nd or 3rd fastest. So what was he on the first stage? Darren was 6th fastest on the first stage. I think he stepped it up. He's found another wee bit of mojo for this one. Also indicative how much grip. I mean, there's spray and everything, and we know this is basically a hybrid tyre that certainly Michelin are running today. I'm not quite sure what the Pirelli runners, if they've got a slightly different configuration, but certainly the Michelin is a hybrid tyre. Yeah, Ryan Loughran in on an 8:22.6, 8th fastest and 6th overall. He goes down 1 place. Interesting, Jason Mitchell, 6th fastest overall on the stage, up 4 places into 7th. Jason's definitely getting a hang of the polo the last couple of rallies. So Joe McGonigal. Joe is definitely down on time by my reckoning, and he didn't look as quick as, say, Darren Gass previously. And there's the production team beavering away. Fermo leads Johnny Greer by 11.1 seconds. McCourt a further 11.2 behind. Then Callum Devine and Josh Moffat rounding off the top 5. That could, well, it's not going to change because Darren's in 7th fastest on an 8:18.0, pops him into 6th place, so just off the leaderboard. Josh stays in 5th. I think that'll be it settled now. Zav, what do you reckon? Certainly the top 5.
Well, it's settled for now, but I mean, you know, when we move into the night, will be a different ball game, I think. And it's another sort of challenge to be thrown at the crews.
Yes.
What's frustrating me is I spoke to a couple of people. I was in Uri this morning. Spoke to a couple of people, and I said, just be careful and take care in stage 2.
Yeah.
Now you felt, any stage could catch people out, but even Darren Gass concurred with you that there are elements in every stage that would catch you out if you're not paying attention.
You've got to be super on the ball in this rally. It's
Yeah.
always been the same. That's why it's such a popular event with the competitors, because it's such a big challenge these stages.
Well, I remember years ago, sort of mid-80s, when it started in Craigavon, it was the Belfast Telegraph Ulster, and it ran through the night and then through the next day and finished sort of 24 hours later back in Belfast as Alan Carmichael in the higher coat national Hyundai R5 makes his way through.
And prior to that, we had Stuart Biggerstaff, and I noticed somebody saying Samuel Johnston wishing Stuart Biggerstaff good luck. But Arlene Grant is watching from Cape Bridge, and she's supporting Stuart Biggerstaff from Dramara, which is just down the road. Actually, I always think of Stuart as from Kinallen. So there you are now. John McElroy, the former editor of Autosport magazine, always made sure that we said it was Kinallen. Dennis Biggerstaff always came from Kinallen. Make sure you get Kinallen in.
Yeah, that'd be John.
Going nicely. Neil Roskell. I think Neil finished second in Argyll earlier this year. So now we start getting the first of the modified guys. Damien Toner up next. Then Jason Black, who's leading the two-wheel drives and also leading the national rally. Alan Carmichael's just been through. He was second in the national rally. Bottom end of the top 10, we've done up to Darren Gass. Darren's in 6th overall. Ryan Loughran slots into 7th. Jason Mitchell up 3 places into 8th. Desi Henry dropped a place to 9th, but Robert Barrable stays level in 10th. Then it's Joe McGonigal, Gary Pearson, James Ford, and Stuart Biggerstaff. Stuart was an 8:35.1 as opposed to James Ford, 8:40.3. That'll be his next target, I think, for Stuart. And Mr. Toner giving it full beans and opposite lock in the 2.4 Escort. Jason Black was leading. Now, there wasn't much in it. And you see every corner's a challenge in a two-wheel drive car today. Jason should be with us in just a second. Oh. I think he's about a second up on Damien there, so not much in it.
Next up, we should have Marty Toner and Ben Taggart in the BMW M1M. This in the opening stage was quite a handful over and past our cameraman, where the location was shortly after the start of the stage. So 7 minutes past 5 crews now making their way into Banbridge for a quick regroup before they then head back up the road to Uri and to the Modern Tyres complex in the Caribbean Industrial Estate. Massive new complex there with a lot of investment and quite an amazing place. Excellent service park, and of course Modern Tyres available throughout the north of Ireland with
and
depots.
the south of Ireland.
Yeah, and the south, yeah.
They've really expanded. Rory Byrne, one of the family, but Rory would really be the front man of the family of Modern Tyres. They bought another tyre chain there about 2016, 2017. Listen to the BMW. Very good.
But yeah, up at their place this morning, inside it, I mean, you could have. I was looking and sort of quickly working out. You could have had 7 or 8 full-size 11-a-side football matches
It's a big place,
inside the
isn't it? Yeah.
warehouse or just the unit. I mean, a huge place.
Of course, they've built a new place down at the docks in Belfast as well, next to the Cash and Carry. If you were going to the Liverpool or the Stena boat, you would sort of go past it. So we should have Camillus Bradley. Camillus quite steady on the first stage, but conditions really were tricky. Camillus was 32nd after the first stage. Crawford Henderson co-driving. Crawford's first rally, I think, was 1984.
So you can see there where the rain has stayed away predominantly here, but the road still damp from earlier.
Wiper on though, that's interesting, and there's spray, but Camillus with the wipers on.
Class N7 for Camillus and Crawford Henderson. Up next should be Sean Devine and Elaine Lachey in the Fiesta R5. So won't be long until Sean is with us. He's on that long straight I was talking about, which is very wide and very fast, through a couple of farms that sort of use both sides of the road to utilise and access barns. Here we go.
He likes that colour blue. Remember, he always, the Subarus were beautiful, beautifully turned out. Had a lot of success in the mid-2000s when the Subaru front runner in the Northern Ireland Championship. Quite a few outright wins, lots of stage wins.
Yep, was out earlier this year in Donegal and was 6th in class on the Tour of the Sperrins and had an engine issue on Maiden City. Sean Devine. Up next, Conor McCrossan and Martin Brady in the Ford Fiesta Rally 2.
Damien Toner, 8:46.1, not such a good time for Damien. First of the two-wheel drive. Maybe this stage is just going to suit the four-wheel drives better. Marty Toner's in 8:44.5, so that's pretty competitive.
There's Conor McCrossan through. 6th in class 11 on the Sperrins, Tour of the Sperrins. Maiden City stages, 5th in class, so he's been out 5 or 6 times this year already. Hard to believe we're nearly into the end of August.
Camillus in on a 9:08.0 compared to Damien Toner on a 9:46.1 in a similar Mark II, both N7 cars. So Camillus just being respectful of the conditions, I imagine.
Up next we should have Liam McMullen.
Yep. Car number 30.
Patrick Durning in the Fiesta R5. Retired in Donegal earlier this year. Here we go.
Mightn't be a bad time coming from Liam.
So next on the road should be Ollie Benton. Ollie, an English visitor who's been here in Galway, the Clonakilty Park Hotel, West Cork, Circuit, Rally of the Lakes, Donegal and Cork 20, and has been steadily improving throughout the year.
We have some amount of people all watching from all over the world. Alex Woods watching from Puerto Rico, whereas David Warburton's watching from Dromore. He's probably got grandstand seats, can hear the rally nearly.
You would from Dromore, yeah?
Yep. And the Baja and Fly Dude, Dennis Biggerstaff came to Barbados in 2001 with his Metro 6R4. There's some great stories about all these people that went out to Rally Barbados. So Ollie Benton, he's in a pretty close battle with John Devlin. Ollie slightly faster in the first stage.
Second in class 13 on the O'Connell Group Cork 20 that we did a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, but I think at the last stage, Ronnie would have won the class. Because the guys who were leading remember they had a problem with their car, misfire, and they were fully expecting that John Devlin should be up next. So there's V. Verano. Good afternoon from Tenerife in the Canary Islands.
Yep. It's John, the previous Class B11 Motorsport UK champion in Ashfeld 2019. Fifth in Class 6 on the circuit, and retired in the Manx and went off the road at the Loughgall stages, which is most unlike him. He's normally very steady and finishes.
And he knows Loughgall like the back of his hand.
Yeah, and knowing John, that would have annoyed him even more. So, lovely looking Toyota started of Gareth Black and Conor Dunlop up next.
Watching from Donegal, former Donegal winner. Good man, yourself, Seamus McGettigan. Good to see you're tuning in. Good to see you in Donegal. They had a few of the ex-winners and at the ceremonial start, and it was great to see Seamus.
Gentleman, he's an absolute gentleman.
I think his mobility's starting to get a bit not what it was, but he still enjoys getting out and about. So the younger of the two blacks.
I was very lucky. I think I did radio in 2013 or 14.
He would have been doing Highland radio, I suppose, with Oisin in those days.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. But I got him on with Vincent Bonner in the service park at the back of the Clanree.
That would have been a bit of crack.
It was great. They were brilliant, the two of them. And the memories of people, 1982, 83, 84, and the memories they had as competitors, but who they were competing against.
So, anybody interested in the two-wheel drives, I think Jason Black is really on a mission this weekend. He's in home territory. He's flying. He fastest two-wheel drive there, 8:32.4 compared to Marty Toner on an 8:44.5. He now leads the two-wheel drives by 22.7 seconds.
That was our erstwhile Johnny Cargo, who we saw on stage one running ever so slightly wide.
Well, he got away with it, whereas the BMW didn't get away with it, did they? John Devlin, Ollie Benton's obviously had a problem in that stage. He dropped quite a bit of time to John Devlin. John did an 8:52.3, fourth fastest two-wheel drive so far, whereas Ollie did a 9:12.3, which puts him 18 seconds off the class lead. So another bit of a disaster for Ollie, who's had a great year by his standards. He's by his admission, this is very much a learning year, but I think he's done a good job. So Wayne Sisson is due in shot very shortly in the Big Lancer 10, Evo 10.
There he is, through. Fifth in Class 10 on the Dunoon Presents Argyll Rally, Tough Tarmac Rally up the north of Scotland there. And second in Class 6 on the Manx, but it really enjoys coming over here. Next up should be Kyle White and Sean Topping in their 208 Rally 4.
So for Sean Topping, this really is his back garden, effectively.
Yep.
We're just 3 or 4 miles north of Banbridge at the moment where our camera is. Sean, a Banbridge resident, long term. Should be coming into shot in a minute. Johnny Cargo's time in, 8:54.4. Also in Gareth Black, very nice battles shaping up for the Class N6 between him and John Devlin. Ollie Benton's not out of the picture yet, but leaving a bit of time. Very distinctive 3-cylinder engine in the little Peugeot. Top 3 in the National Rally, Jason Black leading from Alan Carmichael, only 8 seconds in it. Then Marty Toner, Stuart Biggerstaff 4th in the National Rally. Then Damien Toner, then all the 2-wheel drive guys, Damien Toner, John Devlin, Gareth Black, Ollie Benton. Sean Devine is in the National Rally as well, as is Conor McCrossan. So, Kyle McBride. Kyle, one of the Motorsport Ireland Academy drivers, carrying the Motorsport Ireland logo on the back of the car. Well, Formose fairly stamped his authority on this stage now. He now leads the rally by 11.1 seconds from an impressive Johnny Greer this morning and an equally impressive Catherine McCourt. 2 very, very tricky stages, 2 very, very tricky conditions. Owen Lloyd is due up next in his Peugeot. Now, my memory serves me right, Owen won in Cork and was leading after the first stage here this morning, driving very, very well at the moment. From the famous Lloyd family. So Kyle White's into the finish. Be interesting to see the times for the RC4 guys. These are all our young hot shots. And if young Lloyd keeps going like this, I think if when he makes a step up into a bigger car, he's possibly destined for good things, I suspect, that young man.
No, very handy pilot.
Casey J. Coleman. Again, another well-known rally family from Carrick-on-Suir. Casey J's had a mixed year, but when he finds the speed, he's very good. Getting plenty of miles under his belt. Should be into shot very shortly. Casey J carrying a nice bit of speed there. So Kyle White's time's in 8:59.3. I suppose he's ultimately the benchmark for the rest of them, but as I say, Lloyd did lead after the first stage. He led by 5 seconds from Kyle White. Kyle McBride further second behind that, then Shane Quinn, then Casey J, Letitia Conn, who we cut from the first stage. We didn't get to see Letitia Conn. Then Charlie Wright and Stephen Waugh with Mark Broadbent co-driving. That was after the first stage. So Owen Lloyd in again. So far, Kyle White fastest on this stage. He has reduced the lead to 3.5 seconds, so a proper race on. Kyle White 8:59.3, Owen Lloyd 9:01.2. 1.9 seconds slower than Kyle White. Chris Ford up next. Shane Quinn just away through with Stephen Reynolds in their RC4 Fiesta.
So leading crews now have left Banbridge and are on the A1 heading to Newry.
So they've done the regroup, have they?
They've done the regroup.
Okay,
through.
good stuff.
I can see Adrian Formeau and Callum Devine now are coming up past the 4 mile, roughly, if you know where that area is in Donkmore, before they make their way up onto the through the A1 and up onto the slip road and make their way into the Modern Tyres depot at the back of the Carnbean Industrial Estate. Now they're due in there at 17:38. Quite a lengthy service time if you weren't with us earlier, because it gives all the crews a chance to traverse the 2 stages this evening in the dark. The 2 stages this evening are repeats of the stages we've had so far this afternoon, but in darker times. And the idea is everyone gets a sort of a fair crack of the whip in the dark.
Gordon Cunningham and Stuart McManus should be up next in their very distinctive Evo 7. Casey J. Coleman's time in 9:14.3, 15 seconds off Kyle White's time on that stage. Shane Quinn, and there's the Evo, struggling for grip, unusual. Great fun to drive those cars.
Yeah, I know they are.
So whilst Casey J was 6 seconds faster, Casey, we think, had a spin in the first stage and dropped a fair bit of time, but Shane Quinn 9:20.9 slots him into third in the RC4 category. Wayne Sisson had a nice time, 8:58.7, puts him into 22nd overall. Mickey Conlon.
Of course, Rally also live on the Ulster Rally Facebook page, as well as plenty of updates from Modern Tyres on Facebook. So 4 stages today, just shade over 32 miles. It's the final round of the Samdeck Security Irish Tarmac Championship, and round 4 of the BRC, British Rally Championship. They still have Rally Ceredigion to come, Track Rod and Cambrian, so their championship's not yet finished.
Yeah, they've a fair bit to do. All big rallies. Ceredigion in a couple of weeks' time. Fantastic event. Looks very much like it's going to be promoted to full European Championship for 2024. Great aspirations, the team there in West Wales, a rally based in Aberystwyth. Closed tarmac road, the first one in Wales.
Nice stages.
Very, very nice.
Yeah,
and this year is virtually not quite a new rally, but they're using stuff that the local people will know, all old road rally stuff, but unpronounceable names, I'm afraid to say, beyond me, I can't pronounce them.
So
that was Gareth Deasley just away through.
Gareth Deasley, Simon Rogers and the Fiesta R200.
Somebody's asking, is Frank Kelly there? No, I think Frank alluded in Cork 20, and Savile put me right, that he's off on his European travels now. As you know, Frank's become a firm favourite all over Europe on these specialist rallies, the escort rallies and some of the demonstration rallies. And my understanding is Frank and Lauren are off to do a few slides.
Touring Europe, I think. Rally Legend, Escort Rally Special in Belgium, just a couple that spring to mind. So, yeah, I mean, it's amazing the following Frank Kelly has in Europe. It's really lovely to see. That's Kevin Quinn and Michael Laverty in the Class N6 Ford Escort.
Going very nicely as well.
So 4 stages today, 6 stages tomorrow, 2 loops of 3 tomorrow and 2 loops of 2 today. Organised by the Northern Ireland Motor Club. And of course a plethora of officials and doctors, medics, rescue crews, that kind of thing, and of course marshals, because without marshals we wouldn't be here at all. And if you can or have the opportunity to go out and marshal, please do, because Motorsports certainly could be doing with them.
So who's up next? Shane Cullen. Shields always good bit of entertainment. Lovely car. Shane should be due in the shot any second. There we go. Almost reminds me of Bertie Fisher's old Escort, CIL 999.
I think that's still alive.
I think it is, yeah. I think it's very valuable nowadays. So, Adrian Grant and Olivia Chambers due up in their Mark II Escort. So, who else is in stage time wise? Mickey Conlon in on an 8:59.7. Puts him 26th fastest on the stage, but 32nd overall. And a bit of straight streaming from Adrian. Adrian's had an overshoot at least. So we're trying to find out. We know the big casualty in this stage has been, a championship contender. It's not over yet, but it is for Marion, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it looks like takes a little bit of the pressure off Callum, I suppose.
Yeah,
and he's a little bit more on Josh because I think Josh would have been in the same position Marion was simply because of the scores. They were both in the same score. It looks as though that was Scott Singleton and Dylan Wilson. Scott from between Newry and Market Hill. And of course, as we were saying earlier, Dad Willie Singleton. Quite a flamboyant pilot himself behind the wheel of the Escort.
Now, I'm pretty sure, as it stands, talking about the Tarmac Championship, Adrian Fermo won't be registered for points. So at the moment, Johnny Greer gets maximum points. Now, Catherine McCourt gets second, and Callum Devine would get third, as it stands at the moment, and that would give him the title.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to have to change this chair at half time.
Okay.
It's a bit squeaky. And I don't want people to think that that's my wallet.
So Chris McGurk, I think, due in shot very shortly.
So Chris McGurk and Mark McGeehan in the Fiesta Rally 2.
I think when I was leaving the service area earlier on, Philip Morrow was just delivering some fuel to Chris, and they were talking about this new Rally 2 car that he has, and it just says it's just fantastic. It really is.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get let loose some more.
So Mark II should be Stephen Armstrong. Headlamps on.
5, yeah, car number 55. Stephen and Philip Armstrong. Won his class earlier this year on the Loughgall stages.
And a competitive class at that, so that's, you know, Loughgall was a very competitive rally. Winning your class there was a good performance.
Up next should be Fergal McGuigan and Michael Moore in the N6 Escort.
Possibly Philip Hamilton up next.
Oh, you could well be right.
Yeah. And then we know that There was a withdrawal of who was it withdrew? Yeah, got it on another bit of paper. So Philip Hamilton should be here with Joe Comerford. And then we'll have a couple of historic cars, but minus Andrew Bush, who we know is retired on the first stage. We don't know what happened to him yet, but we know he's retired.
Just ominous engine noises, I was told. And,
engine noise?
Yeah.
Oh, he switched her off, did he?
And switched it off.
Right. Yeah, can't take a risk.
And apparently relayed back that there was a very nice neighbour on the scene who was offering him tea and Mars bars and Twixes while he made Ivor Lamont go down the road with the OK board. And that sort of really, yeah, I could see that happening all right. Car number 59, Fergal McGuigan, Michael Moore, the N6 Escort.
So we have heard that we knew that Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver retired on the first stage, not far from our camera position, and we believe they were off the road and half blocked the road, which the other crews had to sort of negotiate their way past. But that's rallying for you.
Yep. Trevor Wilson up next alongside Paul Mulholland in the Mark II Escort. Trevor, who's had a string of good results in the Escort since he moved across from the Porsche. Although I do miss the raucous sound of the Porsche through the camera microphone. But won his class on the Carried Off Forklift Down Rally, and then won his class in on the O'Connell Cork Group 20 a couple of weeks back.
After fighting with a few bales.
Well, sure. Having a very good run.
BDA was fastest historic on the first stage. Don't see any reason why it won't be the same thing on this stage.
So David Armstrong and Ashley Trimble should be up next in the H3 Escort, the historic, out earlier in the year. Second in class 18 on the Midland Moto stages.
Should be coming into shot very shortly. My thing hasn't refreshed, and it's refreshed now.
There we go. Car number 61. Yep, David Armstrong, Ashley Trimble.
So hopefully we'll have Andy Johnson next.
So should be Andy Johnson and Jim McSherry in the historic Vauxhall Chevette HSR. They did a lot of gold stages, but they were over time limit. 5th in class 18 in Donegal. 3rd in class 1 on the Sperrins. 7th in class 1 on the Circuit of Ireland, and 4th in class 1 on the Eurocables Kirkstone stages.
So there's the historics after the first stage this morning. So we've had the first of the historics in. Obviously we lost Duncan Williams in the first stage, and Trevor Wilson really in a class of his own on the first stage. Probably did enough in that one stage to cruise home. Interesting to see how much he extends on this one. Andy Johnson in his own newly built Chevette. Of course, was talking to Andrew Bush before the rally, and the technicalities of the stages driving one of these historic cars on these stages is really, really hard work because there's no power steering and no servos on the brakes. It's very physical. All arms and elbows, as Andrew Bush would say.
Yeah. No better man, though. When he gets it singing, it sings rightly.
Yep.
So that was Andy Johnson, Jim McSherry. Next up we should have Niall Carey and Kieran Carey in their BMW Compact, seated 65, running 52nd on the road.
Must be getting close to going to Tony Kelly, I would think, in service, because the cars are pretty much...
There we go. That's Niall and Kieran through. Next on the road should be Harry and Chris Johnson in the 325 E30. Dark blue.
So Harry Johnson on the stage next up. Car 66. Harry in, we were talking about the 325 E30, distinctive because it's the one with the boot, as opposed to most of the other BMWs doing the rally are compact models. I wonder how the guys got on, Daniel Hamill and Nathan Quinn, who just slid off the road and got beached on the first stage.
Oh, I think they got out, but they lost a lot of time. They lost a huge amount of time.
Well, at least it gives them something to talk about over a pint tonight.
Maybe if it's a clear mistake by either of them, maybe they won't talk at all.
That's been known to happen.
You know? There we go.
Here's Harry. Yep, going nicely. So Trevor Wilson in the Historics, 906.2. Interestingly, I think Davy Armstrong's in. Let's have a wee look at the Historic Rally after this stage. Yep, so Trevor Wilson is now 49 seconds ahead, leading the Historic Rally after two stages. Andy Johnson, a 942.3. Davy Armstrong, 920.9. And Historic Rally category leader at the moment, Trevor Wilson, Paul Mulholland, 906.2. Total of 1735.6.
So leading crews into service at Modern Tyres.
We're going to stick at this for a wee while longer, Sav. What do you reckon?
Yeah,
Get some
why
of the
not?
later runners. So who do we have up next? Should be car 69. Patrick Fitzpatrick and James McInerney in their Class 3 Escort Mark II. They were 50th fastest on the first stage, 2 minutes down in the rally leaders, but the small engined Escort, so there we go. Nice looking car, isn't it? Seem to have a little bit of a gap. It will either be car 70 or car 71. Car 70 is Noel Vallely and Neil Vallely in their Toyota Corolla. Very distinctive little car. I just hope they haven't had a problem, because at the moment it's saying that the next car up is Ronan Green in the Nova. Yeah, maybe the Valleys have... I think possibly they've got going again. There we go. That's them. Cracking little car, that.
Looks lovely, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
But it's running in the modified section of the rally anyway, so they don't run it in the historic section, even though I think if it went back to homologated, it could probably qualify as a historic car. So Ronan Green seems to be going well in the Nova. I think he's catching the Valalis.
That's the Nova of the Greens through. Next up should be, I think, Anthony O'Brien and Sean Devlin.
Should be. In their Corolla. Very technical stage. You start to see the superiority of the R5 cars over the modified cars. The difference in stage times on a very technical stage like this are exaggerated more. You know, when you think of some of the rallies we did earlier in the year, when the modified cars were right in the mix on these high speed stages where there's not so many junctions, but here the brakes, the acceleration of the R5 cars is just fantastic. I mean, we saw plenty of times where even on the previous rally, the Darien was what the fifth overall.
Yeah, in the drive, setting superb times. That's Anthony O'Brien and Sean Devlin in the Class N4 Toyota Corolla. Next up, we should have John Adams.
Yeah, hope so.
And Michael Johnson in the RS 1800 Class Historic 3.
And Michael Johnson co-driving, and today Michael is a former clerk of the course of this event. Can't remember what years, but it would have been in the 2000s. Michael would have overseen the County Antrim rallies, as he's from just outside Ballymena himself, former firefighter. And a lot of people thought that Michael did a fantastic job when he ran the rally. Won't be a nicer guy. Doing quite a lot of European historic stuff this year with Will Green. Some of those fabulous rallies, which I think they're not long back from the Lahti rally in Finland.
There's some. Yeah. I have to be honest. There's some great events in the European Historic Championship.
That's the FIA ERC historic.
Jamie Edwards now heavily involved in that now. The fact we don't see James O'Brien in anything at the moment because James is heavily involved in competing as well in the VW Beetle.
So time in for Ronan Green in the Nova, very good, 9:41.1. So James Wiley should be next, and Adrian Murdoch, another gentleman. James been rallying a long time in lots of different things.
Yeah, there he is. Third in Class 1 on this year's Look All stages, fourth in Class 5 on the Eurocables Belfast Kirkuson stages. James Wiley and Adrian Murdoch. Up next, Stephen McGirt and David Turkington. David, who was 9th in Class 6 on the down rally, the carried off forklift down rally. Did Loughgall with Kevin Duggan, finished 8th in Class 6, and has already done the Sperrins, Maiden City and the circuit earlier in the year. So Steve McGurk and David Turkington up next in the Class N6.
It actually might be Andrew Sims up next, just for interest. Trying to think what stage it is. Andrew actually lives on one of the stages. Andrew's a farmer and very successful, and his wife, Ballydoherty Ice Cream. Robert Harrell co-driving this weekend for Andrew. So I know that one of the stages tomorrow actually goes down the Ballydocherty Road, and that it was the same last year, and I thought, this is where Andrew lives. So you can't get much handier than that.
So next up should be Morris Gas and Ivor Ferguson.
Really? I think possibly maybe is Stephen McGurk coming now.
Oh.
Oh yeah, the Tyrone Stitches stages were Andrew. So Stephen McGurk next. It's the fact that Morris has Ivor Ferguson in with him. I think they did a bit of rallying in their day. I'm just looking on the computer here, and I don't see Morris.
No, don't say that.
And I'm just going to check to see if he got through the first stage all right.
I was looking forward to seeing him.
Because we switched from the first stage to here, so no, I don't see a time in forms off for the first stage. It's too early yet for the list of retirements, but yep. What car number was he running?
77.
77.
That's Stephen McGurk and David Turkington.
Yep. He's on the road section. Phone Bushy there. Apparently him and Bushy are coming in the road together.
Maybe they'll have the same misfire.
He's yeah, and Bush, they're both on the road section, but there's no time for either Morris or Bushy. We know Bushy's out of the rally. With turned the engine off when he heard a little noise in the HSR. So this is Alex McNaughton, and there are two John Andersons co-driving this weekend. Alex' dad, Declan. Just had a bit of clarification on some of the dual entries with the BRC and the ITC, and one of the crews was obviously Casey J. Coleman, Sav.
Yeah.
And I think it's possibly the difference in the fuel regulations with the homologated cars. I would need to sit down and check it all out. So it would also be good to know. They had to make a decision one way or the other what they were going to do.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
did you hear whether they went with
no,
ITC or BRC?
I didn't hear.
Right. So was that Fabian McAleer?
Yeah.
From Irvinstown. Fabian owns the nice big Eurospar in Irvinstown. Lovely place. Get a nice cup of tea there. Richard Somerville and John Nichol up next. John Nichol, a prominent member from Cookstown Motor Club. I met Bob McKeown, and obviously the clerk of the course for this weekend is Wayne Turkington, who is a stalwart of Cookstown Motor Club, but Wayne has more than had his excitement this year he was also clerk of the course of the Circuit of Ireland, which ran in Tyrone this year. And I think Cookstown are planning to run their Tyrone stages back up at McGilligan in October this year. So a very interesting event on the military facility there, the training grounds next to McGilligan Beach. They've run some very nice events there in the past. So that was Richard Somerville through. Nicholas Armstrong and James McGlinchey in their Honda Civic. First of a wee bunch of Civics in the Class M4, National 4. These are little pocket rockets, these things. Very good. So and McBride and Kyle McDade in a similar Honda Civic due up. Field getting a little bit more spread out as we go down through the later numbers. And even though it doesn't seem to be raining, it hasn't dried up and the cars seem to be using their wipers more. So we're talking about the RC4s there, and KCJ having to make a decision about the BRC and the ITC, so we'll get some clarification hopefully on that. VTEC engines screaming away. So in the RC4s, Owen Lloyd leads by 3.5 seconds from Kyle White. Kyle went fastest in this stage to chip the lead back ever so slightly. Then Kyle McBride's right in there, 9.9 seconds off the lead, 5.4 behind on the stage. Stephen Quinn is 30 seconds off the lead in his Fiesta. And KCJ lost a bit of time on the first stage. We think he had a spin, possibly. Pulled a bit of time back, but Live's fifth in the category. Unfortunately, at the moment, 47 seconds off the lead. And the way Owen Lloyd's going, him and Kyle White just seem to be able to push ahead. Car 67
which
running
is our BMW from stage 1.
Yeah, I was going to say it's Daniel Hamill.
Yeah, so they've got going again, which
Yep.
is good.
There they go. None the worse for it. No damage, which is good. And they're going nicely. So Stephen Waugh is up next with Mark Broadbent, very experienced co-driver. I noticed on the one of the social streams earlier, somebody said they were looking forward to Deja Vu in Cork this year, which is only a couple of weeks off. But Plum's taken more of a back seat, and there's a young lady called Sarah Waugh is taking over running Deja Vu in Ireland. So when I saw S Waugh, I thought of Sarah. Should be in shot now. There we go. Going nicely. So Derek Fawcett's asking, is Alistair Fisher in the Ulster Rally? Derek in a caravan in Newton Stewart. It's maybe not the best day for a caravan, Derek, but no, Alistair's not rallying this year. He's taken a year out. He hasn't done anything, and probably out watching on the stages. And today we have 4 stages, stage 1 and 3 and stage 2 and 4. Repeated. Go to service now. The leading crews are already in service. We'll go there in a little while. Tony's going to catch up with the leading crews there, I hope. But it's quite an extended service today, mainly to give everybody a fair chance when the light starts to fade this evening. It starts getting dark about 8:15, and the first stage is due to kick off at 8:30 this evening. So, what time is it now? It's already 6 o'clock, Sav.
I know. I mean, now I personally would be heading the service because I know that some of the crews may be difficult to get hold of because of an hour and a half break.
So they'll be away.
Do you know what I mean?
Would you go to the chippy maybe, or?
Well, you get an hour's kip, should I?
Yeah. These are, particularly very physical cars to drive.
So you could have maybe the time to get them was when they were coming in.
Yeah.
But we'll see. If anybody can get them out and talk to them, it'll be Tony Kelly, that's for sure.
So somebody asking where the stages are. All the stages in and around the Newry area. So that is Marshall, Kennedy or Roger. Father or son?
Yeah, one stage close to Rostrevor tonight and Banbridge run repeated again.
Yep.
Stage tomorrow are close to between Banbridge and Newry, and then outside Points Pass, and then the third of that loop that finishes very close to Armagh City.
So that was the effervescent Roger Kennedy with the lovely Wendy Blackledge. I don't know how many rallies Roger's done in that car, but he's certainly got his money's worth out of it. Now we seem to have a bit of a gap here to the next, which is the German crew of the
Patrick and Nicholas Blum.
Yep, Blum.
In a BMW 318 IS.
Now it's going to be the field is getting pretty spread out now, and I actually don't think how many more cars.
About 10 or 11.
Yeah, but getting pretty spread out. Which is what happens with you get very technical stages like this. These guys made the trip from Germany, so fair play to them. So just to recap the two-wheel drive, Jason Black's leading by 22 seconds from Marty Toner in his BMW. Jason's in his usual Toyota Starlet. Damien Toner third in his Escort. Then John Devlin. Actually, Owen Lloyd is fifth in the two-wheel drives, even though he's driving a modern car, but they are two-wheel drive, the RC4s. Then it's Gareth Black, Kyle White, Ollie Benton, Kyle McBride and Fergal McGuigan.
And if you're waiting on a name check for the likes of Ewan Thorburn or Andrew Purcell, Gareth McKeon, Niall Henry, Eddie Doherty, John Gordon, Johnny Mulholland out of the top 50, you haven't heard from them because they withdrew or have not started the event. A couple of withdrawals. Go to service. So, and you're back with us now. So 2 stages down, and as we suspected, I suppose Adrian Formeau's skill class has just put him to the top of the timesheet. But I have to be honest, not by as much as I thought.
No, and I mean, we know the conditions are very, very tricky. I mean, the first stage, it was a couple of tenths from Johnny Greer. Johnny's found a real turn of speed. It's great to see. He hasn't been on great form the last couple of rallies. We know he can mix it at the front, and certainly, but the big news from that stage is the demise of championship frontrunner Marion Evans. Marion in with a shout to win the championship, and unfortunately we believe he damaged the car on the second stage this evening.
Very close, very shortly after the start.
Yep.
If you, as I say, if you know the area at Mullifernan and Crossroads, if you're going the back way to Donaghcloney, before they would come down after about a third of a mile to turn square left and join what was the old Ballycross stage. It was within the first 700 or 800 metres of the stage, which was really surprising.
We know he got going again, but it's terminal, so he has retired in the stage. Also retired is the two of the leading historic crews, Duncan Williams went off in the first stage with Guy Weaver, and Andrew Bush had engine problems. We also believe that Morris Gas didn't finish the first stage, but is driving down the road section. So whether it was mechanical or Andrew Bush has told our producers that he heard a noise in the engine, so he, rather than risk the engine, he turned it off. With regards to the Tarmac Championship, Adrian's not registered, so what we have is second, third and fourth are 1, 2, 3 in the tarmac.
Yeah, I think at the moment it's a straightforward battle between Callum Devine and Josh Moffat. Callum has a healthy point lead. Callum has a healthy point lead. Josh and Marion were on the same points. I think Callum just needs to keep his head on his shoulders, and a bit like Josh last year when Marion won and Josh drove, if you remember, for a finish to secure points.
Against his like real gut
instincts.
He was so,
he didn't like it at all.
He found it difficult, but it was great control, and he won the championship. So, I mean, you can't say any more than that. Callum really has been cool over the last few rallies. When you're fighting for the lead and you're winning rallies by 2 seconds after 120 kilometres of stages or 240 kilometres of stages, it just goes to show that really Callum is a cool guy. And you know that term, I think he has it. Well, you can never predict. I mean, was it West Cork last year? He sort of had the rally in the bag and the car quit on a road section.
That's right, on the way to the last loop.
Nothing's for sure until you over the final control and you hand your time cards over. Until that moment comes, you know.
Listen, it's not. I mean, I was thinking about this coming to the studio today. I mean, you know, remember a few years back, Tommy Mackinnon retired on the Network Q and off to the airport. And
I was there.
Lost the championship, and then lo and behold,
he had to come back.
Sainz stopped that, you know, on the stage. I think what was it, Margam
Park,
and Louis Moya, that famous shot of Louis throwing the crash helmet through the rear window. The phone Tommy, don't get on the plane. Carlos is retired. You're a world champion. So.
You've got to come back to Cheltenham.
Yeah. So, you know, it really isn't over until stage 10 tomorrow. But I'll be interested to see this evening how Adrian Fermot and Alexandra Correa behave on the two sort of nighttime stages. That'll be probably 9 o'clock before it's really, really dark. Again, they are a repeat of the two stages we've had so far. I'm guessing that we're going to be going to service and Tony Kelly very shortly to find out what the story is for the leading crews and what way they're going to approach this evening. We have, it's not necessarily a weather warning, but we have a forecast of wind and rain this evening. The wind continuing into the early hours of tomorrow morning, up to about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So the weather may yet still play a part.
Well, we saw in Cork 22 weeks ago that because it's still basically the height of summer, and when you get these high winds, what happened on the first stage in Cork 20, they were ready to go at 6 o'clock in the morning. By 7 o'clock the stage was blocked with trees down, and I mean it was a major operation and a major group effort of stage commanders, marshals, local farmers, local people to get the stage back up and running. One of the other things in these difficult conditions, we saw the first stage just how the low cloud was, the mist. It will be dark. It's a pretty grim day out there today. You put on these spot lamps, bang, this gas just discharge, or the laser lamps or whatever. If the rain's bad enough, you get this bad reflection. It's a bit like driving in fog.
Yeah.
Visibility is, these cars are so good now, but we know when you start at night putting the things under pressure, they steam up. You get a reflection off the lights. You don't get good visibility, and then you get drivers who just seem to be able to go so much better in the dark than other people. I think what we'll see tonight is bigger gaps appearing.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Not so much the top 6 or 8, but down through the field, I think you'll see people who just maybe have got road rally experience. I mean, it's a very rare thing now to have a special stage rally in the dark. The Ulster's one of the few rallies where they do go into the dark. Yeah. But there's a lot of guys down through the field are doing night nabs still, you know, Monaghan and places like that, where we don't hear so much about it, but there's a lot of it
Oh,
happening.
there's a lot of night navigations take place, and that's where people hone their talent.
And they're very
You know?
difficult, and they're deliberately challenging, and so yeah, narrow lanes. The second stage is narrow, and they're lanes type stages. So
Yeah.
anyone with a bit of road rally experience could actually
Could do very well
do
this
very
evening.
well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So I'm guessing we're going to head across to Tony Ferry shortly. I haven't had any confirmation as such.
No. Yeah. I think one of the guys who's impressed me so far is Darren Gass. I think it's a shame his dad seems to have retired from the rally, but Darren, a very strong 7th or 6th overall, was 7th fastest in the stage. Now he's 26 seconds off the lead. He heads Ryan Loughran, but for a guy, first time out in the car, first solid rally since April, I think that's quite an impressive start to the day.
Yeah, it is, and I would imagine, like most people have had the odd spin or running wide. I mean, when you look at some of our regulars, you know, Robert Barrable down in 8th, Joe McGonigal in 11th. Robert Barrable was in 10th.
Yeah.
Desi Henry, who was 2 seconds behind Callum Devine last weekend on the Hellfire out of Oldcastle. I mean, Desi obviously struggling because he's in 9th, which I wouldn't have put him there. But on the other hand, then you've got some good results. You've got the likes of James Ford holding up okay. Now, James lost a lot of time on the opening stage. Marty Toner in the two-wheel drive, that's a good position at the moment for Marty. Stuart Bickerstaff, Damien Toner.
Alan Carmichael's in there, as usual. Yeah.
So, I mean, there's all sorts of battles waiting to be seen this evening. Best four-wheel drive, the best national, best two-wheel drive, best RC4. Then you've your class battles. That is going to be run through the stages this evening.
Yeah, the N6, the Class 6 battle looks like it's really hotting up. Not so sure about the Class 7 battle. I think Jason Black has just been fantastic so far. He's absolutely flying, and he's put a fair bit of distance between himself and the rest of the guys. What is he compared? So we know Carmichael's in a national but four-wheel drive car, but it's already 22 seconds up the road from Marty Toner.
Yep.
That's some going over 2 stages.
Waiting to catch up and bring us the latest after the opening 2 stages of the 2023 Modern Tyres Ulster Rally in Newry at the Modern Tyres Depot, where service is based out of. We're going to cut across now to Tony Kelly.
Welcome back to service here, folks. We are here in Newry, as you know, and we have just come past Adrian Fermo, the rally leader, but we're going to give him a few minutes because he's still talking to a few of the engineers and whatnot. So we're actually heading over to try and find Johnny Greer. So bear with us. We're nearly there. As you can see, it's very, very tricky conditions here this afternoon. A lot of rain starting to come down now, so we're very glad to see these awnings up. Bear with us, folks. We're just going to cross again to the other side, and we're just going to start talking to whoever we see, basically. We've got Robert Barrable in here anyway, so we'll get a quick word with Robert. Robert had a steady start to his afternoon, so bear with us. We've loads of time in this service anyway to get chatting to everybody, so we'll take our time and see if we can get a quick word. Please, Robert. So Robert's just coming out of the lorry now, and we'll get a quick chat. Robert's probably happy enough with his times, but we'll know now when he gets out how he's feeling. As you can see, everybody's very busy working away at the cars, and there's a lot of prep going into the cars now because we're heading into the dark stages. So lights and things like that have to be popped onto the car, and I mean, obviously we'll see with Robert what adjustments have to be made. There was very, very heavy rain forecast for this evening, so obviously tyre choices will most likely be changing as well. But we'll hear from the man himself now. Robert, you'll be glad to get back to this service.
Yeah, Although to be fair, they're nice loop of stages. To be fair, yeah, they're nice loop of stages. It's nice to come back to a good service area with a bit of a break and then go back out and do 2 stages in slightly darker, hopefully, conditions.
Tell us, how were your times in your own mind? Are you happy with them?
Yeah, relatively happy. Yeah, we obviously didn't finish Cork on a good momentum or speed, so obviously the confidence is a little bit down. But happy enough how the first 2 started. I think the next 2, depending on the weather, I think what it's going to do. I think a couple of them were on a softer slick. I went on the cautious one for the full wets because normally I go the other way and then the backfire is against me. So I went on the cautious side of things. It didn't really hamper me, but just trying to build the confidence back, and if we can get onto the front pace hopefully by kind of maybe not the last stage tonight, but definitely by kind of tomorrow, we'll be happy enough.
The pace out there is incredibly hot today, isn't it?
Yeah, to be fair, if you take form, it was a great race on for a second, so yeah, it's good. Look, we have to just keep going and keep plugging away in it and seeing what we can do.
And you were saying whenever we spoke to you at the start ramp that you thought that you had the issue sorted from Cork. Are you happy enough now with the car and you feel that everything's good?
Yeah, I feel comfortable in the car. It's working well, the notes are working well. I just need to be a bit braver.
Tell us this, how do you feel about the dark stages? Do you enjoy them or do you find them very difficult?
I actually quite enjoy them. I think it's a pity we don't get more. We had West Cork with a dark stage a couple of years ago and I thought it was brilliant. It's just a total different character, you only just sit, you see where the lights are shining, and it's much more easier to commit, and you have to, I don't know, refocuses your vision. But I actually quite enjoy them, to be honest.
You would find it easier to commit in the dark?
Well, yeah, it's kind of, you don't look at all the stuff around you, you're not distracted, so you're just looking at the pencil beams where the lights are shining, and then yeah, I don't know. It's just it's different. It's different. It's unique. So I think it's pity we don't have more of them.
Yeah, and I mean, probably very similar to wet conditions where if you can get comfortable, it's actually a place where you can gain a lot of time.
Yeah, it's just if you can get into the zone with it, it's quite good. And the reward for the commitment is quite strong. So we'll just have to see if we can get into that zone a bit quicker than we expected.
Good man, Robert. Well, we wish you the best luck, and we will see you very soon at the next service, hopefully. We're going to go across here now and get a quick word with Joe McGonigal, and we've got the likes of Cahan McCourt and all those guys further up the field, so we'll just bear with us, folks, as we just get our bearings and try and find the faces that we're looking for. So Joe's just finishing a few chips there and he'll be out to us. He looks quite relaxed, so it'll be interesting to hear how he feels after the first loop's done and dusted. And as you can see and hear, folks, this is a very busy service park right now.
Remember one time Bex came in, he's like, oh, it smells good when you think like Derek goes to Mull hunting, help keep down the deer population. We were eating deer. I was like, don't think we're like
That's
this.
very, very fancy, Joe. Joe, you're in there eating chips now, though. That is the best fuel. Spuds are the way forward.
Yeah, I don't know. Carrots probably needed now for later on. I don't know if the glasses will do it.
Come here, you were very relaxed earlier on. Were you looking comfortable there, or how did it end up for you?
We got the tyres wrong. We went something too hard. The first stage was okay. Second stage was a nightmare. There was a big delay, but sure, we're here, so keep going.
And that's the main thing. Like any stage, any rally car, you're happy as Larry.
Banbridge stage I wasn't too happy. It's really, really tricky. We knew Marion was off and it wasn't that easy, but sure, as I said, we're still here is the main thing.
And tell us, you were chatting about carrots there. How do you feel about the dark stages? Do you enjoy them?
Normally, yeah, I haven't done it in a long time. I think the Ulster 2017 maybe with one dark stage, but it's been a long time, so can't wait.
And tell us, is the car feeling good, yeah?
Yeah, car's very good. Still haven't had a while out of time. The dampers aren't quite where we want them, but all in all, it's a very good car. Very good.
Joe, thank you very much. Hopefully we'll see you at the next service. Enjoy the dark, and we'll see you soon. So there you have it, Joe McGonigal, and we're going to head across here now and see if we can get a quick word with... We've got Jason Mitchell in here and a few others, so we're trying to get as much information as we can for you folks. Bear with us as we try and get through these barriers. Jason's over trying to get a wee cup of tea here. You're in making tea for people and everything, Jason. Jump in there. We'll not let you get wet.
Thank you.
We'll put you in under the awning so you're not getting saturated and getting into the. Where are we? Yeah. As long as we're keeping you dry. We know that we don't love to get rally suits wet because it's been mist up and steam windows and everything. But tell us, how did your morning go or afternoon go?
Hi. Look, I suppose I've said it a few times now, I wasn't really impressed with my own driving. I thought I'd scared myself only about a kilometre on the first stage over a crest. We went really wide and we're lucky enough to get away with it, and I think it knocked us back, and then we broke the windscreen, which the boys are just changing there now. And we sort of were really surprised that our time wasn't so bad in the first stage, and then the second stage I thought I still didn't drive that well, but our times were reasonably good, so I suppose I have to be happy. You know what I mean? I have to be happy because it's times I'm looking for. But I think I was more nervous than normal, and I do blame it on something about all day. I think that's what's caused me to be a wee bit too negative maybe when we're driving, because sometimes in the wet you have to grab it by the horns, you know, and just, you know, push yourself through it. And when you're a wee bit negative, you know, everything becomes difficult. And hopefully we can grab it by the horns here, but just not pull the horns too hard. But and the next loop now, but we've definitely more. We definitely can drive better than what we've done that loop. So overall probably happy enough.
Good man. And does that make you feel very confident heading into the next loop then, knowing that you have a wee bit of time, or do you spend more time being sort of annoyed at yourself for not going?
Well, I probably am spending too much time getting annoyed at myself, but I suppose the best way of bringing myself around is hearing Killian or Andy there telling you your time and it's not as bad as you thought, so that's a good way of bringing you around. But it's too late at that stage, so I need to when I'm on the stage, I think I have to try and, you know, forget about a moment, or, you know, just know that I'm not driving right and try and change it on the stage and not wait till the end of the stage and wait the next stage to try and improve it again, you know. So I would say look, I'm going to hopefully the nerves are settled now and maybe I don't have to do that much. Maybe it'll just come naturally now, hopefully.
And tell us, how do you survive the 90 minutes now? Do you sort of refocus and look through stages again, or do you just try and chill out?
I try to do my work before the rally, you know. I let us watch now. Alright, all we do really on our side here is our me and Paddy's side is we mark the places with moments. Probably should be going back in and watching the video and seeing places I can take more time, but I'll leave that to get a bit faster, and then once I'm trying to chase ones or something, maybe we'll try and do that, you know. But at the moment I just like to chill out and get ready to go again then.
And how do you feel about the dark?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, no, I actually like the dark, but again, I like the dark and the dry, but I don't know what the dark's going to be like on the wet here, and I think it's given torrential, I think, for the dark stage. So look, whatever it does.
It's always good when you're in a rally car.
Yeah, exactly.
Good man, Jason. Thanks a million.
Cheers.
So there you have it, Jason Mitchell. So we'll see now if we can get a quick word from Connor. Connor's car is in right beside Jason's here, so we'll see if we can get Connor over. How are you, Connor? You're looking very relaxed there. Did you enjoy that?
That's the problem, too relaxed. I was good. It was good.
I don't think there's a such thing as too relaxed in a rally car.
The times is too relaxed, that's the problem. But no, it's grand. We'll get
car feeling good and everything?
Car's brilliant. We're expecting it to be slippery than it is. I think that's the problem. It's lack of seat time.
And obviously now the conditions are quite tricky heading out for this next loop, and there's big talk of heavy rain.
Well, do you know what? The rain, I would rather have it heavy than half and half, so at least we know what we're dealing with.
Do you? That's what I was going to say. Like, do you feel like more confident then because you know exactly what you're dealing with?
I was that route because I've been so long out of the west. Probably it's a lifetime, but I was expecting it to be slippery and it was. So now at least I have a wee feel for what she's doing, you know. So.
And tell us, what's the tyre plan for the next loop?
Full wets, everything back. We went out in full wets the first time as well, so it was safe. So we'll get the night over and then give it a rattle tomorrow, hopefully.
Exactly. There's always tomorrow. And how do you feel about the dark?
It'll be grand. There's plenty of good lights in this, so I'm looking forward to the dark. I don't think it'll be a problem.
Do you feel like you can commit the same way in the dark?
I haven't a clue. It's been literally 10 years and I didn't test, so but we'll see when we get them on the start line.
That's it. It's always a bit of crack.
We're not that excited about it. As long as we get around and we're happy.
Good man. Right. Connor, thanks a million. We'll let you go and enjoy the rest of your wee break. We are going to get out this back way, folks, and see who else we can see around here. It's actually incredible to see the setup that a lot of these guys have. You genuinely would think that you are on a world rally or something here when you see all of the trucks and the awnings and the tents and things like that. Like, it's incredible, and this service park is absolutely brilliant, and yeah, it's very, very enjoyable to be at. Bear with me now. Josh is normally in his van.
He's in that room.
Bear with us, we're just going to try and get a quick word with Josh here, folks, if we can find him. Josh is on his way. Josh, you're getting the woolly hat on. It's very wintry out there, to be fair.
Yeah, it sure is. The conditions fairly wild, and I think there's a fair bit of rain coming in there now, so yeah, look, it's just going to be even trickier from here on in, I think.
A very mixed bag there. Are you happy with your times?
Not really, to be honest, but I suppose it could be worse. But yeah, look, we're a bit off on that second one, and I suppose we weren't that far away on the first one, even though it didn't feel that well. So look, we just need to try and reset here and go at it again.
And in terms of the championship versus the rally win, like, where's your head at? How do you focus today?
Yeah, I suppose there's probably not much I can do about the championship at this stage. It's really on Callum's hands, like if he had a bad rally. But yeah, look, we're trying not to think about that and just concentrate on the rally.
And how's the car feeling?
Oh, it's fine, yeah. We're still struggling with it a bit in the wet conditions, but very good in the dry. But obviously for these conditions this weekend, we need be a bit more comfortable in the wet.
And tell us, is that just a case, Josh, of changing the car and needing the seat time in the conditions, or is there something else to it?
Yeah, look, we just keep changing stuff, trying to make it better and get to the point where I'm more comfortable with it. So hopefully we find it soon.
Good man. And tell us the dark. How do you feel about the dark stages?
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too bad for us. I think I don't think it'll be too dark by the time we get through. So yeah, it should be fine.
Happy enough?
Yep.
Good man, Josh. Thanks a million for talking to us. We appreciate you coming out of the truck and giving us your time. We're going to just keep moving on up the road here, guys. As we said, we're very lucky here. We've 90 minutes to catch up with as many people as possible today. So we're going to see if we can get a quick word with KCJ Coleman. See if he's there or if he's not. Is he there? KCJ.
Adam?
Yep.
Scared up for KCJ.
Harvey, it's me to be staying away.
Bear with us, folks. He's just getting out of the warmth of the motorhome here. The guys are working very hard at the car. KCJ, welcome to the Ulster. Are you enjoying it?
Difficult to say, to be honest, after that first loop. Not so much. To be honest, it's a rally that actually don't really suit me a whole lot. But I have a bit of pressure on us this weekend as well, so probably not the best first loop, but we'll keep plodding along and see how it goes.
Tell us, what is it about the rally? Have you figured out what it is about it that doesn't suit you?
No, I think it's just always wet and it's real dirty stages, dirty surfaces, inconsistent grip the whole time. It's just so hard to tell in real narrow, shiny roads like. But I don't know, maybe not that it doesn't suit me, just probably not my favourite stages, that kind of way. But that's okay.
And again, like it's very, very different to kind of most of the other events on the calendar, and it's a very specific type of drive and type of stage here, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. You have to be really committed, especially on them fast narrow bits, and I suppose we probably weren't doing that in the last two stages, so that's kind of where we're losing the time, I'd say.
And tell us, you were saying you're under a wee bit of pressure there. Where's that playing for you?
Well, this last round of the Tarmac Championship, we have a chance to win that, and obviously around the British Championship as well, so they're kind of coming at us from 2 angles there now at the minute. So.
How do you handle that?
Yeah, sure.
How do you make the decisions on what way you're going to do things?
Actually, you just have to just get on and drive the car. Like, it is what it is. You just have to drive on and it is what it is.
Tell us, the darkness. You'll probably get a wee bit darker than kind of a few of the other guys. Are you looking forward to it, or would you be daunted by the dark?
I wouldn't be daunted by it, but obviously it'll be a challenge in itself, It won't be easy, but sure, we'll suck and see.
Good man. We'll let you go, Casey J. Thank you very much for chatting to us, and we'll keep moving. We'll try and get as many people as possible. And one of the main guys that would be looking forward to talking to here would obviously be Johnny Greer, who's had an exceptional afternoon so far. Bear with us, folks. He's just in the truck and on his way out. Johnny, absolutely excellent start. Are you happy enough with that?
Yeah, it's been a good start. I mean, as I said to you this afternoon, it was with a new sort of pace in Cork, so we just wanted to go out there and enjoy it. And lucky enough, the times have been good. But I don't really know what the difference is between now and Cork. But just obviously the conditions maybe suit the car a bit better and suit me a bit better. But I'm enjoying it. Like it's one of those things you just have to sort of forget about where you are and just keep doing what you're doing. So that's kind of the plan for the next loop. We'll just do our own thing and see where we end up tonight.
Well, that's it. And I mean, one of the things we were just actually chatting about there was the fact that the Ulster is a very specific rally and the conditions are very specific as well. And you kind of have to put it bluntly, you probably have to be very relaxed about it, because if you got in your head about it, it could be quite a difficult rally. So are you comfortable with it?
Yeah, I think the conditions are what they are. I don't think anyone really enjoys driving these sort of mucky conditions, but you just have to make the best of it. And I think the Ulster has been quite a kind rally to me in previous years, so I do always enjoy the event. But it's never easy. It's always. It doesn't matter where we are, what time of the year. It's always like this. So we'll just keep going at it, and hopefully the conditions for the next loop are going to be very dicey. Where I know there is rain coming, heavy rain expected for tonight. Whether we get it or not's another thing. So, and a wee bit of possibly we might be into the dark on the last stage of the loop. So there's a lot of variables, but we'll just do what we've done the first loop. Just go out and enjoy ourselves and see what the story is.
And are you're saying you're just sort of going out and enjoying it, and are you looking at the likes of Adrian's times and trying to get there, or where's your head at for this?
No, I wouldn't be worrying about Adrian now. It's maybe nice to be in his orbit, should we say, but it's not my aim for this weekend. Like if I could be close to him on a few stages, I'd be more than happy with that. So, but at the end of the day, he's a professional driver, so he will show his class if things get tough. So it's we'll just do our own thing and we'll not worry about anybody else, and hopefully we'll get around and enjoy it and just see where we are.
It must be such a nice feeling though, Johnny, like to looking at the first couple of times there and seeing, as you say, he's a professional driver, but to see how your times are so close to them.
Yeah, well, it's always nice to see. You never know how much they're putting on the line. I know when Craig done the championship a couple of years ago, I think it was the same thing. If he went out and dropped a bit of time, he would pull it back fairly quickly. So you always knew he was at that comfortable level. Yeah. So, but you have to accept that and deal with it. It's at the end of the day, he's where he is for a reason. So if we can be near to him or thereabouts, I'm happy enough with that.
Good man. And tell us tyres for the next one. Like you already mentioned that it's kind of dicey in terms of what people are talking about in terms of the conditions. So how do you make the decision, particularly with the long service?
Yeah, the long service probably doesn't help matters because it just gives you longer to think about it. But the conditions, even on the way in the service there, the conditions 5 miles down the road were really different than they were here now. So realistically, it's going to be either we'll stick with the tyres we're on from the first loop, which was like the soft slick, or we go with the wet. That's the only two options we have. So it just depends. You would prefer maybe if it's going to rain to start raining now and then just make the call and deal with it. But I don't know. This rally, it doesn't really. You'll never be in the right tyre all rally. So just have to do what it's doing and go for it.
Good man, Johnny. Well, best of luck for the next loop. We'll see you in the next service, and congratulations on the drive so far. So there you have it. Johnny's had an unbelievable run there, and it's great to see him so relaxed and so confident and sort of comfortable with everything. It makes it very interesting to see how you can put up times like that, but also still be very, very relaxed. So brilliant to hear from him. And we'll see now if we can get a quick word with Cahan McCourt. Cahan, that was an interesting loop. You have to be happy.
Aye, grand. The second stage probably wasn't as good as I wanted, but no, we had a good run the first stage, and
second stage I think it was my tyres was the problem, but enjoying it.
Good man. And tell us, in terms of the tyres, what was the problem?
Well, I was running the full slick and the boys had all theirs cut out, so it was a wee bit wetter the second stage than the first one. I think I just wasn't getting the grip that they were probably getting, couldn't get the feeling in the car, so couldn't push on a bit that I was in the first stage, if you get me. So, but generally I'm happy where we are. Didn't think we'd be up where we are, so happy out.
Exactly, a great feeling. And look, at the end of the day, it must be pretty nice to be in here knowing that the reason the time dropped was because of the actual tyre and of nothing else.
Okay, look, that's it. I suppose the car's working well. We're getting on well in the car and everything's clicking, but I suppose whenever you get a time loss like that, it takes a wee bit to get it back again, especially with the calibre of guys that's about here today. So, but here, generally, look, if I can finish in the top 3 of this rally, I'll be over the moon. So, if we can keep plugging away and see how we get on the rest of the day here. And I think there's a monsoon or rain coming here, so that could change the thing a bit too. So, look, there's 5 stages, 6 stages tomorrow as well, so it's a long way to go yet.
A long rally, and you mentioned the monsoon or rain. How do you make that tyre choice now with the 90 minutes?
Well, look, I suppose it's actually simpler than it was the last loop because it's wet and you just put on your wet tyres and drive as hard as you can on them. So, but I actually don't mind the wet. It's probably better than the dry. You don't need as much confidence in the wet, I don't think. Whereas if it's dry, you have to commit fully, and maybe sometimes it's just hard to. But look here, definitely, I think the next 2 stages might play out differently than everybody thinks because there's the daylight starting to simmer as well, and I suppose I thought maybe that there might have been, that last loop that there might have been a lot more rain too, but here it seems to it's started here now again, but we'll see what the next hour does.
That's it. And I mean, you mentioned there, like with the dry, commitment's a big one. Would you put trust and trusting your tyres, trusting the setup down to the I suppose the commitment level that you can push through in the wet?
Oh, definitely. I suppose if you're getting the feeling in the car in the wet, it's there from the first stage we seem to be getting a good feeling in the car, so it's easy to push on whenever you get a feeling, whereas if you get off on the wrong foot, it's hard to build the confidence back up again. So again, if you can get the first stage over you and you're getting a good enough time, I think you can push on from that. But just going back to the second stage, I think if we probably would have had a wet tyre, cuts in our tyres, we probably wouldn't have been that far away, so I'm happy enough. I'm happy out.
Good man. And you mentioned the dark there as well. How do you feel about the dark in general? Do you you'll probably be getting dusk more than likely, which is, in my opinion, probably a wee bit harder because it's neither here nor there,
Aye, definitely. Look here, it's hard to know because as the weather starts to come down and it does get darker, and like last night I think around 9 o'clock it probably was getting dusk, so time will tell. I think tonight we probably will get darker than if it was dry, so but I don't generally look in the dark. We've done the stages now, got a loop over them. It'd be different if you were going into a new stage and hadn't done it. I don't think it'll bother us to ball. It will not bother me much, maybe some of the rest of them, but time will tell, we'll see.
Good man, Cahan, thank you very much. Thanks a million and best of luck for the next loop. I want to see if we can get a quick word with Desi here. He's just around the other end of the car. He's having wee conversations here, so we'll see if we can interrupt. Desi, do you mind if we interrupt?
Yeah, go on ahead.
Great to get back to service in one piece.
Yeah, it's difficult enough to get back there now, but no, probably difficult look for us there. We sort of struggled with setup, just couldn't get a feeling in the car, but no, glad to get back and hopefully we can make a few changes.
Brilliant. And tell us, the next loop, you're making a few changes here. What were you feeling, or what would you like to change?
Yeah, we just think we need a wee bit more movement in the car, especially it's given very, very heavy rain coming in here now, so I could see the stage being flooded now by the looks of things, so no, we'll probably just try and soften the car up, try and get a wee bit more movement, a bit more flexibility in the chassis, and that should make the car a bit nicer to drive.
And tell us the conditions. Do you prefer the rain or the dry?
I don't mind when you have a car well set up in any condition, it's good, but at the minute I'll probably prefer the dry.
And what about the night stages, or kind of dusk is most likely what you're going to get?
Yeah, look, I don't think it's going to be pitch dark. Obviously with lamp pods and all on, it shouldn't be too bad, so no, it's as long as the stage isn't delayed and we had it pitch dark, but sometimes you're nearly better with a thing pitch dark than it is sort of that dusky thing, so no, here, whatever it is, we'll just have to work with it.
Aye, because it's one of those things, Desi, like where, there's a wee bit of the dusk that sort of almost feels like no man's land, where, you kind of can't really see properly, but you know it's not dark, so obviously you can see more than you normally would. But like you can't put, I don't know, the lights just don't work as well or something. It sounds strange, but it actually is quite difficult in the dusk.
Yeah, it definitely is. There's sort of a point where you're actually better with your lights off than you are putting them on, because when you put your lights on, it starts and shows up crests and dips that you maybe never seen in the daylight. It's quite a strange feeling. So no, unless it sort of gets that point that it's dark, you nearly keep the lights off. So.
But you're like looking forward to it anyway.
Looking forward to it. Hopefully the weather improves a bit.
Tessie, thanks a million.
Right.
We'll see you back in service after the next loop. So we're going to keep moseying on, folks. We've Callum Devine here beside us now, so we'll see if we can get a word with Callum and see how everything is feeling for him this afternoon. A lot on the line, and you can see him there having a wee discussion about tyres. Tyres are the big one. Callum, it's all about the tyres.
It's all about the tyres. Aye.
Hard oil choice today.
Hard oil choice. Aye, we went in the right soft option there in the last loop, you know, so you know yourself, I can't have to do them things.
And do you feel that hindered you? Aye?
Oh, what I do, to be honest. I kind of like went through I kind of wanted to be thinking I was going to race, and then I went down the first stage, and then I was slipping, and I says, one part of my brain was saying, no, that's just catch yourself on just, and then I just tapped around, sure. I did tap around. I think the first time I ever cooked the brakes and that thing in that last stage, because just holding it, thinking it, but hey, look, that's what I have to do. My senior Maria went off, unfortunately, so that's as easy as that, no doubt. So we're just trying to manage it and watch Josh's times, like, so. Look, it's just one of them things. It's not that enjoyable. You love to be up and giving that other boy a race, to be honest, like, but. That's just the joys of it, unfortunately.
I know, and like that's the thing about rallying. Like, rallying isn't always about going out there as fast as you can, and this is genuinely another skill that you have to have, is being able to keep your head, even though you want to go out there and go as fast as you can, but like you've too much on the line to do that.
Ah, exactly. No, like, and I want to go fast. Like I do want to go fast, but as I say, yeah, I didn't put all the effort in all year and all this, everybody support me to just me go down there thinking I'm going to try and keep up with this man sort of thing. So look, we'll just manage it and keep watching the boys. It's just one of them conditions of a rally that it's not that easy to do that too. You have to, it's treacherous at places. So
because that's it, like when you're not fully committed, that's when your brain isn't as focused, therefore it's when it starts playing tricks, therefore that's when you make mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. So,
and in these conditions you just do not have the cushion for it.
No, don't have it, especially not here. If it was like in June or whatever and you better dry well, you could still get up and feel the surroundings, feel the tyre and stuff, but here it's changing all the time, and it's as easy as that, just to make a mess of it and clip something. So look, we're managing it and we're happy enough at the moment, so it is, but yeah, it'd be nice to race, but unfortunately that's not this rally.
Not this rally. And tell us, how do you feel about the dark? I know it'll most likely be dusk by the time you get there and it won't be fully dark, which is half tricky at the same time, like.
Aye, exactly. Well, probably be a bit more tricky because it's a wee bit. You'd rather pitch black, at least your eyes can concentrate. But when it's a wee bit dusk, it's the lights popping in and out, So, yeah, look, it's nice. It's nice change. Obviously, get something about a rallying in there too, So, yeah, we'll get through it again. Start again.
Good man, Callum. We wish you the best. Thanks for talking to us. So there you have it. All the information from Callum there, and it's, look, at the end of the day it is tricky. We mentioned there that like that is one of the harder parts of rallying. Everybody wants to go as quick as they can all the time, but unfortunately it's just not something you can do when, as Callum says, you've people with you all year and they've been there and supporting you, and then you don't want to throw away everything you've worked for all year, so you kind of have to concentrate and go on that wee bit more steady. So difficult job. And we're just going to see if we can get in here now and get a quick word with Ryan Locker. Ryan, can we get a quick word?
Right, yeah.
We'll get you over here.
I'm not standing out there. You can watch.
No, there's probably more room there, right? And there's the fire. Ryan, treacherous enough looking conditions out there now.
I don't know. The first loop there the first stage wasn't too bad, and the second stage, which I thought should have been the better stage of the two, was, I don't know, you'd swear I had no wheels in the car, that's how bad it felt. And then now the rain's coming, so I don't know, we'll probably end up, we were on a slick tyre the last time, so we'll probably end up going on till a wet tyre here now, and just see what happens.
Slick would have been brave enough for those conditions too, like quite difficult to get the heat up and kind of the grip.
Not really. I would always prefer to use a slack over a wet if I can do that. You know, if it's not too wet. And like the first stage probably was the wetter of those two stages. And for some reason, the second stage, I don't know, it must have been just the glare and the muck and the grease in the road. There just was absolutely no grip in there at all. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll try the wet. I've never used this car on a wet tyre before either. So hey, we'll see. It's all learning.
And you know, when those conditions you just mentioned with the wet and the glare, or you know, the muck and stuff, like at that point, it doesn't really matter what tyres you have on. Like it's just slippy and that's that.
Well, I suppose to a certain extent it doesn't. We probably should have adjusted the car more to suit that stage, in fairness, but I didn't think we were going to need it. I had it in my head that stage was going to be the better two of the two stages, so we'll have to try and make some sort of adjustments now this time, because like we had a good first stage and we just lost it all in that stage there, so we did. So see how it goes.
Do you find it hard then to commit or sort of trust it after that?
There was no committing in that stage. Even there was a couple of wee bits that was bone dry and you thought I had grip, and the next corner around it was slippy and the yoke was climbing the bank again on you, and like that's the whole stage. We were just climbing the bank in every corner, and it's very, very hard to get confidence. And you're hemorrhaging in time, and then that makes you worse, and then you start to try and overdrive the car, which makes it worse too. But it's grand, all learning.
It's all learning is right. And tell us the nighttime conditions here now, the sort of the dusk versus the dark. How do you feel about the lights being on the car?
Never ever in my life have I rallied in the dark, so it can't be much different than going down the road at night with the lights on, so only a better light. So we'll see. It's all about the learning experience.
Would you be more excited or nervous about getting to try that for the first time?
I'm looking forward to it. I suppose from the racing point of view, maybe not looking forward to it, you know, because you don't know what way it's going to go for you, but it'll be grand.
Be grand, you get there.
Well.
Good man, Ryan. Thank you very much. We'll let you go, and we'll see if we can get a quick word with Shane Quinn if he's about. His car's here, but I don't see him. Do you know what we'll do, folks? I'm going to try and line up a few people here for interviews. So what we're going to do is cut to a wee ad break, and we'll get back to you very, very shortly.
Reach out, touch space.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go. Let out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need. Here we go.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
Welcome back, guys. We're here in service and we've rally leader Adrian. Welcome to Ireland. You must be happy with that start.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the weather also. I'm really happy with that. No, honestly, it was a good loop for us. It was tricky, really. As expected, there was also some mud coming from the field, so it was quite tricky in some places, quite surprising. But it's okay. We are leading, so it's not so bad.
It's definitely, it's not hindering you in any way. Your performance was excellent.
Thank you. Well, we are doing our best actually. We are trying to get the win on this rally in Ireland will be good. So, but the rain is coming, the wind, so it will be really tricky the second loop for sure.
And even, you know, the Irish competitors that are used to this circuit all year round and used to Ireland all year round, obviously, the Ulster is known to be particularly tricky and treacherous at times. How do you feel about those conditions generally?
For sure, it's a really tricky tarmac event. Cannot remember a rally like that with so many bumps, so many different tarmacs, different grip. It's really narrow, so there's not so many marsh forever. There is some jumps that surprise you sometimes because on your wiki at 50 kph it's not so high compared to when we arrive 180. So it's quite challenging, but actually I like it.
Good. And how do you feel about the stage this evening, going out there in the wet? Is particularly wet, but also the dark?
Well, I think we'll leave some interesting things because it will be under the rain for sure, but the night also is coming. So with the low cloud, I think we can expect the night coming earlier than expected. So yeah, it will be a nice. We will see some nice things.
Exactly, and you're definitely learning a lot here. I'm sure you're getting a lot of information for the car and for setup. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good because it's really a typical road, I would say, where you need a really good dampers, an easy car to drive. You need to find a good setup for the mixed condition to get the confidence. So for us, it's really good also for the car and for the development.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, and best of luck for the next loop, and hopefully we see you at the next service. Bear with us, folks. We're going to try and sneak out here now, guys, and get across to the Melvin Evans setup. Obviously, it's very difficult or disappointing not to be able to chat to Marion here. He had a very unlucky start to the event. But there are another few cars here for the Evans Motorsport team, so we'll get a quick word with them and see how their afternoon's faring out. Bear with us. It's the lovely Breed Dairy, everybody. Breed, it's so good to see you. You're here supporting. Breed forgot about the camera.
I'm not used to this. Yeah,
You're not used to this part. No, but
but
tell us, how does it feel for you standing at the edge?
Do you know
of
what?
stages
I haven't
watching
had
your
to
husband?
stand on the edge of the stages because of the fantastic live coverage that I'm watching at home. I have to say, I've been able to, work away in the afternoon for anybody in work that might be watching and have my cup of coffee and find out what's going on and listen to stage times, and the knowledge is there, and then you're hearing what's happening next and what time they're here at and what time they're there at. So I have to say, guys, you are doing a brilliant job.
Thank you very much.
And hello to Zav and Chris. And really enjoying listening to you this weekend and watching. So that's where I'll be going this evening. Because I remember when I was working on rallies and going to junctions and seeing women working so hard bringing a buggy up to a junction, and I said that will not be me. So now, because of this technology, I can actually head home this evening, maybe pour myself a little vino and catch up with what's going on tonight.
Breed, you have it all sorted, don't you?
I do, yeah.
But tell us, it must be very nerve-wracking from your point of view when Darren's doing an event.
Yes and no. Even if there's a football match on or something, I actually don't really watch the match. I look at the score at the end. So I just like to hear what's going on. But thankfully, there's been, it's been good so far. He's had a great race today in the opening loop anyway. So if he can continue on that form,
That's it. It must be so important to him to enjoy this rally and do well in this rally because it is so close to home for you.
It is. It's on home turf, but he would not. I think he knows about 2 miles of one of the stages. And as well, sometimes for people that are living in the area, it's nearly the worst way to know the stages if you know them at all. So, no, I think he's happy enough. It's the first time out in the car, and he's really enjoying that. And if you can just keep on form and try and get a good night's sleep tonight.
Well, we'll keep torturing him here in service, and we'll let you enjoy yourself.
I hope
get
you
back
get as
home.
much out of him as you did of me.
We'll try, Breed. That is one thing we will try. Thank you very much for talking to us, Breed. We're going to see if we can actually find Darren. I don't know where he is. Bear with us here, folks. Yeah, he's not inside. Can't see any rally suits here, guys. Bear with me as we try and get a quick word. Now, Marion Evans is over here. I would love to get a quick word with him if possible. I would assume Marion has gone into work mode here. So bear with us. Is Gary about?
Sorry?
Is Gary about? He was. I don't know where he is. Thank you very much. Marion, this has to be, I'm just saying there, you're probably in work mode now at this stage, but it has to be so difficult to be standing here.
Yeah, it's annoying. At the start of the second stage, the wipers stopped working, and I managed to get them to go again, but it was like literally I had to press the button and they'd wipe once, and they wouldn't stay on, so we were just distracted, I think, with that, and probably just, it was that, you just didn't feel I was in the rhythm at all. The first stage was tricky enough. Second was suited, I think, as a bit better, but just with that we just couldn't settle in at all, and I think just maybe, I'm not sure what happened really, but I think we missed the braking a bit. Just me messing around with things, but it's surprising how much you need your wipers when it rains, I guess.
It actually is one of those ridiculous things. You don't realise how hard they work until they're not there, and then you literally cannot see a thing.
No, I don't think it was just some light drizzle, like really misty rain. So maybe if it rained heavier, we'd have just slowed down because we couldn't see. But it was that misty, we could see a bit, and then they'd wipe once and stop, and it was just really frustrating. And when you need the thing with this weather as well, the surface is so changeable and everything. You have to pick so much out. You just yeah, you know, you try and be a bit careful, but then you're conscious. You think that you're losing a lot of time, so you know, it's hard, and yeah, just got caught out in the end, I think.
Which happens in the Ulster. And tell us, what is your plan for the rest of the weekend? Do you have to put on the work gear now and buckle down, or do you get to enjoy it again tomorrow?
No, I don't think we'll go tomorrow, to be honest. I don't know what the plan is now, but the damage, to be fair, it should be quite easy to fix. But you know, I'll just focus on these two boys a bit for this weekend, and we'll see where we go next on Monday. But yeah, I might get home a bit sooner, that's all.
Home a bit sooner. And listen, look, an incredible year, very disappointing. We'd be sad to see you not here for the full weekend and fighting to the bitter end. But congratulations on an excellent year so far.
I think it's been okay. I mean, the speed we've had has been generally good. You know, what happened in Killarney was unfortunate. And then obviously, you know, our speed for every rally I think has been pretty good. Maybe apart from Donegal was a bit of a struggle, but apart from that we've always been thereabouts. It's just a shame. It's frustrating when you never get going in a rally, you know. So, but yeah, it's on the whole it's been okay. It's just frustrating that this happened, because you know it was kind of a caused by maybe something that was putting me off rather than just a clean cut mistake. But that's the way it is.
Always the way in rallying, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll get over it, I'm sure.
I know, and hopefully we'll see you back next year.
Yeah, maybe.
Marion, thanks a million. We're going to see if we can get Gary. We're going to see if we can get Gary's here waiting for us now. Gary, how did that look go for you? Very treacherous conditions out there.
Yeah, no, tricky first couple of stages for us. I think the first stage was probably one of the trickiest I've ever done. So first time here for 10 years, so at the end of the day it's a steady run. But the second stage was a lot cleaner, and we were kind of up the positions a wee bit more, which is probably more where we should be.
And tell us, how's the car feeling? Did you feel like your setup was sort of on point, or more work to do?
Yeah, no, probably just a little bit too hard in places for the conditions. When it got a lot wetter up there, we were maybe just a little bit too hard, so it's crashing in a couple of places. But the boys are fixing that just now, so hopefully for the second loop that'll be a wee bit. It's getting wetter again, you know, so hopefully that'll certainly help for that.
Exactly, and listen, we mentioned the darkness earlier on. Obviously we're heading out now, and you know, we believe that the weather is supposed to get so much worse, and obviously the rain's supposed to get so much heavier, but you've also got the pods to contend with in the front as well.
Yeah, no, I mean that shouldn't, hopefully it's not too dark, but yeah, certainly under the trees and stuff like that it's going to be pretty dark. But good thing is hopefully we've got the braking point sorted for this loop, and maybe it won't catch us out so quickly this time.
Are you looking forward to the next loop?
Yeah, I mean I certainly am looking forward to it, but it's going to be a challenge, which is probably the bit I'm looking forward to more.
Good man, Gary. Thanks a million for chatting to us. We're going to keep moving and try and get a quick word if we can with Darren Gass. He's he's probably going to try and dodge us now, but Darren,
how's it going now?
It's always great to get back after the first loop of service and get yourself settled in. How's everything feeling for you?
It is good, yeah. Glad to be around the first couple now, and the next two's not going to be any handier by the looks. It's on for the night, isn't it?
That's on for the night, and I believe it's to get worse as well, Darren.
Does it? Right. Sure, whatever it is. Just keep at it.
You're not panicking too much about tyre choices yet then, no?
Not yet, no. Wait till tomorrow and panic.
Good man. Darren, thanks a million. There you have Darren Gass, guys, one of the local contenders. So we're just going to keep motoring. We're going to walk up this way and head for the other side of the paddock. Bear with us. I think that's a few kids getting in and playing with horns and vans. Bear with us, folks. We're going to try and get a quick word with James. James, how has your afternoon gone? Tricky enough out there?
Yeah, we made a bit of a bad tyre choice, so we had a bit of a bad first two stages. We had a spin on the first one, and then it was just sort of like get back to service. So yeah, reset now, but even though the weather's getting even nicer, so yeah.
Always nice at the Ulster, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I haven't done this rally since 2013, so it's first time, for 10 years. So it's just about getting experience now, I think.
Experience is vital, to be honest, in these conditions, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And it's this type of event, with the road conditions and the mud and all that sort of stuff, it does make a big difference. So.
And it's not necessarily about knowing the roads as such, or like knowing the stages or anything like that. It's more that just the stages around this area of the country, they are very specific, and the conditions are normally very, very treacherous. Essentially, once the rain starts, that's it.
Yeah, 100%. And it's we've got Eddie. We don't normally have a gravel crew, but we've got Eddie who won the modifieds. He's come and done gravel crew from this weekend, which is a big help. So that's quite good. So even that's like a learning for us. We've never had that before. So yeah, we're getting there slowly. It's just
Do you find that, like, obviously it's helpful because they're giving you information that's going to help you, but at the end of the day, it's another thing that you kind of have to think about. How do you make the decision then? Do you go by what they say, or do you still take your final decision?
I would always go with what they say, because at the end of the day, they've seen it and we haven't. So it's always better to go safe than to not. So yeah.
And tell us, are you looking forward to the darkness, or whatever bit of dark there could be?
Yeah, I mean, we've done quite a lot of rallies in the dark. We get that back in the UK quite a bit, whereas it's not normal over here, is it? So yeah, the darkness should be okay. We'll see how we get on. But yeah.
So you're probably feeling quite confident then?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, we'll see. So.
Good man, James. Thanks a million. We'll hopefully see you back in the next loop, and we're going to head on around the corner now, guys, and see if we can get chatting to more people further down the line. We've got 2 seconds. We're going to see if we can get Mr. Devine out here. Bear with us, folks. Sean's coming out now. We're going to see how Sean's weekend is going. Well, evening, afternoon. Sean, it's always a good day when you can get into a rally car.
You're right.
Are you happy enough with how that's gone?
Hey, the first 2 stages, like, it was just all right. Very, very wet and slippy, and I'm not used to it. The last day was Donegal. I had a pole and
Knocked the confidence a wee bit.
Aye, so I didn't want to let that happen this time.
No, and is that playing in your mind an awful lot?
It would, aye. But now the second stage, it was sort of getting out and I was starting to get used to it. I would have got confident in the tyres. The tyres are working good now.
And obviously the conditions, you know, with the Ulster are normally quite treacherous. They're normally very tricky and mucky and slippy, but like, it's very wet now, isn't it?
It is very, very wet. Very, very wet. Is there many cars off?
I haven't a clue really. I mean, there's obviously a few, but I think people are normally quite cautious at this stage of the rally.
Aye, they're aye. Hopefully it'll be a good day tomorrow. It'll be a great day tomorrow. Hopefully it's dry. We can enjoy it.
Well, the afternoon I think is supposed to be dry. But tell us, how is the car feeling and everything? And obviously you've got the lamp pods on there now too.
Car's good. Car's good. Like, but I've never got used to that car. Like from the WRC. Like it's just a different style of driving. I don't be in her enough.
Aye, the R5s are definitely very different to the WRC. But do you enjoy it?
I do. I enjoy it in the gravel.
And what about the dark?
Well, we'll see.
Sean, thank you very much.
No bother.
We'll be looking forward to seeing you back here in service. Thanks a million. That's Sean Devine. And as he says, he did an awful lot of mileage in the WRC, and you know, those cars were obviously absolutely incredible to drive, and it's just such a different kettle of fish when it comes to the R5s now. So he's probably just trying to bed in and get used to everything here. We're going to try and get a quick word with Alan Carmichael here if we can. We'll see if we can grab a quick word and see how your first loop went, Alan. Are you happy enough with that, or what do you think?
Well, I had to put new suspension in. I wondered why in the first stage it wasn't going well. I was all over the place, and at the end of the stage I rang Dave and I says, there's something wrong with the suspension in this car. You know, he says, you hit it? I says, absolutely nothing. But the sleeve had come off the damper, and the damper was bent, so it was, and I'd done the second stage and I thought, there's something definitely wrong with this car. And I thought, is it just my head, is it the road, or is it just come in? And he goes, what did you hit? And I went, never hit anything. The sleeve, it was actually the sleeve had just unscrewed itself, fell down, and the whole damper had bent, so it was like going on 3 wheels. So 14th, it wasn't too bad, but the time I was putting in was only 5 or 6 seconds off sort of the boys in front of me, and I'm like, well, the times are there, but you know, I'm going a lot slower than normal. So we'll see how it goes now with this. We got a lend of Josh's suspension out of his older car, so we'll see how it goes now. Maybe as quick as him.
Exactly, you never know. And I mean, that just goes to show you, I always kind of hone in on this sort of stuff because it's so important, like the level of sportsmanship there, like where people share around bits and pieces in the service park, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because Dave took off running. I went, where's he away? I thought, oh, rally over, you know. And then the next time he comes out back with 2 brand new dampers, and I'm like, where'd you get them? He says, oh, Tom lent them in, Tom lent them. So they got it in, and time to spare, lights on, we're ready to go.
Amazing. And tell us, do you feel a wee bit more confident now? I know it's not nice whenever there's something wrong with the car in the first loop, but to head in now knowing that the problem is solved and that you have a lot more time to make there.
Because I couldn't understand when I stood in the brakes, everyone shuddered. I thought, what? You know, I thought as it brakes, it worked the discs. I just didn't know. But it was from the get-go of the stage, you know, from the first stage. I'm like, no, I didn't hit anything. It's been doing it the whole time, but that's what it was. So we'll see how we go this time.
Excellent. And you mentioned that the lights are on. How do you feel about the lights being on and that kind of dusk, dark, not sort of any?
I don't mind the lights. You know, it's just you get homed in on. You get sucked in the corners very quickly with the lights on because they come up on you a lot quicker. So, it's an experience, but everybody's got to drive with it. So you know, everybody's in the same boat, and the weather. At least it's raining. It's not cold and wet and whatever, you know, or not cold and wet, but wet and dry, wet and dry, wet and dry. So it's now wet, which seems to be good.
Which is consistency, yeah, and that's kind of obviously what you need whenever you're trying to make tyre choices. But tell us, in terms of the two stages, is there any of them you preferred?
The first one. I know I had a bad experience on it that time, but I thought it flowed better and a bit more grip on it because of the new chips they put on the roads. But the second, as I say, they're all good stages, so everybody's got to do the same stages. So a one's a one, the 6 is a 6, you know.
Exactly, and sure, we'll be looking forward to seeing your times on the next one, Alan. Enjoy
I
it.
hope so.
Thanks a million, folks. That was lovely. Now, that was lovely to be in that tent for a wee while, nice and dry. So we're back out in the rain here, guys. We're going to try and get a quick word here. We're trying to, as you can see, these guys are they're doing a great job of using all the space possible. 2 cars under the one awning. But bear with us.
Well, as soon as he heard there was a woman here to see him, he's out straight away. Hi. How are you?
Oh, we're not too bad. How are you doing?
No complaints at all, no.
You're watching everything.
I'm hardly on live here, am I?
Oh, you're live?
Oh, goodness.
Always live?
Oh, goodness, all right. Well, I'm going to hand you over to Kyle there. He's the main man. You know?
Kyle, how are you fixed for today? Obviously very tricky conditions when you come to the Ulster, but very exciting as well to get used to these different types of roads.
Yeah, for sure. Sunday, it's not too far from me, but it's 2 hours away. But yeah, the roads up here is very tricky compared to back home. And with the weather conditions, it's really made it very, very tricky. So yeah, dark now, and the next two, probably the last stage, we'll get it very dark. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Have you ever driven in the dark before?
Just once, briefly back in last year, but I'm relatively new to it. So yes, a lot of learning.
And tell us, how did you feel about that run last year? Like, would you be looking forward to it, or apprehensive about it, or?
Oh yeah, looking forward to it for sure. Want to learn and keep pushing forward. So it's something new. It's a new challenge for everybody, for me anyways. But no, it's good to have another challenge, and yeah, it's quite good.
Exactly, and tell us, you're obviously, we see the Motorsport Ireland Academy on the jacket there. You know, you've had a very fun year, and a lot of different challenges and a lot of different experiences.
Yeah, we had a bit of bad luck there in the previous 2 rallies, but no, we had an up and down year. We showed quite good pace, so we're just kind of always learning and keep pushing forward. And yes, it's all new to me. It's first year in this car, so first time doing the junior BRC, but it's good to be on the paces of the other lads who's doing it this last few years. So yeah, I have a lot to learn, but I'm looking forward to the journey.
And I mean, the support from the academy must be excellent.
Oh, for sure, the support from the academy, and yeah, they have everything that we need. Like, everybody's on one end of the phone, like, so. And of course, my sponsors and my father and everybody's behind me. It's yeah, it's a whole team. Team has to come behind you to make it happen. Like, so yeah, I'm forever grateful for it.
Good on you. And in terms of the 2 stages, is there any one of the 2 of them that you're looking forward to getting back to now?
Yeah, both of them's very nice in their own ways, and they're very tricky in their own ways. But yeah, the first stage now, the service, the first 2K is very, very slippery. So yeah, it's going to be cut out and it's very, very, very muddy with all the cars already been through it. So yeah, we'll just have to take it how it comes, and hopefully we can yeah, have a good pace through the next 2.
Exactly, and always very tricky whenever you're driving a 2-wheel drive versus the 4-wheel drives ahead of you.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, a lot of muck and dirt is pulled out on the road, and makes it a little bit trickier. But yeah, it's great to have the opportunity to drive these cars and learn.
Good man. We'll let you go and relax into the last few minutes. Thanks very much for talking to us. We're going to slip over here and see if we can get a quick word with Kyle White. Hello, Kyle.
Love news today. Absolutely God love you.
We love rallying. That's
Oh, you didn't need to.
That's all you can tell at the end of the day.
Oh, big time, fair play.
Tell us, no fair play to you. I mean, to be out driving in those conditions, very tricky.
Yeah, it is what you say. It's just absolutely treacherous. We've seen everybody went out in wet tyres for the first loop. In hindsight, it's probably a right call, but we decided to be different. Went in slicks, and it was just absolutely terrible, really. So we dropped a fair bit of time. I can't really say how much time we dropped because who's to know. But yeah, we got through and we put wets on for the second one. We're quickest through, so we're not far off you own, and we'll keep pressing on.
Keep pressing on is all you can do. And tell us, you're obviously going to get very dark conditions as well by the time you get out. And again, we were just saying that, you know, further down the line there's going to be an awful lot of muck and sort of slippiness to get through on the stages, which can be very difficult in the two-wheel drive.
Yeah, it is, as you say. It's just very challenging. It's almost like a lottery because there's places under trees where it's actually dry and you think, oh yeah, there's a load of grip, but then you come on mud and different things, and just very Ulster-like stages. So yeah, it's a great position to be in after two. Still 2 to go, as you say, in the dark, but long day tomorrow, so we'll have to keep our noses clean tonight.
Always a long day, the second day. But tell us about the dark. How do you feel about the dark?
Well, this year I can see because I just invested in a pair of glasses, but last year wasn't so good. You don't know you need glasses until something like that happens. So yeah, it's, as I say, it's a lot better this year. We did one in the Jim Clark and we're very quick, so looking forward to it. At least I can see this time.
Good man. Well, that is always a help now, isn't it?
Yep, that's it.
Good man, Kyle. Thanks a million. We're going to let you go now as we take a wee look.
Alrighty, see you later. Good luck.
So we're just going to skip across here now and get to the next person, so bear with us. Can we get a quick... Stephen,
Hello.
we're trying to keep you out of that wet. It is absolutely nuts out there now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's coming from all angles now. Yeah.
How are you feeling? Have you enjoyed the first loop?
Yeah, the first stage we got stuck behind some cars that had gone off and blocked the road, so it sort of ruined our stage one. But yeah, stage two was really good. Really enjoyed it, but it's our first time here, so we've got lots to learn. But
very tricky conditions in the Ulster, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's just the road characteristics and then the weather on top. It's definitely challenging.
It definitely is, and no matter what time of the year it is, like, I mean, we're just in mid-August here, but it may as well be November here today.
Yeah, I think I lived in Ireland for a long time, and yeah, I know what you say. It can just change, can't it? You can have nice weather, and then come the weekend, it's doing this. So.
And tell us, how do you feel about the dark stages that are coming kind of next?
Yeah, I think I did the Jim Clark, and we had night stages on that, and I felt quite comfortable with it. So I'm looking forward to them. It'll be good fun.
Brilliant. The car feels good and everything.
Yeah, the car feels good. We've got some fresh tyres on now for this heavier rain again, and yeah, no complaints from me.
And I mean, rain is obviously a wee bit annoying, but at the end of the day, when it's raining heavy, there's a very simple tyre choice.
Yeah, it makes it very easy, doesn't it? Yeah, like you say, once it's heavy rain, it's straightforward. There's no if and an iron about it. It's just wet all the way. So
you're enjoying it anyway.
Yeah, we're having good fun. Yeah.
Excellent, Stephen. Thank you very much. What we're going to do now, guys, is hand back to the studio, and you're going to get a wee bit of a brief history on the Ulster Rally, and we will see you very, very soon for the next loop. Well, the next loop of stages are going to come up, but then we will be back after the service as the guys get ready for Park Ferme and obviously planning for the next day. So stay with us and enjoy the rest of the show.
There were world-class drivers coming to compete. You had Hanna Mikula, of course, you had Stig himself, you had Vatanen, you had the flying French woman, Michelle Mouton. Great drivers, but they brought along some fascinating cars.
My first recollection really was when Walter Roll came here with the Quattro Sport car, and it was just mind-blowing. And it would actually right down past where we lived at the time, just outside Mahara.
He just blew away the field. Like, he finished something like, I think it was 4 minutes ahead of the opposition. And the real battle behind was Russell Brooks and Jimmy McRae. And I remember being at one of the service areas up in Antrim. Jimmy said to me, there's 2 rallies here. There's the big German, he says, the rest of us.
I remember up in Enniskillen, Walter Roll, there was Jimmy McRae, Verdi, Russell Brooks, Terry Cabey, all the gang, all standing out on the side of the stage to watch Walter Roll starting with the Quattro. It was just something unbelievable at the time,
Back in Belfast, the superlative Walter Roll's done his job brilliantly.
after setting 20 fastest stage times and finishing with a winning margin of 4 minutes 15 seconds, he scored Audi's first international win for the hitherto troublesome Quattro Sport.
The Kinstry's in home territory, but he's complaining about a down and power engine, and he trails Gwyndaf Evans for Group N lead.
The Calibre car, whenever we were running with it, we went actually through the hedge. Eventually got going again, and with a camera inside the car. Whenever we got back onto the road, Gwyndaf Evans had just went past. Basically, he followed him to the end of the stage, full in car. But the upside of that was that Calibre got, with the big sticker on the dash of Calibre. So they just thought that was the way to go for every rally. Make sure you go off the road and you have good coverage there.
25-second lead over Russell Brooks. At the head of the field, it's still the turbocharged Flat 4 Subaru Legacy of Colin McRae.
Colin McRae was one of the real stars over the years of the Ulster Rally, and a young Scottish driver, followed in his father's footsteps. But the pace that that guy displayed was amazing, and of course we've seen that on the world stage as well.
2 years, I think we won it in 5 and 6 on the bounce. Great atmosphere, fantastic feeling to have mixed it with the British Championship guys, and was seen as a British Championship event as well as the Irish Tarmac event. That was pretty special to raise that trophy and having achieved to win the rallies. Well, my first time really to do the Ulster as a driver was in 2004. Derek McGarty was the big challenge, him and Andrew Nesbitt.
I always remember one event when Andrew Nesbitt, and there was 15 special stages, and Nesbitt was fastest on all 14.
Andrew certainly was a boy that could win the rally,
An extremely well-run event, tough event. Started on Friday evening, you had night stages, and then a very early start on Saturday morning on a long, long day, but a very, very tough, cruel event.
Night stages then were great. It was probably the only night stages rally that we done,
And the worst July conditions for 50 years make for a tough night ahead. Already hampered by an intermittent misfire and locking brakes, Irishman Austin McHale in the black dealer Opel Team Ireland Manta lies 7th as the cars head for Enniskillen and on through the night for a dawn halt at Omagh.
The night stages were just, I'm sure if you look back, there's some interviews with me coming off the night stages, just ear-to-ear grins. I just absolutely loved night stages.
There's all the local crop of guys that's going there now, all in R5s, and there's none of them easy beaten. They're all young, they're all hungry.
Such talent we have here in Ireland. It's just amazing when you think about it.
It's anybody's race, it really is. You can't rule out any of those guys at the minute. There's 5, 6, 7 there, all on their game, all tip-top shape, good cars, and I just wouldn't want to be betting on it.
3 of the best stages that you could probably get in Ireland. If it's bone dry, they'll be super fast, even though they don't look super fast. If it's raining, they'll still be okay. If it ends up that greasy old stages, there'll be lots of boys in hedges.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go, go. Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. This is
Here we go.
The joys, oh, the joys.
Come on. Come on.
The joys, oh, the joys.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
tyresni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Go, go. Flat out up round easy rate 150. Push on up.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. This is exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
And you're very welcome back to the second segment of day one coverage of the 2023 Modern Tyres Ulster Rally. We've had two stages so far today. This is the final round of the Samdeck Security Irish Tarmac Championship and round 4 of the British Rally Championship, of which there is still Rally Ceredigion, Track Road and Cambrian to run. Two stages in, and Adrian Formeau, class and talent, shows the rest of the contenders the way. But as you can see from our live pictures on stage number 3, which is a rerun of the opening stage of the event, very wet, and you would have heard the crews talking about the heavy rain that is forecast, and myself and my co-host Michael were talking about that during the break. I think, Michael, we're in for a very wet evening.
Very wet evening, to the extent the Met Office have actually issued a weather warning for both the rain and for high winds. We briefly touched on the high winds earlier, and you can actually hear in the background the rain is absolutely pouring down. We've moved location to sort of halfway through stage 3, a rerun of the first stage, the very, very, very difficult stage. The drivers in service all commentating just how tricky it was. We lost a few cars in that stage, including the current newly crowned historic champions, and then Fighting for overall tarmac points, Marion Evans retired on the second stage. Turns out it was a bit of a story to it. His wipers failed, he got them working again, they failed again, and he was basically distracted, couldn't see where he was going, missed his braking point, and damaged the car. He said it's pretty not much to take it to fix it, but he's going to help out the team for the rest of the weekend. They've obviously got a couple of other Volkswagens running slightly further down the field, so they're going to have the benefit of Marion's expertise. But all the drivers, we saw the conditions in the service area, and you can see the puddles there, and it's what we say in Northern Ireland, it's lashing down.
It certainly is, and of course there's been a bit of a long gap between stage 1 and 2 and this third stage, and if you weren't with us before, that is to it's to allow the competitors a proper run, if you like, at the evening nighttime stages. It's due to start, sunset is due somewhere around 8:35, 8:40, and the slightly later entry into the 2 stages this evening should allow most, if not all, competitors to compete in the dark. They've obviously had one run over. If they're astute and on the ball, they'd have made changes to their notes at competition speed. But we've seen already, Michael, from this stage 3 and certainly stage 4, which claimed Marion Evans, the conditions aren't to be taken lightly. Tonight, I think, is going to be about survival.
I think it is. We know that the two contrasting stages, they are far enough away from each other that the terrain is completely different, Sav. This is a south-down mountainous stage. You can see how much standing water there is. I think it was Ryan Loughran was saying, in preference, he would rather take a cut slick, but he said it's so wet now, it's a full wet tyre. Our camera position is literally nearly as far south as you can go. You've got a little kink at the bottom of the
like a hairpin.
Yeah. Well, we're on the approach to that turn hairpin left, and then it looks straight on the map, but actually it's over big crests and dips and things, and then the terrain changes into a moorland type road, very, very fast, very narrow in places with big walls and rocks and curbs, and but very, very fast. Now, where you've got somewhere like this, it's pretty high speed braking down into a, if I remember rightly, there's a left-hand bend. There we go, that's an aerial shot down into the junction, and there's big rocks on the inside, Sav. Like I think I had it like double caution, do not cut. And it's right where you put the car under braking, the line that you would pick before you turn in to turn hairpin left. But nice, fast, sweeping corners, but undulating, shiny tar, standing water, I think, is going to be a big problem. I wouldn't be surprised. You have a couple of people who are showing their class here, obviously for no World Championship standard driver, and just look at the standing water. Very, very challenging. Double O car, I mean, they will be pretty much cruising through there.
Oh, definitely.
But one of the things that never fails to amaze me with modern day rallying is how good these modern day wet weather tyres are at displacing the water. I'm always constantly surprised at just how fast the stage times are compared to when they're in the dry. It used to be a few years ago, if you had a 10-mile stage, you'd done it in 9 minutes. And in the wet, if it was wet, it was like 2 minutes slower. You were 11 minutes in the wet. Now it's half that.
Yeah.
Because the tyres are so good. Whether you're on Michelin, Pirelli, we know that Michelin advised us earlier on that it was a hybrid type tyre. Well, this is I don't think there's any question, and I'm sure if they're listening, the relative tyre companies can advise us. It must be a full wet and probably a medium or soft compound.
Yeah, I mean, both stages this evening, just a shade over 8 miles. 2 loops of 2 stages today, and then we have 6 further stages tomorrow in 2 loops of 3, 65 stage mile tomorrow, and we're halfway through on a total today of 32 stage miles. 2 legs today and tomorrow. We'll have juniors tomorrow. But for the moment, after 2 stages, it's Adrian Formeau and Alexandra Correa who are leading on a time of 15 minutes 11 seconds. Johnny Greer has driven very well on the opening 2 stages today and slots at the second, just 11.1 seconds behind the Ford factory driver. Catherine McCourt and Dino Sullivan are showing very well on a time of 15:22.2. Callum Devine has had a very steady start and he holds 4th on a total of 15 minutes 28.2 seconds. Josh Moffat rounds out the top 5 on a time of 15 minutes and 32.8 seconds. Darren Gass has shown very well for someone that hasn't rallied since the very early part of this year. Ryan Loughran likewise shown very well. Jason Mitchell's in good form. Desi Henry's had a bit of a difficult start, as has Robert Barrable. Joe McGonigal is out on an international for the first time in a long time, and he holds 11th. Jason Black rounds out that in 12th. Jason leading 2-wheel drive car at the moment and showing very, very well on the times we've seen. So we're about probably 5 or 6 minutes before we should have some cars in view. The leading cars are at the stage start. They've made their way from service in Uri, where Tony Kelly took the chance to catch up with them, and we got an insight as to their thoughts for this evening's 2 stages. And I'm looking forward to them because I think a chance rallying in the dark, you don't get much of it. No. You can see there that is the tracking system sport track.
Formo's in the stage live.
Just gone in. That's what that green dot means if you haven't seen it before.
I'd say we're absolutely spot on time. The stage was due to start at 1938 and we've just gone to 1940. So that's a pretty impressive Ulster Rally organisation as usual. You can generally set your watch by the Ulster Rally. I was thinking about a couple of the guys. Tony was talking to Alan Carmichael and I thought, okay, so anybody who did the Jim Clark this year, the Friday night, the 2 big long stages, Abbeys and Bathans, run in the dark, so they have a bit of experience. And then I think the last time before that was probably Rally Carridigian last year, which ran the Friday night in the dark, and they ran something new. They tried something different and a really difficult stage, and actually there was a bit of an issue on it. I think Keith Cronin hit a bale and then Alan Carmichael hit the same bale and ended up going down the road with the car on its side at like 80 miles an hour, touched the bank, back on his wheels, into gear, and away he went. But unfortunately, he dislodged the bale into the middle of the road, and there was a bit of an incident with one of the Darians thereafter. Now, we don't really have many bales on this rally. In fact, there's hardly any chicanes even on the rally.
The stages I've seen, so I mean, I've said for those of you who weren't with us earlier, the stage 4 tonight, I know it very well, I know it like the back of my hand. There's no need for bales. It's tight, it is really twisty, uphill, downhill sections, but it is very tight, twisty, a lot of off-camber bends as well. So good to see that the organisers haven't been forced into the use of bales. I'm being asked, is everything still running on time? Yes, it is. And also our contributor Bajan Fly Dude said looks like the early stages of an approaching storm. Yes, we've had weather warnings about a storm that is approaching Northern Ireland, Scotland and the north of England from around now into the early hours of tomorrow morning. We're talking amongst ourselves during the break there, and I think from about 9 o'clock tonight and 6 o'clock tomorrow morning we are scheduled in this area to get about 16 millimetres of rain. So conditions are going to be very demanding tomorrow. Chris Boyd said the crews will be glad there's not the traditional Sunday dawn loop in these conditions, even if the old timers amongst us saw it as a quintessential Ulster. Equally filthy weather here in the Isle of Man tonight.
Yeah. I mean, this is due to go on until about lunchtime, and then, ironically, I think it's going to be a lovely afternoon tomorrow afternoon. So we could have a complete mix of conditions tomorrow on these really difficult stages. But tonight we'll focus on just how tricky, and you can see the trees moving around. It's gusting, it's blowing. There is a wind warning out, and is it 15 mil of rain supposed to fall?
Yeah, we've got 16 mil between 9 o'clock tonight and sort of 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. But if there's anybody knows the weather and its vagaries, it would be Chris Boyd on the Isle of Man. Chris, who you may know as one of the commentators on the TT, and that is Adrian Formeau on his way.
He is tippy-toeing through that, and he's leaving tyre tracks with the wet weather. Now, I have no doubt he goes out of sight on 34 seconds. Sav, we're about halfway through the stage, so that'll be a good indicator. Now, you must remember, this is the absolute full works M Sport Rally 2 Fiesta. Everybody else here is a privateer. This is a full works car. He's a full-time professional driver. So I think our Johnny Greer and co are doing a fantastic job of
in staying close.
Staying close, yeah.
And I would also guess, and I stand to be corrected, I would imagine Mr. Formeau is under strict instructions to finish the event. And if he manages to get a win, great.
Yeah. We've got Callum should be coming into view very, very shortly, I think.
There he is.
Look at the puddles. Again, Callum's being very cautious. What does the clock say? Exactly the same time as Formeau, 34. Yeah.
And it's interesting you were saying about the two different stages and how far apart they are, because we saw conditions similar to this on the opening run of the stage 1, and by the time we moved to stage 2 it had stopped raining and the road was a lot drier. It was still damp, but a lot drier. So it's going to be interesting to see in about an hour's time what stage 4 will hold. But for the moment, the conditions here are evident to all of you who are watching.
Josh will be in the view very shortly, I would think.
And Alan Bolton has told Chris Boyd, you're showing your age, about what the old Ulster used to be like.
Don't throw stones in glass houses, Alan Bolton.
And of course, prior to coming live on with you this afternoon, we had a really good history there of the Ulster Rally, and of course I have memories of Walter Roll and Josh really on a push. That's a perfect example of what you were saying earlier, Michael, about
1
Josh.
second up, I think, Sav.
Josh having a more flamboyant style,
Yes.
but not from the point of view of being flashy. He's more comfortable driving the car like that.
Absolutely. I mean, he explained in service, they're always, he even though he's being competitive, he feels that he's not getting the most out of the car, so they're tinkering with the setup constantly. But he looked pretty comfortable there, and by my counts, he was 1 second up on both Formeau and Devine. But Formeau's got a wise head on him. You say he'll be under strict instructions to finish this. There's a British title on the go. The whole point of M Sport doing this is to promote the Rally 2 car and what it can do in the right hands. Well, they're showing it. It's
and they're in dire need at the moment of some good PR as well. So I think that's part of the reason to ensure that Adrian has a good result. But just to quickly go back, I mean, here we go, Johnny Greer, who has impressed us on the opening 2 stages, much improved. This year's Northern Irish Rally champion.
He's 4 seconds down, unfortunately. We know Johnny, if he'll put a sensible head on, he's not going to stick his neck out. He's already had one nasty accident already this year in Killarney, and it was very public. It was on social media. Just after Mall's Gap, he spun and hit the retaining wall pretty hard in the Citroen. So
big thanks to Chris Boyd there. We were talking about a storm. I couldn't remember the name of it. It's Storm Betty. And Chris Boyd is back on the microphone for the Manx Grand Prix. You can catch coverage of that on Manx Radio if you're into bikes. And of course, we were lucky enough to have renowned superbike rider Michael Dunlop has competed in a few events. It was always lovely to see Michael out and about.
Won the national section of the Ulster Rally in 2016 in a storm drive. So it should be Robert.
Robert's bonnet sitting quite high by the looks of it.
So Robert in 42, that's about 8 seconds down on Formeau, 9 seconds down on, we think, the Josh was probably about a second up. At this point in the stage, which is about halfway through the stage, We can't be far off Adrian getting to the finish.
Just to go back, 1984, Walter Roll. I mean, I deliberately went to the first stage, and I've never forgotten on the start line, Jimmy McRae, Russell Brooks, Terry Cabey, all out of the cars watching Walter Roll off the start line, and then rushing. Russell Brooks was up next, rushing to get back into the car and strapped up to take the start time. And the noise and vibration of the hedge when Walter Roll went past in that quattro. Amazing memories.
Oh, Ryan just getting a wee bit unsteady under braking.
Adrian Fermol through there on an 8:05.2. That time is in. Interesting to see now the next few times coming through.
How much slower is he though? That's the thing. Nearly a minute.
What were you saying?
Yeah.
So no Marion Evans. If you're wondering, is he running late? If you didn't know, Marion slid on stage 2.
Oh and Callum Devine, fastest. 5 seconds faster than Fermo. Where does that put him? 12.9 off.
Probably, yeah, but it probably puts him into third, I think, because Josh
was on a mission too.
Yeah,
so.
Johnny was showing well, as was Cahan McCourt. So time's coming in quite quickly now through the second running of Sleeve Row, just a shade over 8 miles. And as you can hear in the background, if I keep quiet, it's really absolutely awful lashing it down. So credit to our cameramen, and hopefully our production team will relay our thanks to them. Desi Henry now.
Go on, Desi. He's tentative, but he's quite a bit of time down there. That's 15 seconds down on the fastest times. Maybe the conditions are getting worse, I mean... Okay, so Cahan McCourt should have been through first, shouldn't he?
Yeah, I expect, but it may well be. You know, it would be very easy in these conditions. Puncture, another time in.
Yep, fastest so far, as predicted, Josh Moffat.
I'd love to be the one that tells Adrian Fermot that Josh Moffat has just gone
7 seconds faster than him.
7.6 seconds faster than him. He's done what?
Or maybe Fermot's just going, that's okay. I'm not sticking my neck out in this. Is this Cahan now? Yep. No, it's Chris Ford, isn't it? James Ford, it's not Chris. James, it's the other brother.
Yeah, James
where's
Ford.
Cahan McCourt gone?
James Ford and Neil Shanks. He's just literally before our camera point there.
Yeah, he is. Don't get it.
He's literally about 400 metres up the road, so hopefully just something as simple as changing a puncture. But that will mean we next have James. We've had James through. But I'm also seeing
Gary Pearson possibly
going slowly. I think.
Yes, I think. Yeah.
So I think the next. It's all happening at the moment. People on stage, time's coming in.
Johnny Greer's time's in 8:07.2. We knew Johnny was being a bit cautious. That's Gary Pearson.
That's Gary Pearson, yeah, Gary through.
And of course that's, so Gary through in a 52, yeah, they're starting to fall off the leading pace now. And respectfully to people like Gary, this is Drive to Survive stuff at the moment.
He even admitted earlier on, Michael, that this is unlike the tarmac where he lives in Berwick and Duns.
Absolutely.
Completely different terrain, even though they're all tarmac roads.
If this was Berwick, he probably wouldn't get off the start line to shine at the Tyres.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And of course, it's that massive crash, do you remember, in Shiny Tower that Yari Matty Latfella had when he just couldn't get stopped. It was one of those rare accidents when, as a spectator, you knew for 150 metres it was going to happen.
Yeah, it was bad too. Yes, Jason.
But you can see now the difficulties faced by the drivers and crews, that standing water.
This could be a good time for Jason. Jason was only about 5 seconds off the fastest time there. Really interesting to see his fight when he gets into the finish.
So we're keeping an eye on times coming through.
So just getting a bit of communique from Tony Kelly, who's obviously, she's getting a hard-earned break. And she did a great interview with Brid Deary earlier on, Darren Gass's wife. But Brid, obviously well known for being a presenter on the Limit Sports, Mick Bracken's National Rally Championship programmes.
And a lovely singer
Yes,
as well.
she is a lovely singer.
She has a lovely voice, and just a really all-round nice human being is Brid Deary, I have to be honest.
Ryan Loughran was on 34 seconds over the minute, which is exactly the same time as Fermo.
Well, second quickest at the moment
Cahan McCourt.
It is Callum Devine, but Cahan McCourt has not knocked in an 8:01.2, put third quickest time on the stage. So at the moment, it's now Adrian Fermo leads by 8.1 seconds to Cahan McCourt and Dean O'Sullivan, who are in turn ahead of Callum Devine. Johnny Greer and Niall Burns have dropped a couple of places to fourth, but only by 0.2 of a second from Callum Devine, and 7 seconds or thereabouts from Cahan McCourt. Josh Moffat is in fifth, and 6 on the timesheets at the moment is Robert Barable and Gordy Noble. Great camera shot of the camera. Look at the water running down there, Michael. That is just...
Well, we mentioned Brid and Darren Gass. Darren's the next car due with us. Treacherous conditions. Darren's got off to a really good start, just outside the top 6 earlier on, probably about 12 seconds down at this point.
The more and more we go on here in terms of time, the more and more I think what we said earlier was right. Tonight now these two stages is about survival. Get through them, tomorrow's a new day.
Yeah, Desi Henry's dropped a minute to the leaders. I think that's just, he's being cautious, or else he's had a spin. Maybe got a puncture towards the end and had to back off, but he's dropped a minute, 9:02.4, as opposed to the fastest time's actually 7:57, but Devine was in an 8:00.9, Cahan McCourt 8:01.2. And it really is very, very close, particularly in these conditions. And that's all it takes, a small overshoot, and suddenly you're a minute down. You know?
Well, the thing is, at the speed, your tyres just may not be, even in full wets, may not be equipped to cope with the amount of water they're trying to disperse.
Aquaplaning.
Yeah. Now the road surface here looks like there's grip on it. It's not shiny tar as we talk about, but there, as you said earlier, there are elements of shiny tar all over the stages today. So, you know, braking will be at a premium.
Chris Boyd makes a very big point on social media. Huge credit to all the marshals, timekeepers and all the other various roles required to make the event happen, for sticking it in these very difficult conditions.
Well said. Chris, obviously heavily involved in motorsport of all forms in the Isle of Man, and nice to see that being recognised from our cousins in the island.
Did you work with Chris on Rally Radio?
I think we did bits with Chris, yeah, but Chris, Stuart Bickerstaff and Anthony Nestor making the way through. Chris tried really hard one year to get myself and Chris Ross across to do radio, and I so badly wanted to do it because I have a lot of love for the Manx National as an event. Having been over there quite a few times with Kenny when Kenny won it.
So the big loser so far in this stage has been Johnny Greer, drops from 2nd to 4th. He literally only dropped 2 seconds to Fermo, but it was Cahan McCourt and Callum Devine, but more importantly Josh Moffat's found a sweet spot. Can Josh do much? He's 13 seconds behind off the lead. He's 0.6 from
I think Josh just needs to play a waiting game.
Yeah.
It really is. He just has to watch Callum. You know, Callum is keeping competitive and knocking the times in, but you know,
Jason Mitchell has said was on a bit of a push, so nice stage time from Jason, 8:17.2, 6th fastest. And text message in from Alan Carmichael, definitely taking it easy. something's not right with that car. He's going very.
Yeah.
He's being caught, I think. Tim Hoare, this is a no-brainer. Tim Hoare from Michelin, thanks Tim once again. I like your little text message with lots of rainy clouds. It's an MW1 wet for all the Michelin runners. I would say the Pirelli is on identical tyre, except it's the Italian one as opposed to the French one. Yes, Chris Boyd's absolutely right. I'm impressed with that time of Jason's. He's something's clicked for him in there. James Ford, not a bad time, 8:25.9. Gary Pearson, 8:34.0. So they've got a certain amount of confidence. I'm worried about Carmichael. Carmichael seemed to be going.
Yeah. Crews now make their way from the second running of Sleeve Row as we.
Neil Roskell. Splish Splosh.
Watch Neil Roskell and Rob Fagg make their way through. They make their way now to the second running of Banbridge North. 8.03 miles. That's due off in 40 minutes. And of course that stage was part of an old Circuit of Ireland stage and has been used and utilised in various formats on the Ulster and Circuit in around 2012, 2014, 2015. And as I said earlier, if you go onto YouTube and look up Mark Lovell in-car, you will find in-car of a lot of the stage as it's been used this evening.
Ryan Loughran, oh my goodness, fastest time. I knew he was on it. Ryan Loughran's just got his first Tarmac Championship fastest times. Fair play to him in atrocious conditions.
Yeah, but I don't like wet tyres. I prefer to go out and cut slick.
Quote unquote.
But that's the beauty. That's the beauty of our sport, and that's the vagaries of it.
Congratulations, Ryan. Well done.
Yeah.
That's quite an achievement.
Damien Toner through, and the two-wheel drive cars will find this a challenge, but that is a 7:55. It's almost a second and a half quicker than Josh. Yeah, that's mildly impressive, Ryan Loughran. If there was a round of applause going, you'd have had it.
You have to hand it to him. That's just absolutely fantastic. There'll be a few cheers in the service area.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if Tony gets them at about 9:30 tonight. He'll say, "You know what? I like them wet tyres."
They're not too bad after all.
You know.
I like to go out in the cut slick.
Thank you very
Mark
much.
Mark 2's a handful here. So, Jason Black. The Starlet looks as if it's in a better place than the Escorts.
Thank you very much, Barry Craig. Says, well done to the camera crews out in that weather. Not an easy job. I totally agree, and we're very lucky to have people like them. And Bobby McGee says, typical Irish liquid sunshine.
Was that you and Bobby McGee? Or me and Bobby McGee?
Well, could be both. So, next up for us
should be Marty Toner, I hope. I'd say the BMW will be a handful in this wet weather. It's the uncertainty, it's not knowing where the stand of water is and the car starts aquaplaning. You just have to get your head above it.
Yeah, you just have to do the best, just do your best.
Ironically, the temperature's risen from 15 degrees to 17 degrees.
You can see now, since we've gone live here, just in that dip in our camera shot there, is now sitting in water.
Yeah.
It's you know, standing.
I think conditions are definitely deteriorating, and but irrespective of that, Ryan Loughran has just set his first fastest time of the rally. His first fastest time in the Tarmac Championship, as far as I'm aware. He's been knocking on the door, but he's really done a good job.
And as a result, sits 6th overall.
So the guy in front of him's on the move as well. I can see Josh and Ryan gaining a couple of places. somebody wisely pointing out the modified guys will be short shifting, for sure, particularly the 2.4s and the 2.5s. Probably the better car in these conditions would be a 2 litre. Guy Carlisle, how you doing, Guy? Any news from Morris Gas? He broke a drive shaft apparently on the first stage, so whether he gets going again, it was mechanical failure we hear.
Broke a drive shaft, but was last seen making his way back to service after stage 1.
Yep.
A pity, because I was genuinely looking forward to seeing him out. It was the first time he'd been out in nearly 15 years. So as you can see, the weather now closing in. You can see the conditions and the distance with the mist. We were explaining earlier on the stage here at Rostrevor. It's on the back of Rostrevor and Mourne Point, really close to the coast, and of course the Mourne Mountains running to the east of the county, and you do get these kind of conditions coming in, and you're starting to get the lights now. That's Sean Devine and Elaine Naget in the Fiesta R5 Class N9.
Conor McCrossan's due up.
So Conor McCrossan and Martin Brady in the Fiesta Rally 2.
Conditions are definitely deteriorating. You know, Connor's over 30 seconds down in the leading guys, and imagine it must be saturated.
It's a long time since I've seen that. I can actually see the camera lens now starting
to fog.
Fog, yeah. And I haven't seen that in a long time. So, you know,
it's humid as well. You know,
it's 17 degrees. Yeah. I think the coolest is to be tonight is 16.
Really?
Yeah.
This is. I'm saying nothing. Careful what you say, Michael.
So as
so Liam McMullen's due. Liam's actually going quite well in his R5 Fiesta. Cameraman's fighting a losing battle here.
I think he is, yeah.
Liam's going quite well actually, but you know the clock is telling a different story. So I know we're only seeing 100 and 200 yards of the stage, 8 odd miles or whatever. It's
now Liam McMullen should be coming up next. Liam with Patrick
Liam, I think
went through.
Yep. In theory, it should be Ollie Benton next, but I don't see him on the list. I wonder, is the weather having a, you know, the way sometimes it would affect your sky or whatever if the rain.
Oh, we can't afford sky in our house.
Oh, I can't afford it, but it's all I can afford.
Huh?
So I can't afford anything.
No,
else.
I've never had that problem, Michael. I just, you know, we just get the 5 channel.
So it is Ollie Benton. So Ollie, first of the 2 litres, fighting for the lead. Lost a few seconds in stage 2 and dropped back to 3rd, I think. Got to keep our eye on Gareth Black and John Devlin, the next 2 cars. John Devlin should be next. This might actually suit John. John was telling me that he first did this in the 1980s on a road rally, this bit of road.
Yeah, I think the next crew is John Devlin.
Yep, hopefully.
John, who won his class on the Pro Tyre National UK Championship in 2019, had a terrific result on the Manx National in the Isle of Man. fairness to John, he doesn't look like he's hanging around.
No, and there's not much between him and Ollie there, I don't think. And obviously Gareth. Well, you know, this is John would tell himself this is his neck of the woods. Gareth's more slightly west, isn't he? Over into County Armagh.
Yeah. I can hear somebody's escort getting...
I think it's the junction where it's just round the corner. I think they're pulling away from the junction. It's quite steep
and running
uphill.
parallel to where the cameraman is.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what we're hearing. Now Wayne Sisson's on the stage. Yep. So where is Gareth? There we are. Again, I think it's very close on times between these the 3 2-litre cars here. Neil Roscoe, not such a good time, 1:43 off the litres. Suggests something, and we reckoned that Carmichael was in big trouble. Yeah, a 10:38.2. He's dropped 2.5 minutes, and he was so optimistic in service. He had found that they had a bent damper and the car was all over the place in the first 2 stages. They got service crew did a great job, got some dampers borrowed, I think, from somebody else, and I think Alan was really looking forward to the car being in good shape, but it didn't look so good when he went past us. He's dropped 2.5 minutes in the stage. Neil Roscoe's dropped quite a bit of time. I think the modified people are where they expected to be, mid to late 8 minutes. Apparently Alan Bolton says that Carmichael's screen messed it up, and I alluded to this earlier on. It's your worst nightmare in a rally car.
Well, listen, we can see it here in the cameraman. I mean, all you have is the camera against the outside temperature. Inside a rally car, you have the heat against the cold, and it has to be making conditions very difficult.
And Tony would always, Tony Kelly, don't get your race suit wet. Don't ever get your race suit wet. Because the minute you close the doors in the rally car, it becomes a sauna.
Yeah.
And everything steams up.
I mean, even where we are here, I can hear the rain bouncing off the top of the studio.
Johnny Cargo's due up pretty soon. Johnny got a lucky escape in front of our camera earlier on. That's Wayne Sisson, sorry. Yep. I did the Eiffel Rally in an Lancia 037 in 2018, and we had conditions like this, and the windscreen steamed up, and eventually, because it was a demonstration rally, I said, look, we better stop. And we got the car back to the service area, and it was like, where is the demister? Because the car is an original...
There wasn't one?
No, everything's in Italian.
Oh.
And there's an array of buttons on an 037, and one of them was demister, but between the pair of us, we couldn't figure out which one it was. So, not so good. Kyle White,
Sean Toppy.
Song, isn't it? The rain keeps falling. Rain keeps falling. Down, down.
What did you have for tea?
I didn't. I'd ask. Chicken sandwich, if you want to know.
Okay.
So Kyle McBride, we only had a quick chat with Kyle in the service area. Actually going really well by the looks of it. seconds. So Jason Black just about fastest from Marty Toner, and two-wheel drive race. Philip Cherry's on social media. Hiya Michael, it was weather like that doing the Lakeland Rally in the Lado when the wipers packed in. Now where did you end up sitting working the wipers? I remember that, Phil Cherry. My goodness. What year was that? 1984, 1983? On the Lakeland stages? Which, by the way, is in 2 weeks' time, and the absolutely fantastic rally was down with Enniskillen Motor Club this week, and had a run over the stages, Phil. Still some of the same stuff, Ballon Tempo, Belmore Forest, Carrigan's, Classic Lakeland. We've also got the Dava Rally next week, then 2 weeks to the Lakeland Cork Forestry this weekend, and the Bushwhacker 2 weeks after the Lakeland. So we've got a plethora of gravel rallies coming up.
You on Lloyd?
Leading the RC4s. I was saying about the modifieds, nothing between Jason Black and Marty Toner, so on that stage, less than a second between them. And Marty's 23 seconds behind. Damien Toner's now third, 42 seconds behind. John Devlin's leading class N6 from Gareth Black and is fourth in the two-wheel drives. Gareth Black fifth, second in class 6, and Ollie Benton sixth overall in the two-wheel drives and third in class N6. Ollie was fastest class N6 driver with an 8:49.8 as opposed to Gareth Black on 8:50.3 and John Devlin on 8:55.3. Johnny Cargo's just in with a time of 9:09.5 and Camillus Bradley 8:44.3, which would make him the fastest two-wheel drive so far, after him being quite cautious earlier on. Jason J just through.
Casey J, Coleman, Lachlan Moore in the Ford Fiesta Rally 4. Next up should be Shane Quinn and Stephen Reynolds in a similar car.
By the way, I ended up sitting in the engine bay with the bonnet open, making the wipers work on the Lakeland stages.
For how many miles?
Enough.
Means you don't remember?
Well, I don't remember it later on because we went to, I'll never forget, it was, I'm pretty sure it was either the golf club or the rugby club. It was one or the other. It's a long time ago, mind.
I bet you Philip remembers.
Oh, I don't think so. It was one of those nights. So Casey J's through. Mickey Conlon's due up soon in the MC Blinds Mark II Escort. You know, I was thinking, you know, is it as bad as it was? And you just see the rain hitting the puddles. I think this is just to stay like this all night, isn't it?
Yeah. It's going to be interesting in the morning because the forecast is to rain through the night quite heavily, but you have the winds as well, and of course, we're in August. You can see from the hedges and the trees and the picture on the screen there, you know, there's a lot of surface area that can be caught by winds. So I know a lot of Shinbridge, the open stage in the morning, a lot of that is covered or.
How far's your home from that? You are on the stage or very close to it?
I can see where they come out over Grattan's Lane, turn right, down to the dip, turn right, and back up again. That stage is probably 300 metres from my living room window.
Thought so. Chris Ford. Chris Renault won't stick his neck out in these conditions, and who wouldn't blame him? Now, it seems to be a bit of a gap. We were expecting Mickey Conlon but conditions are so bad. It's this could be Mickey now. Yes, it is indeed. Actually seems to be going very well. I think he's potentially got a chance of catching.
I mean, we'll be able to tell tomorrow in the distance up at the top. We're just looking at my security cameras. That's Newry in the distance. So the stage that we are at is just down over there.
Yeah.
So we'll be able to tell.
Yeah.
And
yeah, Alan Bolton's running over the story we told earlier about the opening stage of the Cork 20. All hands on deck, 6 o'clock in the morning. It was all ready to go, 7 o'clock. Storm hit, stage was blocked, trees down. All hands on deck to get it cleared up.
That's the stage.
Right, okay. Sorry, Zav's just showing me relative to where his front door is to the first stage tomorrow. And of course, it's a completely different stage to what they ran last year. No, opposite direction, different roads, yet. And the Evo certainly stands out. Everybody seems to have their lights on now. One thing with, you probably know yourself, if you look at something, even though it's getting dark outside and you look through a camera or whatever, it looks lighter.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. The white balance in the camera will compensate for some of the darkness outside, so this could actually be a little bit deceptive. And it's now coming up to 20 past 8. Leading cars are making their way to the Banbridge North stage. Going very nicely. Couldn't see where he was going. Sorry, we've just seen a clip of Marion Evans going off the road earlier. He couldn't see where he was going. Windscreen wipers had failed, and even he said if it was heavy rain, he would have just slowed down. But it was because it was so light and misty, and the wipers weren't working, and he was fiddling trying to get them to work, and just got distracted. And very little damage done to the car, but that's the end of his Tarmac Championship campaign for 2023. Bit of a shame.
Yeah, and I think he's represented himself in Melvin Evans Motorsport very, very well over the year.
He's an absolute gentleman.
And has gained the experience and knowledge, and God willing, it allows him to
I think that was Gareth Deasley on his way through.
Allows him to put that experience to good use and come back and give it another rattle and see can the Irish Tarmac Championship make its way to Wales next year. Thank you very much, Brendan Bell. Nice of you to say so. Yeah, Alan Bolton mentioned that Cork 2 weeks ago had to clear trees off the first stage with chainsaws. We mentioned that earlier, Alan, about the stage being ready to go at 6 in the morning by 7 o'clock. There were trees down all over the place, and the marshals, landowners, farmers and organisers managed to get them chopped up and pulled out of the way, and the stage started 4 minutes late, which was an amazing achievement.
It was absolutely fair play to the Cork, Munster Car Club, who of course are the organisers of the Cork 20 rally. And Kevin O'Riordan, the clerk of the course, I think was having a few tight moments when the storm hit. It was a challenging weekend for the motor club and all the organisers involved in running the stages. So Shane Cullen, so Kyle McBride, was he fastest? Yes, he was. Kyle McBride, we reckoned was going really, really well. Goodness, he's absolutely blitzed everybody. The big loser, Owen Lloyd's had a problem in the stage. He's dropped nearly 2 minutes. Dropped from the lead down to 4th in the category. Kyle White's should have been into the lead. He's had a problem as well. It's dropped 24 seconds to Kyle McBride. A very respectable time of 8:39.8, I suspect, is probably the fastest two-wheel drive time of the rally.
Leading crews are now back onto the A1, having looped round through Rathfriland and down through Annaclone and in the Rathfriland Road onto the A1, and they're now on their way out the carriageway past Torrey and Quarries, Gibson's Quarry, if you know where it is, and then just past the Go station on the A1 they turn left in and make their way down through there towards the stage start for special stage 4. That's due off live at 20:41, 19 minutes to 9, and so far we seem to be running on time. It's going to be interesting for me, Michael, bearing in mind the difference we saw between stage 1 and stage 2 last time round. Again, stage 1 and 3 wet both times.
Yep.
But stage 2 for us last time round was relatively drier.
It was a lot drier,
was better.
But it was still tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
still tricky.
It's going to be interesting.
So I think that was Stephen Armstrong, car 53. Scott Singleton, sorry. And I'm just going to go back. Look, we praised Ryan Loughran for his fastest overall time. Well, if Kyle McBride's time's correct, in his little Rally 4 Fiesta, he has blitzed everybody to set the fastest overall two-wheel drive time. He's gone into the lead of the RC4s. To put it in perspective, he did an 8:39.8 and Jason Black did an 8:46.6 with probably 150 more brake horsepower.
Well, he was 12th fastest on the stage. 11th fastest was Gary Pearson in the Polo GTI R5. He was only 5 seconds quicker than him.
It's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty good going. That's
something clicked for that young man there. Whereas a bit of a disaster for Owen Lloyd, a bit of a shame that. Casey J. Coleman, a 9:49.2, again nearly a minute down. Over a minute down on Kyle McBride. And Kyle White has, I suspect, had a problem as well. So, yeah, they're out of the stage and they're still in the rally, but these conditions are just as difficult as they'll get. Windows steaming up, like our camera, unfortunately.
So it won't be long now till our camera crew's live on stage 4.
So due into stage 4 at 20:41, so about 14 or 15 minutes from now.
Stephen Armstrong and Philip Armstrong making their way through there in front of our cameras, the Class N5 Mark II Escort.
So the field's starting to get a bit spread out now in these really tricky conditions. Cameraman doing his absolute best. And as the lights come into view.
Philip Hamilton and Joe Comerford in the N5 Class Mark II Escort.
Zav's telling me jokes in the studio. I shouldn't be laughing.
I'm not. I'm just pointing out something on the map. I have to be honest, I'm starting to get a bit concerned in that we started stage live at 1938. Stage 3, we were on air from about 1930, so it's nearly an hour, and
Yeah.
I haven't heard a single word from our production team.
That's Well, I'm glad to hear the production team's enjoying the coverage along with everybody else, and fair play to our cameraman's braving
Yeah.
it out there. So I believe it's Drew. Drew, old RPM cameraman. Everybody knew Drew. Nice guy. We shouldn't have said anything, Zav, because now they're not shutting up. So
It's okay.
I'm not quite sure who this is. Is this Fergal McGuigan, maybe? No,
Looked like
it's Trevor Wilson, I think, was it?
Yeah, it looked like him. Looked like Trevor Wilson, Paul Mulholland in the March Escort running class Historic 3.
Yep, and leading the Historics by the proverbial and Philip Cherry says it was the rugby club and lots of beer after that. Yes, Phil, I knew it was the rugby club. I couldn't remember whether it was a golf club or the rugby club, but now you say it was the rugby club. We won't say about the donuts in the car park. I do remember that. Oh dear, bad boys.
So I'm just wondering if the rain has eased a little bit. I know that the camera's sort of fogged up, but
Yep.
to me it looks like the
Doesn't.
rain maybe eased a bit. I can start to see the outline of the hill in the background. Won't be long now until we start going to and having a look live at stage 4 and check the conditions out.
Big variation in stage times in this stage, just mainly down to the conditions, but that's rallying. You have to deal with everything at all times that nature throws at you. I don't think anybody could say it was worse for them. I don't think it could get any worse for everybody, so at least it was, on the one hand, consistent.
So stage 4 goes live at 20:41. Adrian from Mull is close to the stage start line, as is Josh Moffat, Callum Devine, Johnny Gray, Robert Barrable, and the leading crews are now on to Skelton's Road, if you know the area, and they're making their way up towards the start line, so that won't be long now until it's live.
I think that might have been Trevor Wilson who just went through, and the previous car before that was McGuigan. The two cars are very similar. The one's a modern Mark II and one's a historic Mark II. We've got a couple of Jews, some people like David Armstrong. We know Andrew Bush, who was scheduled to come to the historic cars. That's Andy Johnson the way through in his historic Chevette. Jim McSherry co-driving.
I have to tip my hat to our production coordinator and wardrobe mistress, Tony Wise, because I've noticed that my chair isn't interfering with the microphone anymore. So I suspect that at our interlude, Mr. Wise has been busy making sure that there's no distractions in the studio.
I had forgotten. Somebody did say it actually sounds more like a whoopee cushion. Harry Johnson's due up.
Harry and Chris Johnson in the 325 E30, the sort of dark blue. We've seen that on the opening 2 stages of the day so far.
There he is, the blue BMW. Very distinctive BMW sound. I'm stunned by that time of the R4s there. Kyle McBride.
So as you can see now with the weather and the interlude stages getting drawn out and gaps between the cars.
So Alan Bolton saying Andrew Bush retired on SS1. Yes, he did indeed, but it wasn't actually engine failure. He had a bit of a noise in the engine and he prudently switched it off. He's bitterly disappointed. Obviously Andrew works with us here in the studio when he's not doing the rallies, so he was straight on to the production guys and explained everything. He was also able to tell us about Neil Williams being off, the new tarmac champion, historic Duncan. Yeah, not Neil Williams, Duncan Williams. I'm just looking at the rain, Zab. I think it's getting worse.
I just wondered if Andrew got in touch with the production team, because now that he's a free day tomorrow, he was probably looking a bit of work, was he?
Could be.
You know. So it might be worthwhile, because I've just had an email from a long lost cousin in South Africa that I never knew I had, who says I'm entitled to a share of $22 million if I don't give him my details.
Well, you go and speak to your new friend and we'll get Bushy into the studio.
Yeah,
you don't need to be here.
I'll be 22 million US dollars richer, yeah. There's a lot of people would ask me to go for nothing.
So that was Niall Kerry just gone through in his compact BMW. Patrick Fitzpatrick is due up very shortly. Patrick coming into view. Patrick being very cautious, tentative in these dreadful conditions. Definitely, I think visibility must be deteriorating. We're maybe not getting a good idea. Everybody down the field getting struggling progressively. And we're just looking at a bit of data here, you know, Patrick Fitzpatrick just gone through. I always think of Fitzpatrick's Hotels, Cork 20, you know.
Sponsor.
Yeah.
And funnily enough,
great supporters of Irish rally in their days.
We joke about Bushy, but he would have brought in probably the last 25 years of programmes for the Ulster.
Yep.
When it was the British Midland Ulster and all that kind of stuff, and
yes,
able to look back. But so many of the Fitzpatrick Hotels ones, yeah.
It's now the Silver Springs in Cork, I think.
There's
the
Noel
Corolla's
Valley,
still going.
Noel and Neil Valley and the K25 shaped Toyota Corolla.
Lovely little car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whoever thought that a Corolla would be iconic? But they are.
They definitely are.
Virtually every well, I can't talk about the current models because they all look the same, don't they? But I don't mean that facetiously. But modern cars, by computer design, they don't have this individualism that
Ben Mellors has used one on the British Historic Championship, the RA40 version that was made famous by Hanno Mikkel and Bjorn Voldegaard.
Yep.
And Ben built his to the original drawings. They've built 3 or 4 for collectors worldwide.
Really?
Yeah. And I think I saw for sale 71.
It's the Nova of Ronan Green.
And I think I saw one of the older ones that I think Per Eklund drove it, I think, was for sale recently. But yeah, I think if you'd put your money into historic rally cars about 5 years ago, you could have made a very good move because
should have Anthony O'Brien up now. Yeah, it's picking the right one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't see Nissan 240Zs becoming, or 280Zs becoming day rigger historic cars for Africa again.
Yeah, but I mean the
But they
240
are.
RS. I mean, if you remember, Davy Evans bought 3 or 4 off Blydenstein and ran them over here as hire cars. Davy took, was it 84 circuit? He took 1 to 3rd overall.
83, I think.
Yeah, Davy Evans and Roy.
Where's
Turner.
Bushy when you want them? Bushy could just go 83. So this should be Anthony O'Brien. Yep.
Yeah.
Now that's a A86, is that correct? That model?
It is. I'm going to have to do a bit of a refresh here, I think.
Yeah, double click on it. I think the weather's having a detrimental effect on the tracking system. That's what I was going to say about, you know, really bad storm hour. We still have a satellite dish rather than broadband satellite service. And in weather like this, quite often our broadband, or not a broadband, our satellite signal will just quit. Because the atmosphere is just full of rubbish, you know, dense with water and.
Yeah, and of course the wind, the strong winds, if it gets the right gust, just
John Adams
changes the signal.
John through, yeah.
73, John Adams and Michael Johnson in the historic 3 class, Ford RS 1800. So as you can see on the tracking system on our screen there that you're looking at now, leading crews either at or making their way over to the start line of Special Stage 4.
Yep, first car is scheduled to start at 2041, which is
so far
very
so
soon.
good.
Our production team assures us we're trying to get pictures from Stage 4, a rerun of Stage 2, Banbridge North. Critical stage earlier on for championship frontrunner Marianne Evans, who, due to broken windscreen wipers, lost concentration, made a small mistake, and unfortunately out of the rally.
Looks on Stage 4 as though our camera crew is just before, it's at a really good spot actually, in under the trees.
Just under halfway through, Sal, would you
yeah,
say?
about halfway through. Just before the hairpin at sort of just off the Ballymoney Road.
James Wiley's due at our spot on Stage 3 very shortly, I hope. Rally is getting a little bit spread out just at this point in time.
Crews at the start of Stage 4 on the Mullifernan Road. They make their way down through and in under the old railway bridge, up past the farm on the left.
Oh, look at the rain and the spotlights, my goodness. Oh my, oh my, oh my. These guys are earning their sack of spuds today.
And looks as though Adrian Formeau is in the stage.
Okay. Good job. So who's that that's gone blue near the start? Oh, Andrew Sims possibly. And a bit of a false reading on the results there, Paddy. Marianne Evans has retired.
It did that the last time. I think that's his check.
Yeah, he's doing a wee check, so it'll clear that. It'll be delete on the keyboard, and we'll get the regular results back in a moment. So on Alan Bolton's advice, I've had a look at the retirements on the rally score, Paddy McCollum's website, and we have in no particular order Marianne Evans, Stage 2 off-road, Andrew Bush, Stage 1 engine failure. Well, we know Andrew told us himself he just switched it off before the engine failed. He was being prudent. Morris Gas, drive shaft stage 1, Richard O'Lone, throttle cable stage 1, and Alan Moffat in his Mini Cooper, drive shaft on stage 2. There is the opportunity to do Rally 2 or Super Rally, depending what you want to call it, I'm pretty sure. We know that Marion is not doing that. He's going to help out with the team. Of course, they're running a couple of other cars on the rally. And the rain is, as it's getting darker, and it is getting darker, I think the camera is compensating a bit for the light. I think it's probably reality a lot darker than that. But you can just see how heavy the rain is when the spot pumps catch it. So the results are back to stage 3 again. Now our production team assures us that they are trying to get pictures from stage 2. Adrian Formo's now into the stage, as is Callum Devine. Wow, goodness me. Very, very, very difficult. That's Alex McNaughton and John Henderson tippy-toeing their way through, and who could blame them? So apparently we're the production team are doing their best to try and get live pictures from stage 4, but conditions are as tough as you'll get, as everybody can see. And I know that we're very close to Adrian Formeau arriving at our camera location in stage 4, so apparently we are very close to going over. Fabian McAleer just through. I think this might be Nicholas Alcorn due next in his Honda Civic. We saw 2 or 3 of the Honda Civics earlier on. Front wheel drive in these conditions.
Made much harder by the heavy rain and the conditions in the Lion water. I think possibly that Formeau was past our camera point on stage 4.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. So that was Richard Somerville just through, and Alan Bolton. You're absolutely right, Alan. He's just saying, just think of the guys and girls that are now heading out to set up tomorrow's stages. Now, there'll be a bit of work done today in the afternoon, but the vast majority of it's done tonight. Alan Bolton knows better than most people. Alan, former clerk of the course of the Tour of the Sperrins, the Circuit of Ireland National Rally. Alan's forgotten more about running rallies than most of us will ever learn. So you're absolutely right, Alan. And I think this is as tough a weekend as I've seen. I remember the Ulster Rally, I think it was the year 2000, it was called the Carried Off Forklift Challenge, and it was similar to this, the conditions, and I thought Ireland was going to sink. So that's Nick Alcorn just through in his yellow distinctive Honda Civic. Callum Devine is probably through past our camera point. Just okay, so we're just getting ready. We're going to go straight to stage 4. Where we might have missed the first couple of trues, but we'll keep you up to date.
Did you paint somewhere else?
In fairness to our crews, they are struggling in the conditions in the rain.
Anybody else? So you're really basically since.
So I think they've done extremely well to get up and running here.
And it's pretty dark there, isn't it?
Yep.
This is I've just opened a snack bar and it's melting in the studio.
That's because you had it in your pocket because you weren't going to share.
Sharing is caring, eh?
And there you go. As you look at the banner, it's a balmy 17 degrees at nearly 9 o'clock. Now, sunset officially was about 10 minutes ago. We should have Johnny Greer close to us on the stage here. You'll know straight away by the sudden flash of lights. Ricky Clee, thank you very much. I totally agree with you. A big shout out to the camera crews and the marshals who are standing out in these conditions. Well worth smashing the like button. But you can see the visibility. I'm going to say the visibility is good here. People are going to laugh and say, look, it's dark. But when you look at the background and you can see the difference, there's no mist, it's not overhanging, it's not covered in, and you the same as it was with being so close to the coast. Johnny should be here any second now.
Pretty heavy.
And that's them
Out
away
on
up.
17 seconds over the minute.
I actually think the camera crew have changed their location and they're actually at the hairpin.
Yep.
So there you go, there's the graphic on the screen. Banbridge North, second running, 8.03 miles. The green flag on the right hand side is stage start and the red flag is stage finish. The green is the start just off the A1, makes its way through Skelton's Cut as you know it. Coming through now.
So that was the first car was for Mo, I think. That's Callum through. And you know, I've forgotten now what he said. What I said, he stopped the 17 seconds, was it?
I wasn't watching that because I rely on you.
Yeah, I think it was 17.
But then makes its way out through and onto the old Lurgan Road before they'll make their way back through Banbridge and through onto the A1 and up to the service Newry. This stage has been utilised in the past in various guises on the Ulster and on the Circuit of Ireland. Very tricky, very demanding, and certainly there are fast sections really where our camera was on first time round. The very fast section there. Now we have time for Adrian Mo has come through.
Yep, I was
of
about due.
8:09.2.
Okay, how does that compare to stage 2? Not 10, 12 seconds slower than his time this morning. So conditions on the first stage out after service, absolutely dreadful. Not so bad here. Somebody says the lights, hot brakes and fire. Yeah.
Can't beat it. And throw in a little bit of Castor Lower from the old days. So next
should be Johnny Greer.
So Callum Devine's time is in and he's done an 8:03.7. That is
so he's
5.5 seconds quicker than Adrian Mo.
Closes to win 7.4 half of the lead.
Yeah. Now all we need is Cahan McCourt to rattle in a real cracker.
Yeah.
And then we have a great fight tomorrow.
Johnny's brakes glowing red hot, left foot brake in the little Citroen. Brilliant stuff. So Josh is approaching the finish now, so we should get a time for Josh very shortly. And Brendan Bell, the snack bar was lovely, thanks, yeah. You need something to keep you going. The rallying's good, but
9 cars in the stage as we speak, with Adrian Formeau and what I think is Callum Devine having completed stage 4.
Thank you, Jamie Jam. It was 17 seconds. You're absolutely right.
Josh Moffat has dropped time again, 8:23.2. That's 19.6 or 19.7 seconds slower than Callum Devine on that stage. So at the moment, with those 3 times in, Callum Devine is within 7.4 seconds of Adrian Formeau, while a further 27.7 seconds back is Josh Moffat.
So that should have been Robert, I hope.
Yeah, Robert Barrable. Of course, who could forget Robert's inspired tire choice on the Sunday of the
West Cork,
yeah, when he literally shot from 5th to 2nd, and at one point looked like he might jump into the lead.
Well, the man I'm interested in is Cahan McCourt. So
same as that.
Cahan's had a really nice drive so far today. And he doesn't seem to put himself under any pressure. Brakes glowing red hot, exhaust glowing red hot.
Johnny Greer in on a 8:16.5.
Okay.
That moves him up to 3rd based on the current times through. That is possibly likely to change.
I think so, yeah. Justin Tong says it must be brilliant to have Formeau there. Good to see the locals trying to put it up to him as well. Well, they certainly are.
He's not running away with it, is he?
He's not running away. He got a bit of an advantage on this stage the first time over, but he hasn't got it this time. As we can see, Callum's just responded. 7.4 seconds in these conditions is just so little. Now,
and seeing the stage, Darren Gass is in there, Ryan Loughran, Jason Mitchell.
Well, Ryan Loughran was fastest in the last stage,
yeah,
so he's on the move. Darren Gass is another one on the move. I think that's a fantastic time from Callum.
And of course, if you think about it as well, Michael, I mean, 8:03.7 from Callum. His nearest challenger for the tarmac title is Josh, who is almost 19.5 seconds slower. You know, in terms of the BRC, Adrian Formeau and Alexandra Chiora are, you know, they're going to take the points again. They've 2 or 3 wins this year already. So the championships are kind of sorting themselves out, and I think the benefit is the Ulster Rally is reaping the rewards of that, because it's a really good battle.
Yeah, Cathan McCourt's time's in with Dean O'Sullivan, 8:17.1. I don't think he'd be disappointed. We see Callum's had such a good time there. Puts Callum up into 2nd place. Effectively, he's leading the Tarmac Championship, so we'll get maximum points. He's doing more than enough. And our banner headline, Ryan Loughran fastest on stage 3. And the brakes glowing red hot. I think that was James Ford. Bit harder to make the cars out, but James, this is where you get to see where these R5 cars really work hard, don't they?
Yeah.
But that's what they're designed to do. They're rally cars. They're purpose-built rally cars.
Yeah, but for us as spectators and that, it's like you just
great.
point out, you know, you don't see that in the daytime.
No.
Unless you have an infrared camera that can measure temperature.
Yeah.
But at night, and as the post...
we all carry those about with us, don't we?
Yeah.
They're very common these days.
And as the post says, you know, glowing discs, exhaust, the wet, the smell, the noise, the sight of the lights dancing across the hedges. Yeah, I don't think you can beat it, to be honest.
Now, Gary Pearson should be the next driver, due into shot very shortly. Gary's acclimatising really well to the Ulster. He says it's 10 years since he was... Of course, he's been run by Melvin Evans, and Marion, after his retirement, has sort of committed to helping Gary out over the weekend.
So Robert Barable in on a 8:41.3. Desi Henry has clocked in an 8:36.1, sixth fastest on the stage. So Cahan McCourt and Callum Devine have swapped places, but you're going to have your top three at the end of day one, separated by 15 seconds. The top four will be separated by 20 seconds, and 30 seconds separates the top five. So 6 stages tomorrow.
So Jason Mitchell's another one who's had a good day.
And plenty to come.
Jason maybe about 10 seconds down. Now, Ryan Lock, well, we know Josh has had a bad stage time. If everything goes right for Ryan Loughran on this stage and he has another good time, you could see Ryan jumping maybe jumping up to 5th on this stage if he has another good run.
Yeah, definitely possible.
And Ryan should be the next car, maybe about 20 seconds or so before he's with us. And that'll give us an indication of... but I don't think he's having as good a run as he did on stage 3.
James Ford in on an 8:34.6.
Okay, not so bad, James.
Gary Pearson in on an 8:37.5.
There's nothing between those guys, is there?
No.
They're all very similar, but Callum really, that time from Callum's fantastic, and a fantastic time from Formeau as well. You know, if you were to take Callum out of the picture, Formeau can't be unhappy with that. Brendan Bell, we were talking about the forestry rallies coming up, and one of them being the Bushwhacker. Having a couple of stages on the Friday night this year in the dark. Been a long time since they did it. Would have been the mid-2000s was the last time that the Bushwhacker, very popular Oma-based event.
Jason Mitchell in on an 8:20.3. You were right. He was going rightly.
Yep. One of the other people who has really impressed me today is this man, Darren Gast, just coming into the picture. Going very nicely. Yeah, Jason Mitchell, he's a bit in no man's land there. 6th overall, 5th fastest on the stage. He's got a bit of work to do to catch Josh in front of him. But I don't think that'll be the case with Ryan Loughran when we get his time, which is due imminently. Joe McGonigal up next.
There you go, Michael. Time's in.
Yep, 8:23.6. Josh Moffat, 8:23.2. Stalemate on that one. Joe stays the same. He stays 7 seconds behind.
But he's got to be happy sitting tonight after 4 stages and 6th overall in the conditions we've had.
Yeah, I think they all are. I think everybody who's coming off the end of this stage tonight will be breathing a sigh of relief.
You know, and there's just over twice the stage mileage to come tomorrow.
Yeah, but a completely different character of stages tomorrow. Well, not dissimilar to this one, but very, very difficult stages. Narrow, twisty, technical, tight turns.
The other thing is we've no idea what's going to... I don't mean to be a doom or gloom merchant, but we don't know what the weather's going to bring overnight. There's a lot of rain forecast, big winds. It could leave the stages.
But I'm interested that the rain doesn't seem to be quite so bad here north of Banbridge, which is actually geographically closer to tomorrow's stages. Would you agree?
Oh, I would agree, yes. Shinbridge will be damp in places. I know from living there are areas when it rains heavy that the water will sit in like a puddle in a pool because the ditches aren't drained anymore. You know, the chunks and the gullies aren't cleaned out. But tonight we're to get heavy rain. But by the time they're running at first stage tomorrow is at 9:45.
Yeah.
That's nigh on
Stuart Biggerstaff about to come into view.
12 hours away, so we'll see. It's just another added challenge for them tomorrow. And then, as you said, then tomorrow afternoon, sun.
It's supposed to dry up.
Yeah. So, and if you remember from a couple of years ago when the other stage ran up past the Bronte restaurant,
yes,
and when it was absolute bone dry, warm evening, some of the times set on that stage were staggering.
Well, it's
the Bronte Homeland stage.
When these guys are, and they don't make no mistake, these guys are racing again. Callum has just thrown a gauntlet. I mean, he really has. I think these guys around him are going to go, where did that come from? Mr. Alfredo, good evening from France. Hello, good evening. Bonsoir, as they say. I love Colin McRae. He was the fastest. He certainly was. We showed some great footage earlier on, a little history of the Ulster Rally. And Colin came here in Rothman's Legacy, and I was lucky enough to be doing the rally. And I remember there was a stage outside Randallstown, and the arrival control was near a double turn hairpin left on the main road. So we were able to stop. We were running, I think, about 15 on the road, and Colin was running first. So we were able to stop and watch Colin through in the Legacy. Bone dry tarmac, slick racing tyres, and he had the Legacy set up about 50 yards before the corner at 90 degrees.
Yeah.
And it was like watching a car on gravel, and he just blew everybody away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He really had dialed into that car. He was some of the in-car and some of the outside car footage of him in that Legacy RS.
Even the recce's,
amazing.
Even the recce's were just, we would have been falling about in the car laughing at the lines, the skid marks on the forest rallies. It was mad. Scottish Rally was okay. Scottish Rally was 5 days long, but it had a 5-day recce in those days. So you're on the road for 5 days in convoy. All the BRC competitors, the camaraderie. That's why we were all such good friends, because we were all living in the same hotels. Crack was mighty. So it seems to be going a bit better that time. He's obviously solved his misted up windscreen. Alan, he will be jumping inside that car. He'll have his Mr. Angry head on, I'm sure. These things happen in rallying, but there's always somebody, when there's a downpour, their windscreen will mess up. You could nearly go to the bookies and put a bet on. Darren Gass, 838.3. He'll be a wee bit disappointed with that, I think, after. So he stays where he was, but he's dropped back a wee bit. Desi Henry, 836.1. Fair enough. Now, if he's up one, who's down? Joe McGonigal.
Joe McGonigal, yeah. Joe's had an 847.6, so getting Toner through.
Getting a bit more grip this time.
Yeah, Marty Toner due next with us. And then Camillus Bradley. Now, as I said, the crews finish stage 4 here and make their way back through Banbridge before they then head up the A1. To the service park,
or down the A1,
hosted by the immaculate facilities provided by Modern Tyres in their recently refurbished and rebuilt production facility at the Carnbean Industrial Estate. Wonderful place to host as rally headquarters. Now they're due back in there at around 23 minutes past 9.
So this should be Marty Toner. It is, isn't it?
Yeah, Marty going very well, and Tony will be there to get their views on the 2 stages this evening. And we were wondering about competitors getting stages in the dark. Well, they're certainly getting that this evening.
Yeah. And in fairness to the organisers, the rally has run like clockwork despite the weather, and everybody started this stage in the dark.
Yeah.
So that you can't get fairer than
that. No, it really is good, and you know. The competitors will be running here for another hour, maybe 15 minutes maybe, and then into service where they will have 45 minutes
But I think
service time.
they've got the option, because it's the last one of the day, and I'm pretty sure I read it on the schedule, that if they don't want to take the 45 minutes, can actually check into Park Ferme early.
They can, yeah.
So, yeah, early check-in is allowed for service out.
Yeah.
Which always used to be, you know, Chris Boyd alluded to it earlier on. Remember, he used to arrive back into the Europa Hotel at like 11 o'clock at night after having done a loop of County Antrim, say. Started in Belfast, come back in, finished in Belfast. And then you'd set your alarm for 4 o'clock in the morning, and you'd be out at 5:30 and down the M1 to Dungannon to go and do all those fabulous stages in Tyrone and Fermanagh. And you'd do a big circle round Lough Neagh and end up, say, at Draperstown, and then down the motorway to the industrial estate at the harbour for the final service, and then down to the City Hall and over the ramp.
Wasn't it the Ulster Rally where Russell Brooks made the big show in front of Barry Hinchcliffe and bought Melvin Hutchin the ice cream?
Yes.
To try and curry favour back with him, walking up with the ice cream to him. I remember that. Barry Hinchcliffe was a god.
Russell used to
play the game.
He did, and he used to make these terrible errors in judgment at times. It was funny. So I think that was Camillus, who, after a cautious start, was fastest two-wheel drive on the previous stage. So there we can see Callum Devine on the tracking. He's heading down the A1 or up the A1, depending on your point of view. I always think it's down because you're going south. When you're going south, you're going down.
I always think it's up because you're heading Indian country. You know, out over the big mountains and into the south, you know. Because for us, you know, the mountains in the east of County Down all run sort of from Rostrevor, Newry, Warrenpoint, all the way up the coast.
Yeah. My tracking's got to work. It's doing its own thing here.
Amazing to look at the banner on the bottom of the screen there and see it's 15 degrees. I couldn't believe it when the weather forecasters were saying that lowest temperature tonight will be 15/16 degrees.
It's going bonkers here.
So, Sean Devine should be with us shortly.
I thought he would have been here by now, if the truth be known.
Yeah, but your tracker system's bonky.
It's going all over the place here. I'm looking at David Armstrong on the opposite. Is that one of your quarries on the A1?
Aye.
Is it?
Yeah. Gibson's the other, probably the other one. And I'll tell you what, you see the way they've opened them out in the last couple of years, they'd make a great stage for a multi-club rally. I look at them and think of the stage you can have. I remember saying to you before in the summer, I think it was Newry and District Motor Club, and they used to have a summer rally, and they would have done a stage in the quarry there, they'd have done a stage at Gibson's, they'd have done a stage at Collins Quarry in Tandragee, there'd have been a few farmers' lanes that they were allowed the use of, so it was like a multi-stage rally sort of on a Wednesday night. And I remember seeing Stanley Orr, Fred Crawford, Kenny, Sam McKinstry doing that summer rally.
I know why this has gone bonkers. I have a little program called Dragon Dictate, and in the search bar as we talk, it's looking for what we're talking about. It's activated itself. That should be all right now.
Ask him tonight's lottery numbers and see what it comes back with. So through the stage there now is...
I think it was Conor McCrossan, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Conor McCrossan and Martin Brady in the Ford Fiesta Rally 2. Ricky Clee says, wow, 7-second gap to Formeau. That's a great effort. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Callum has driven extremely well. Obviously confidence in the Devine camp is very high, and the relationship between himself and Noel O'Sullivan is obviously at its peak at the moment. This should now be, Liam McMullen, Patrick Durning in their RC2 Fiesta R5.
So Mr. Alfredo from good evening again, bonsoir from France. Who is the best rally driver right now in England? Question mark. Thank you very much.
Chris Ingram.
English driver.
Yeah, he's English.
Yeah, probably Chris Ingram. And with regards to the UK, Chris Meek. Still.
Yeah, but then you have to introduce him properly, like John Desborough does.
Why does John Desborough? My aspirations are tingling.
Yeah, but Chris Meek from United Kingdom, from Dungannon, Bush, County Tyrone, Chris Meek. It was never straightforward with JD. When he introduced, he used to get ribbed about it constantly when he did coverage, live coverage in WRC.
But we do have some very bright young drivers up and coming, and one of them.
It's unfair to pick Chris Meek or Chris Ingram.
It's all subjective.
There is so many good, and there's so many good drivers that, if they had a really decent budget, would make a few people sit up. I mean, just look at the RC4 fight here amongst some really talented young drivers. I said Chris Ingram because he won Eeps and he's a European champion. But equally, you could pick any. I mean, Callum Devine at the moment is leading the way. He's won 3 or 4 events this year. You know, Marion Evans won Ulster last year, won Galway this year. You know, James Ford, who's come over and raised his game.
Not here this weekend. 2 drivers come to mind: Matt Edwards and William Crichton. I think William Crichton has been a revelation this year in WRC3. We have a potential world champion in William from County. Actually, do you know what? I'm pretty sure William lives just over the county line in County Armagh.
He's in Armagh.
If it's not,
he needs to move to County Down.
Yes, he certainly lives just outside Moira, and the border is very, very close to County Down, Armagh, but maybe. And somebody says Gus Greensmith. Well, I have to be careful what I say because my wee brother is Gus's sometime co-driver. Actually, a few years ago, when Chris Patterson went to co-drive for Gus with M Sport, he had a chat on the phone and he said, look, the target here is he's 1 second a K off the pace. Let's see how many rallies we can get him to half a second a K. And I've just had a really good text message, and I'll mention it in a minute. And I think Gus came on, that was the 2018 or 2019 season, whatever, with M Sport. And I think Gus was probably the most improved driver in the WRC. Yeah. But Martin Hart, I tip my hat to you. You have said John Armstrong from County Fermanagh, and I totally agree with you. John is a revelation, and probably the guy who has proved himself time and time again. But let's talk about the Ulster.
I was going to say, let's get away from this because Mr. Alfredo from France, you've opened up a can of worms here because Ricky Cleese is one of us.
He's just won the 1,000 leagues. So.
We're going to move on because I think we'll put the lid back in this can. There are so many, we're lucky to have so many talented drivers on the world scene, British scene, clubman scene.
So that was Johnny Cargo. Thankfully, Johnny had a bit of mishap in front of our camera on the first stage, but seems to be getting on really well now and getting on nicely. I'm just going to have a quick check of the 2-wheel drive times and just see what way we're fixed now. Oh, these boys are close. These boys are close. These are the times. Marty Toner, 906.9. Damien Toner, 907.1. John Devlin, 905.7. Ollie Benton, 906.7. Camillus Bradley, 907.6.
It's a great battle. It really is.
My goodness. 2 seconds separate the top 5 of times. Now, they're a bit spread out because the conditions are so difficult, but you don't get much more competitive than that. So fastest 2-wheel drive was John Devlin in that stage, and second fastest was Ollie Benton. And we were talking about short shifting the 2.4s and the 2.5s earlier on. Very impressive. What's not impressive? Why is there no time for Jason Black? And how have we not seen? Jason was leading by quite a bit So is there just no time in for him, Zav, or is he a blue dot on the screen somewhere? So Gareth Black's through. There we go. Maybe Paddy McCollum's listening to me. Paddy, if you are, fair play to you. That was a quick fix. Jason in fastest time overall. Carrying on, he's now extended his lead to 33.1 seconds. I'm pretty sure he won the modified on the Circuit of Ireland this year, and there was somewhere else in it a second place. So this is an important weekend for him. So Kyle White just through, the first of the RC4 cars, the front wheel drive, 3-cylinder, pocket rockets. Leading cars just arriving into service very shortly. I wonder how Tony's getting on down there, and I wonder what the weather's like.
Well, hopefully it's eased up a little bit,
Yeah.
and I know she was in horrific conditions when she was there around tea time.
We're going to have to get her an umbrella holder, aren't we? Poor girl's having to put her hood up.
She needs a pit girl.
She needs a pit boy, maybe.
Well, pit boy.
Person.
Pit boy, yeah. Keep her dry.
Yeah. Pit person.
As we go back on stage.
Brakes glowing hot. I think that's Kyle McBride, who
is,
had
yeah.
a sensational time on stage 3. And of course, the other thing with the RC4s is Lloyd dropped nearly 2 minutes, which was, you can see the little front wheel drive car, the front brakes glowing red hot. Casey J. Coleman, I think, is next. I'm not quite sure where Owen Lloyd doesn't seem to be on the road just at the moment. But we know he dropped nearly 2 minutes on stage 3, which was very disappointing for him. Had such a dominant Cork 20 rally. Did a fantastic job there. Road sections, Av, yeah.
Yeah.
Service area.
Looks like that's where he is.
Okay, that's a shame.
So the remaining crews now look as though they have cleared stage 3, and they're making their way down through Refrild and a clone onto the A1, and will be making their way to the start of stage 4, just off the A1.
So this would account for the bit of a gap at the moment. We're looking at it's now completely black on the stage. If you think there's something wrong with your TV or your monitor or whatever, it's not. It's a night stage live from just north of Banbridge. It's stage 4 on the 2023 Modern Tyres Ulster Rally. We'll have a bit of a gap because we think Owen Lloyd has had a problem on stage 3 and has gone straight to service. So Casey J. Coleman is the next car, and here we go as he lights up. You can still see the rain coming down.
Gosh, yeah.
It's not easy. Not an easy thing.
And our camera picture there looks like one of those psychedelic 1970s pop videos.
LSD. Not a limited slip differential either.
No.
So we return to black again.
So end of 4 stages on the opening day of the 2023 Modern Tyres Ulster Rally. Rally headquarters based in Uri on the Carnbean Industrial Estate at the fabulous new manufacturing facility that Modern Tyres have there. State of the art and an amazing place to have a rally headquarters and a service area. But it is the M Sport driver Adrian Formeau with Alexandre Correa who lead the event on a total of 31.25.4. Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan are keeping him very honest, just 7.4 seconds behind in second. Cathal McCourt is a further 13.4 seconds back in third with Dean O'Sullivan in the Fiesta Rally 2. Johnny Greer and Niall Burns are in fourth on a total time of 31 minutes 45.8 seconds. Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes have driven steadily over the 4 stages this afternoon and tonight, and they hold 5th on a time of 31:53.1. Just a few seconds back is the man that set fastest time in stage 3, Ryan Loughlin, Thomas Murphy in the Fiesta R5, and their total for today is 32 minutes exactly. There is then 20 seconds further back to Jason Mitchell, Paddy McCrudden in 7th on 32 minutes 20 seconds in the Polo R5. 8th is Robert Barrable of Gordon Noble in the DS3 Citroen R5. They're on 32 minutes 48.5 seconds. 9th, as we watch Shane Quinn make his way through. 9th overall is Darren Gass and Barry McNulty, who had a really good start but have sort of driven steadily over the last couple of stages. 9th on 33 minutes dead, 0.1 second. And rounding out the top 10, Desi Henry and Paddy Robinson in the C3 Rally 2 on a total of 33:22.9. So that is your top 10 as the leading crews make their way back now to the Carnbean Industrial Estate. And tomorrow we have 6 stages, 2 loops of 3. Total of about 65.5 stage miles to run tomorrow over 6 stages. Shinbridge is run again. First stage in the morning is a version of the same Shinbridge stage that has been used for the last couple of years. Then they make their way over towards the back of Points Pass for the second stage of the loop, and again that has been used in various formats over the last couple of years before the third and final stage of the loop that finishes very close to Armagh City, and the crews will make their way back to Newry for service.
So it's looking at the last of the crews have just cleared stage 3. That'll be a relief for everybody there. So that was very, very difficult. So hats off to everybody on stage 3 today running that. Hats off to everybody on stage 4. Dreadful conditions. So to the marshals, the timekeepers, everybody helping keeping the rally running, and it's been like clockwork so far. So absolutely credit.
And to our cameramen who have managed to keep the cameras running and able to show us pictures as we come back now to an overview.
Yep. Cars are in service now. They have the option of leaving early if they get all their work done. So if we are going to go to service, maybe we're having a few connection issues. Interestingly, that was Mickey Conlon we just saw through stage 4. Mickey having a good run today. Mickey in the was leading the 2-litre class non-multi-valve, I think. Earlier on. In the RC4s, it looked to be quite a fight back by Kyle White on that stage. Kyle White blitzed everybody, did a time of 9 minutes dead. McBride did a time of 9:14.4. So Kyle White has closed back within 3 seconds of Kyle McBride, who had a storming run over stage 3 when he took 30 seconds out of everybody in those dreadful, dreadful, difficult conditions. Not much to choose between Shane Quinn and Casey J. Coleman. 9:28.6 for Shane and 9:32.5 for Casey J. To leave those guys. Kyle McBride leading by a scant 3.3 seconds overnight. Gordon Cunningham's due past our cameras on stage 4. In this light you won't see just so distinctive the orange Evo. So Kyle White leads, and here's Gordon coming into view. Rain continues to pour down. The big Evo's brakes glowing in the darkness. Shane Quinn's 3rd and Casey J. Coleman 4th overnight after 4 stages on the Ulster Rally this evening. Kevin Quinn is due in about 20 seconds. Nope, sooner than that. Every time the lights come into view and you see the rain, you think, it's not so bad there. And then you see the rain and you think, it really is not great. So we're getting ready. Apparently it's absolutely pouring down in service, just like everywhere else. And poor Tony does need an umbrella person with her. But we're gonna cut as soon as the guys are ready in service. We're going to try and just wind up for the day. And thanks everybody for all your help today. This has been a tough day for everybody, and Tony is going to look after us in the service part. Just get Gareth Deasley.
So on air tomorrow around 9 o'clock, give or take a minute or two, and we'll have an intro and a preview before we go to the first of tomorrow's stages. First one in the morning is due at 9:45.
Yeah.
So
9:45 for the first car on Shin Bridge, which is Zab's home stage.
Yep.
And then
I might just phone in tomorrow if the rain's that bad. I might phone a report in.
So effectively, Shin Bridge is a brand new stage for this rally. It's familiar territory, but the combination of the roads have never been run this way before. Unlike, we have a bit of familiarity then, Tyrone Stitches and Mount Pleasant. And we are ready to wind up in the studio for the day, and we're going to hand over to Tony in the service area.
Welcome back, folks. We're here in service, and I'd say there's a few happy campers to have made it this far. It's absolutely insane out here. So we just want to see if we can get a quick word with Callum and see how he feels after that loop. He obviously had an incredible few times through there. So we just want to hear from the man himself. He's just getting a few selfies taken there, I think. So we'll let the fans have their wee moment with the main man.
Joyce.
Callum, we'll get you back in here and get you out of the rain. I'd say you're a very happy man this evening, are you?
Aye, we're happy now. Hey, I like the dark, to be fairness. I do like the jacket. It's a good enjoyment, isn't it? A different thrill than what we used to. But yeah, no, look, we had a didn't think I was taking too many risks now, to be honest. But I looked all right. Good enough.
I mean, the times are mad, Callum. Like, they're insane.
Yeah, like definitely. Obviously the one before it was standing water everywhere, and it was a bit treacherous. You know, it was kind of who was going to be the most stupidest probably on that one now. But no, that last stage there was no standing water now, but it was just wet, you know. And I just realised there's a bit more grip probably than the first pass. It's a lot greasier, you know. So it's cleaned a bit, but at the same time it's not so easy when it starts. But we're happy.
And obviously a very different scenario from when we spoke to you last. And you know, you were kind of trying to sort of pace yourself a wee bit when we spoke last, but did you change anything there?
No, I just.
This is you just pacing it.
Just pacing it. No, look, I just try to get into it and enjoy it a wee bit better. Do you know what I mean? And look, I just I knew there was a wee bit of grip on the last one, probably more than there was in the previous one. And he says, look, it turned out well. We did no mistakes. Do you know what I mean? We just drove around and tried to be as clean as we could, fast as we could.
Definitely fast. Now the conditions are horrific here, and you mentioned the dark, and we could see that it was very, very dark out there. But like, mad, like to actually be able to drive at that pace when there's rain coming at the light as well, if you know what I mean. Like, it does make it harder to see. Like,
it does. It creates a wee glare just obviously on the road, just, and you kind of hard to maybe see where the standing water is with the light deflecting off the puddles and stuff. So look, it was tricky. It was tricky. Lucky there was no standing water, and we enjoyed it. That's the main thing.
That's the main thing, is right. And tell us, what's your plan in here now? Do you gonna take the most out of this service, or are you just gonna try and get home and get to bed?
Well, the boys will give it a good check over. Hey, as you know, I was just trying to make sure everything's right. Do you know what I mean? And try and get us through the morrow. So, no, look, they'll take their time, and they'll know what they need to do. So, let them at it, and then we'll reset and go again tomorrow. And look, we'll just have to reset. It'd be nice now, obviously, to go and race your man, but I just think, no, do you know what? I'll just stick to what I'm at, just and tip away.
Is it hard for you to try and hold yourself back though?
It is. Like, the last stage was the only one I really enjoyed. You know, I actually got into a bit of driving, and then listening to the notes and everything was just a bit more flowing. You know, so if we could do that all the stages, but obviously when it's a lot of mud and stuff, it's just not so simple. So
we'll see. You might just race him tomorrow yet.
Might probably not, but might.
Callum, thanks a million.
Thank you.
We'll let you go and get reset for tomorrow. So there you have it, the man himself, as usual, trying to kind of pace himself, but at the same time He's dying to get racing out there, so it's a tricky one. We'll get in here now and we'll see if we can get a quick word with Desi Henry. We see Desi's co-driver Paddy Robinson standing out there, so we'll just see. He's still in the car here and he's having a quick word with engineers, so we'll actually move on further down and let them at it, because as we say, the service isn't as long this time, so they might have wee things to change and get talking about and get sorted out for tomorrow. So we'll get a quick word now with Johnny Greer, if we can. We're interrupting, Davey. Very important conversations, but we're all dying to hear from the main man. Another smashing run through those stages, Johnny.
Yeah, we got through them all right, okay. In the end, that first stage of the service was just clean mental. Like I don't know what plant they're on when they decided that was safe to run, but we got through it and everyone else got through it. So, but it wasn't on, like it was just flooding. The stage was flooded from start to finish. It was just crazy. But lucky enough, everyone got through it okay, from what I heard. So. The last one was fine. Actually, the slippy bits from the first run through the stage actually washed. So, okay, the shiny tar was still slippy, but the greasy bits from the first stage were cleaner. Because stuff we had marked in from the first run was slippy, and you came and turned in, the car just went around it okay. So, a loop of two halves, like, but I enjoyed getting around it. I don't say I enjoyed doing it, but I enjoyed getting around it.
You enjoy being here now and having it over and done with?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an achievement for anybody to get here, so it was very tough, but we'll reset and go in the morning. Hopefully this rain isn't too bad overnight and the stages are a bit cleaner in the morning, but at least with daytime, it was getting a bit tricky to read the road at night there. Like when rain started coming in the middle of the fourth stage, it was quite hard to read the road, but no, we got around it okay, so happy enough.
Brilliant. And obviously, like as you were saying there, there was a lot of rain, and it had cleaned up the greasies with the heaviness of the rain, cleaning up the greasy parts of the stages. Like, so you'd be hoping that would start to play into your hands again tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it depends on the nature of the stages. If the stages are fairly flat, you won't get the standing water as badly. Some of the stage in the first stage of the loop was basically up a mountain, so you're always climbing, and the water was just streaming off the downhill. So if you get the stages tomorrow aren't really like that. So even if they do get rain overnight, hopefully it won't be as bad. But yeah, you can't really break the weather anyway at the moment. So we'll just see what it's doing in the morning, go from there.
And definitely not in the Ulster. Johnny, tell us, what are you actually at here in service now tonight to get ready tomorrow?
Just a general check over of the car. There was no real issues with the car in that loop, so just the guys are going to check it over, make sure everything's all right, check all the levels and everything, and yeah, if it's okay to go, just package her up, put her in park for me for the night, and hopefully see her in the morning again.
Brilliant, Johnny. Thank you very much.
All right,
congratulations on getting this far, and we will see you tomorrow, hopefully. So there you have it, Johnny Greer. We have Niall Burns, Dean O'Sullivan and Paddy Robinson there. They're having a co-drivers meeting. I was just looking there to see if I could spot Cahan McCourt, but I can't. He's obviously in if Dean's there, but I just can't. I can't see him just yet. We see Josh Moffat's car here, but I do see that the door of the van is closed, so I would imagine that they're in. Kind of having a bit of a meeting, so we'll let them at it. And actually, they're not in there at all. That's why it's closed. So we'll just keep walking and see who we see. Jason Mitchell's down here, so we'll get a quick word with Jason if we can. We're always interrupting these guys when they're trying to get their dinner, but we'll see how we go. That looks like the nicest picnic in the service park, Jason.
I'm telling you, couldn't beat that looking at it. Skippy.
Jason, you're much happier looking now this evening.
Yeah, look, I suppose I am. Yeah, that first stage out after service there was unbelievable. Like, I never done anything like that. So we were probably going pretty well in the first half of it, but once we started climbing, all the water run down the hill, and we had we're aquaplaning everywhere, and I just thought, no, I don't want to ruin my weekend by taking a chance. So we'd probably come off it a bit too much there. But surprisingly enough, that last stage there, our time was quite good again. So look, now we're happy enough. When you're 11 seconds off Formo, me and Matty says we can't be doing no bad. But no.
Well, that's it. I mean, you must be settling into the pace. A sign of things to come for tomorrow.
Well, yeah, that's us. There is a. When I went out here, I said, look, we're going to drive with zero risk here till we get to tomorrow, because there'll be a lot to play for tomorrow. And the good thing is, there's 2 of these stages we have done before tomorrow, so it'll be nice getting on there, and hopefully as well our settles a wee bit and gives us a chance to sort of reset it, that we're not always going around corners thinking is there going to be running water or standing water. So, because that's the worst part, you can only you only need one corner to have standing water, and you're off. So if you push it too hard, so no, I think if we can get hope that this weather settles down here, we'll get going in the morning again.
Aye, and what is your planning tonight here in service? Are you doing much work to the car, or are you just checking it over?
No, car's working really good. So does that's what we're actually discussing as well. Car's working far better than I am, because I'm going around the corners and we can go harder, and then we come on and down the stage thinking we haven't driven hard enough. So I think I just need to believe more that the car's going to stay with me, and I think we should put on better times again, But
and Jason, you changed the car not that long ago, really, so you're probably still getting used to it.
Well, yeah, that. But I think we have been carrying an issue with the car, and once we got that solved, the car's just. It was, the cars, to be fair, the polos are unreal. So they're, especially when you go on the stages like that tonight, and you sort of see actually how they can hold the grip, in them sorts of conditions, So no, it's definitely not the car's fault.
And tell us, what about the night stage? Did you enjoy in the dark?
I did. The only thing I struggled a wee bit with is I could only really see about 100 yards. So when you're coming, if it was dry, you probably would get away with that. But when Paddy was calling maybe 6 right over max crest, 150 to 2 left, you're coming over that crest and you're going, you can't see the 2 lefts, you don't know how far you're over it, and then take a bit of shiny in it, and you're meant to be braking a bit early. So that was a wee bit of a struggle. But look, we managed it anyway, and we're here.
It's all learning.
All learning, yeah.
Good man, Jason. We'll let you back to the dinner, and we'll move on to the next car down, and we'll see who else is about for a chat. Joe's outside the car here, so we'll see if we can get a quick word with him. We get you into the dry, somewhere where you can stay nice and dry. We're trying to find somewhere you're going to stay dry, Joe, but it's not really working for us here tonight, is it?
It's drier here than inside the car, so it's not so bad.
How'd that look go for you?
It was really, really tough, I think. Everybody struggled. She was steaming up. Showing the boys, the wiper managed to get caught in itself. So for about here, I had no visibility at all on this side because it was lifted off the screen, so it's fine, we're here.
You're there, but that's a scary handling on the stage now, to be fair, Joe.
I don't think that first stage should have ran. Stage 3.
Everybody spoke about stage 4 though, and how brilliant that was then to get into.
Yeah, but it was still very slippy, but the running water in stage 3 was really, really bad. How there wasn't a big crash, I don't know. So
you got here, and tell us, the car's handling okay bar the windscreen or the wipers?
Car's good. I'm happy with the car anyway, with the right tyres on, so at least we're looking, should be dry tomorrow eventually.
You looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, I haven't drove it in the dry yet, so.
Very good, you'll be hammer and tongs tomorrow.
Maybe, we'll see.
Good man, Joe, thanks a million. We'll move on and get back out. So just bear with us, folks, the conditions are pretty ropey here now this evening. Patrick Bride's there sitting along. Let's see if we can get a quick word with Robert Barrable, see how his night stage was. Robert was quite looking forward to getting into the night stages, so we'll see how he goes.
Good. It's coming now. Lovely.
We're gonna come into him. Robert, this is pure luxury. We can't believe that there's actually dry conditions somewhere in the world this evening.
Yeah, it's indoors though.
Tell us this, how was that stage for you? Did you enjoy the dark and the end up?
I actually enjoyed the dark, but we had a problem with the car cut out halfway through the stage, so that's what the lads are trying to have a look at now and see. I think we might have took a bit of water in the alternator or something maybe, but yeah, so I don't know. Have to see if we can get it fixed and hope.
How did that affect you on the stage?
Well, it just cut out. The car just cut out. I'm on a square right up a hill, so it just cut out, and we just turned it off and restarted again. So,
did you lose much time?
Oh, about 30 seconds. No, I'm joking. I wish it was 30 seconds. No. I'd say realistically, I'd say it's about 10 seconds. I would think it was about 10 seconds.
Okay. It's not too bad, but still a wee bit off-putting.
Yeah, it just breaks the rhythm and stuff. But I'm not too sure what it is now. I think we might have got a water into a sensor, because the first stage after service we hit a big puddle, and I presume just might have taken in a bit of water, affected them, so they're just changing the way that they're now to see what they can come up with.
Brilliant. And Gordon, are you happy enough? You're very relaxed looking over there.
Well, today's work's done for me, Tony. Really, I suppose the guys are out there trying to get the car repaired again, and it was going fine most of the time. Just these glitches come in and stop, so I should be relaxed now. I say the hard work's done. We're thinking about tomorrow again.
Good man. And tell us, like, obviously the driver has things to contend with when it comes to the darkness, and they've got lights and all the rest. But while sort of very, very different situation when you're trying to rely on that wee light inside the car.
I just suppose you don't see as much out of the window, but the driver then relies more on me as well to get the notes right and so you can't actually see as much where you're going. So you get a buzz out of it whenever it happens correctly, and it's just different, and it's good whenever it really works, I must say. But I've been around here before, and it's been dark as well, so there's nothing particularly new in that. But it's good whenever that actually works. Yeah.
Brilliant. And from your perspective, what's your plan tomorrow?
Plan tomorrow is to keep going as fast as we can for as long as we can. I think that's the basic plan. We would like to get these glitches with the car sorted out, and obviously make sure we get a good free run. There's going to be lots of drama tomorrow, I'd assume, because the roads are still going to be wet. There's 3 stages, they're all of them tricky. There's challenges in all of them, so hopefully we don't have any calamities, but we'll give it a go and see what happens. Yeah, that's the general idea.
You happy with the sounds plan, Robert?
Yeah, I'm grand. I might get like Artie driving. I'll sit in the seat.
No, I don't think that would work too well. Swap.
Boys, thanks a million. Thank you very much now for chatting to us this evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. We were delighted with that wee bit of dryness. I think so we're going to keep moving, and hopefully we'll get a quick word with Adrian Fermo here now. Obviously he's still the rally leader, but we couldn't get chatting to him initially earlier, so we'll see if we can get him now. Bear with us, folks. So just bear with us, folks. We're just in asking a few questions, see if we can get him out. The guys are working tirelessly here. There's even people sort of on a full-time job here of keeping the water off the actual mats that the team have laid out here. It is insane, the water that is running through the service area. And there he is. Adrian, we'll get you to stand in there just in case the rain comes down again. But you're being thrown in at the deep end in Ireland here tonight.
Well, it's proper summertime, I would say. Honestly, it was really crazy condition in the first stage of the last loop. I think we needed more boat than a car. It was crazy. I was aquaplaning everywhere, so it was really difficult. So actually, we are quite happy to be here because it was really tricky. Hopefully tomorrow could be better conditions. I mean, weather-wise. Apart from that, it was okay. The car was good. We were careful in some places, so I'm happy with where we are.
Brilliant. And tell us, what is the team doing here now? What is your plan for tonight and for tomorrow morning?
Well, we have done already some changing between the two loops about the setup. You can change springs, you can change damper, roll bar, etc. So many things we can do on the car. Actually, we are just checking it, and we will keep the car like this for tomorrow morning.
And are you looking forward to tomorrow morning?
Well, I need to work a little bit on the video for tomorrow, but also to have a good sleep first.
Brilliant. You will definitely deserve it after this long loop this evening.
Thank you.
Thanks a million, Adrian. We'll let you get back in and get rested into relaxation mode for the rest of the evening. And we'll just step out this way, guys. So we're going to go around this side. We missed a few of the guys on this side earlier on, so we'll see if we can get a quick word around. We're looking for a few of the modified guys, so bear with us as we try and keep our eyes peeled here. We'll actually jump in here as well and get a quick word with Alan Carmichael. We heard Zav and Michael talking about the windscreen missing up on him, so we'll see what he has to say about that. You'll be glad to get back into service this evening, Alan.
Well, the last two stages I just spent with missed it. Screen couldn't see a thing. Claire ended up guiding me through one of the stages, and then we thought, are we going to go through the last stage? The bottom of the car, being in the forest all the time, is all cracked, and it's like a monsoon inside. Just couldn't see anything. So we're in the middle of deciding whether we're going to go continue or not tomorrow, because obviously it's going to sit out in the rain all night, and it's leaking in through windows, and it's going to be a disaster again. So once the water's in the car, you can get it out. I've tried everything, we've soaked everything, so we did, but the minute we started that last stage, it just, the whole thing, you can see at times we were like losing about 3 minutes in the stage, so I don't know.
That is a very scary thing, to be fair, when you can't see out your windscreen.
I literally couldn't see. And I was in the hedge, and Claire was pulling at the steering wheel. So that was a bit of a disaster. But we got it as much as we got dried up going into the last stage. But 2-3 mile into it, blew the whole thing up again. So couldn't see, and that was with blower and the heated windscreen and everything on. It just, once the water's in the car, you're beat,
And such a pity after getting the suspension issue solved.
Suspension all fixed. It was great. Like the stages, that last stage, the first 2 or 3 mile, like we had loads of grip in the tyres, and then once it filled up, you just can't see, and it was dangerous, because I thought, well, I just give up and go back to service after the third stage, and we went, no, we'll just get through and we'll see. But there's that much of water coming in through the floor, so. Because there was like standing water everywhere on the third stage. It was like a monsoon.
Okay, so it's coming, like it's not happening right now as we stand here. It's when you're on the stage, it's coming up through.
Oh yeah. It's lying inside the car, so the whole inside the car's soaking. Well, they were drying at it there now, but the whole inside of the car was wet, roof and all. It was dripping down. It was running down the inside of the windscreen. But it happens. This happens. So we're making a decision what we're going to do.
Okay. Well, we'll leave you to it. Thank you very much, Alan. Best luck with the decision making. That's a tricky one now. Very, very tough conditions to deal with and try and get through, to be honest. I do not envy that decision making process, to be honest. So we'll get in here now and see if we can get a quick word with the toners. Aye, please, if he's about. He's just doing a wee bit of work here, folks. We're going to get around the other side if we can. No bother. Thank you very much. We'll follow Donovan. Thank you. Jimmy, we'll chat. If we can, we'll have a quick word with you.
No one talking to me, coming last. Talk to him, he's with me.
No, I know, but he also looks very busy there. It's a tough evening of driving out there, isn't it?
It's very tricky, hey. The sort of stage you need to be fully committed and listen to your notes, and I'm just not, and I'm just one of them rallies, but tomorrow's a new day, and I hope maybe try and push on a bit better way, And
do you know what it is about it? Because it does happen sometimes. But is it the weather? Is it the darkness? Is it the stages?
Okay, maybe just enough seat time and just not confident enough in my notes, But maybe drive tomorrow and maybe get it opened up maybe and get a better run.
So we're expecting a big battle from you tomorrow then?
This boy here and Jason Black, we'll try and get a bit of pain back off him. So that's the plan,
Well, look at what can you do. This is rallying.
We're here,
we are here, and you're living to tell the tale, and it's great to be thinking about getting out again tomorrow morning, isn't it?
Yeah, great. That's all it's all about. More seat team.
That's exactly. Come here, thanks a million. We're going to see if we can get a quick word now, if we can get him from from out under the. We got a quick one. You look like you're under a wee bit of pressure there.
Oh, disaster, hey.
Tell us what's going on.
On real good cut to the last stage and power steering quit and alternator quit. Had torn lights off, no power steering, no nothing.
That's brutal.
Oh, hey. Oh, you're sorted here now. Hopefully not too bad.
And you're under pressure to get the work done here now yourself?
Ah, okay. Good little team of men here too.
You need that, don't you?
Oh, only for them. Only for them.
And tell us, I would imagine you couldn't commit at all once that happened.
No, funny, but I must have required time to start of it, the first half, because I was only 10 down on Jason, so lost a lot more than 10 in the second half, couldn't commit at all, couldn't see, no steering, disaster.
And that's so annoying when you are going so well at the start, like.
Oh, it's hard to turn the lights off, but if I didn't turn them off, I wouldn't go back. I would run the water down, and I wouldn't have got back.
So plan now is to fix it and then go hell for leather tomorrow again, yeah?
Well, we're going to have to go tomorrow. As I said to you today, we'll get through the night, we'll go tomorrow.
Tomorrow's another day.
Tomorrow's a new day.
Good man, thanks a million. Right. We'll let you at it. We'll go back ways here. Sorry. We'll go across now and see if we can get another word with Kyle White. Kyle had crackers there in the last one, so we'll see. As you can see, folks, the big job now is getting the lights off the bonnets. So we'll just let him, he's just in the middle of helping here, so we'll just let him get that job done and then we'll come in and see what he has to say. Kyle, always a lovely feeling to get the lights off and be back safe in service.
Safe in service is just what it's about at the minute. We lost somehow, I think it was 23 seconds on stage 3 there. I don't know, maybe it was our tyres not clearing the stage, the water off the stage quick enough, but never in my life have I driven a stage like that. It was just so wet. And we actually thought it was going to be cancelled coming up to it, but it didn't seem to be that way. But yeah, we got 14 back in that one. It was just an absolute mammoth push in that last stage there, and no better to do it in a stage that Sean near enough lives on. So it was, bit tricky at times we've got here.
It also does make it really worthwhile, when you get here, and particularly heading into tomorrow, or the stages tomorrow with, such confidence.
Yeah, well, that's it. We've got the last laugh as far as the stages go. Okay, we're trailing by only 3 seconds, but it's just good to do that in the last stage, and we'll take tonight to reset and go again.
Good man, Kyle. Thank you very much. We'll chat to you tomorrow. Yeah. Enjoy the rest tonight. You will, surely. Well, that's it for us, guys. We're going to wrap it up here in service, and we are so excited to get to see you tomorrow again. Hopefully we've a bit more sunshine and a bit less rain, but if not, we'll still be delighted to see the stages. So listen, get a good night's sleep and come back to us in the morning about 9 o'clock and we'll bring you more live action from the Ulster Rally.